And so here we are today, with all of the respect in the world for every parent that has lost a child, for all the respect in the world for every youth that is speaking up about these things. These companies need to listen. This is what the work is about.
So, hold on. It looks like the whole team's gonna log on. Matt, I haven't read the whole thing yet, but so far so good.
I haven't read any of it, because we win or lose.
I think we won, man.
Is that a slam dunk or what?
It's a slam dunk.
The statute and regulations at issue may be ascertained through the discovery process.
We just made history. We just made history.
In our system of justice, we have and want to have a wide open door to the courthouse so that people who claim to have suffered a legal harm have a place to go to seek a remedy.
This is really happening. We are really moving into discovery. This lawsuit is moving forward. This is another small step in moving the mountain to changing these things.
We're standing outside
of what was supposed to be a condo called Solemn Ocean. It was supposed to have 30 units, but only the land was cleared and construction was then abandoned.
Tulum felt like it could be everything for everyone.
It was really nice. It was a jungle. You don't find any big resort or expensive hotel.
This particular developer had the property that I really wanted. Everything about it was a dream. It was perfect.
We started looking into the real estate market in Tulum because of this construction boom. Looking at buyers and talking to them, we found a lot of investors who never got their units.
The project, it was empty, no construction workers. And in that moment, I say, okay, we have a problem.
I resorted to starting to comment on the developers' posts, asking, hey, I need an update. Where's my money? What's going on? Why won't you respond?
We haven't been able to trace where all of that money went because in the end, it does turn out to be millions of dollars. Tulum is a beach town that's about a 2-hour drive south from Cancun. Tulum is famous for its electronic music festivals. The beaches are gorgeous. It has a very hipster vibe. During the pandemic, Tulum and Mexico in general were places where we had little pandemic restrictions. People could just fly in and they were free to go anywhere they wanted. So like 2020, 2021, that's when we saw a construction boom starting to happen. At the time, the median price for an apartment in Miami was around $350,000, while in Los Cabos, another Mexican beach town that's also very famous, the average price was around $465,000.
Tulum has seen an enormous amount of development. A lot of people wanted to buy second homes there, and a lot of developers wanted to come in and develop there. If you go, you can expect to see developments one after the other. It can feel like one giant construction site.
Many of these properties were small condos, and they started at around $160,000. So this was an affordable option that offered a lot. We're in the building that was supposed to be called Solemn Downtown, and we can see here a permit that was granted in 2021 under Aquela Development Group. We have two groups of investors. In one of them, there were 6 projects that had to be delivered around 2023 and 2024.
Bienvenidos a Solemn Downtown, Tulum!
The people behind the development group basically disappeared. Government officials said one of them was found dead on a beach, another took his own life, and the third is thought to have fled the country.
Out of the 6 projects that they wanted to build, only 1 was ever delivered. 2 of them were half-built, and the rest is just land that's sitting there. And the people who bought into these, they were buying the apartments pre-sale, so they paid 80–90% of the value of the apartment, and now they don't even have a company to sue.
I've been going to Tulum for about the last 15 years and Mexico in general since I was a little kid. I just really fell in love with Mexico. And so when the opportunity came to finally buy something, I kind of jumped on it. This particular developer had the property that I really wanted. Everything about it was a dream. It was perfect. Initially, I had wanted to buy something that was already built, but in working with my realtor, she told me, you've got a better opportunity to get something that's brand new. It's less expensive when you buy something through a pre-sale. You can pay over time rather than doing one large lump sum payment. And as a single income, that was really attractive. The person I met with from the developer was a gentleman named Victor. He was their lead salesperson, and he took me around to visit a couple other properties, showed me the renderings and the architectural drawings for Solemn Skyview. told me how they were sourcing everything from essentially within 360 miles of Tulum, which was really attractive to me as far as it being sustainably built and a lower carbon footprint.
One thing that many people told us was that because the first building had already been delivered by the time that they bought into it, they felt like it was a sure bet.
In the beginning of the process, the developers sent me videos on a pretty regular basis showing, hey, look, we've started clearing the land. A couple weeks later, oh, all of the land has been cleared. Oh, here's an update. All of these materials have been ordered. They're starting to get delivered. And then eventually an email came that there was a land dispute and that I should stop making payments.
All of these contracts, at least in the first group, had a 90-day grace period. Even before those 90 days came up, the construction companies started messaging the owners and telling them that there were some delays. By the time that those 3 months ended, many people started reaching out to the company and scheduling Zoom calls, and they just didn't show up.
After that, there were no further communications from the developer. They would not respond to any phone calls or emails. And within a year of that is when I started connecting with other people, mostly through Facebook and Instagram, saying they were having the same issues. I went to Cancun to file a complaint with the federal prosecutor's office.
Some of these investors have gone to multiple courts. There's a civil court, a criminal court, mercantile court, but it's unclear at this point what their resources are.
It's all been very convoluted and confusing. Not a lot of good advice on what to do next.
Lyubov was a woman who had bought land in Tulum a few decades ago, and she paid her taxes as a normal person would. And then during the pandemic, offices were closed, so she didn't go for a couple of years. When she returned in 2021 to pay the taxes for that year and the previous one, she was told that the property taxes for her land had already been paid for. So when she started looking into it, she found out that Aquila Development Group had already paid the property taxes on her behalf, claiming the land as its own, and started building what was supposed to be a property called Solemn Skyview.
El mismo día que nos dimos cuenta de esa situación, empezamos a investigar. Mi nombre es Emiliano Silva, vengo en representación de mi mamá, Lyubov Prudkovskaya. Nosotros queremos ir en contra de los notarios, los cuales hicieron las operaciones. Supuestamente en el año 2012 firmamos un poder para que otra persona que nosotros no conocemos venda ese terreno.
This is a fairly common problem in Tulum and in the Yucatan Peninsula in general because of how uneven land regulation is. There's still a lot of communal land, and developers, some of whom have turned out to be shady, have used this to their advantage, and they overtake land that didn't belong to them.
Primero, queremos recuperar ese terreno que es nuestro patrimonio. Es patrimonio de nuestra familia y es el único patrimonio que tenemos. Y otra cosa que queremos también es que se haga justicia. Lo que queremos es evitar que más gente sufra esto mismo que estamos pasando.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Oiga, vengo a la oficina de ventas.
Another case that we found, it involves a company that wanted to build 50 units, and they were sold to 35 investors because some of them bought multiple apartments. And in that case, it seems that the original developer ran out of money, took out a loan, failed to pay that loan, and the creditor took over the building, finished building it, and then resold the units to new buyers.
I decided to be anonymous because I'm scared to happen something with me or my business, or you don't know what can happen in Mexico. The name of the project when we find this was Laguna Azul, because in the center of the project have a big Laguna Azul. That means a big blue pool. The name of the company, it was Oigra Tulum. The owner of the project was Amir. We started looking at problems in 2017 in the area because we have a contract, and the contract is ending and the project is not finished. I traveled to see the apartments and the project, if it was continued or not. And that moment, the project it was empty, no construction workers. And in that moment, I say, okay, we have a problem. This new developer make a deal with Amir in the shadows of the legal process. Start to sell the apartments in the end of the 2022, and the last travel I do in May 2024, I saw new people living in my apartment. Now I have 7 years in the legal process, and I feel exhausted because every time I receive a document for the court is not good information, but in the end I think I need to continue.
A lot of people who bought apartments in Tulum back in the pandemic did get their apartments delivered. And at first it was a solid investment and they were able to rent it out for practically all year long. But then as supply started growing and also digital nomads stopped going to Tulum, started heading back to their homes, demand plummeted. And so an apartment that used to be rented out at like maybe $300 a night can now go for as low as $50 a night. So people who were expecting to pay their mortgages out of those rents cannot do it anymore.
I've made peace with, I've lost some money, I'm not getting it back. I still want to move to Mexico one day. I'm just going to buy something that's already built, but it's going to take a long time. I mean, that was my life savings. I don't have, $100,000 just sitting around.
We don't know if it was always meant to be a scam or if they just ran out of money or if they were in over their heads.
One lawyer we spoke with said that she is now seeing clients on a weekly basis. So I think we will probably learn more as time goes on. But as of right now, it's difficult to say exactly how widespread this is.
Nos encantaría poder buscar los medios para construir y hacer algún desarrollo ahí, pero honestamente nos da mucho miedo construir algo ahí con la incertidumbre de que en cualquier momento otra vez llegue alguien y nos vuelvan a robar de la misma manera.
Hello and welcome to special coverage of Bloomberg New Economy, thriving in an age of extremes. I'm Eric Schatzker. It's time to rethink some long-held assumptions. Assumptions about trade, technology, and investment. At the New Economy Forum in Singapore, we brought together CEOs, investors, and government leaders for candid conversations about how to navigate and prosper in this age of uncertainty. The strategic shifts reshaping our world are accelerating, with profound implications for businesses, for countries, and for societies.
We are living in an age of extremes. Hard power is back in vogue. Weapons are smarter and deadlier. Alliances have fractured. Anger is toppling regimes. Pillars of the global economy are under attack. Climate is sliding down the priority list. Intelligence is becoming a commodity. These extremes mean dialogue matters more than ever. The world is at an inflection point. The choices we make now will echo for decades. So we must choose well.
Few places epitomize the challenges these changes present more than Singapore, a nation balancing deep ties with China, its largest trading partner, and the United States, its biggest investor and key security ally. We'll start there with Bloomberg editor-in-chief John Micklethwaite speaking to Singapore's Prime Minister, Lawrence Wong.
The intense competition and rivalry will continue, I'm sure. The mutual suspicion and distrust remains. But the guardrails will ensure that the rivalry does not slide into a full decoupling or worse, confrontation and conflict.
You also talked about a post-American order, which sort of interested me because it implies that America's move towards isolationism and protectionism is not just Donald Trump. That America no longer will be a champion of globalization, no longer be a sort of partner that you can rely on in the same way as you did. Do you really think that America has gone?
We hope not. When I said post-American order, I was referring to the forces that are driving us towards a more multipolar world. Yeah. So the unipolar moment where America was the leader that helped to guide, underwrite the global system, that moment I think is over. So the old rules do no longer apply, but the new ones have not been written. But as we transit into this new multipolar world, it's not as though every pole remains the same. America is still the biggest, most powerful country and still maintains, America's leadership remains vital.
Do you think in the end, a country like Singapore will have to choose between China and America? You've managed to avoid that so far.
Yeah. The pressures will always be there. The great powers say we don't want you to choose, but of course each one wants us to be a closer friend to them. And that's always, the tension is always there, the pressures will always be there, but at the end of the day, we don't have to choose, really. We have to, I mean, it's not issue by issue. There will be some instances where we look at the issue, and we so happens that the particular position we take is the same as the US, for example, or as China, for example. But it's not from the lens of choosing one versus the other. It's from the lens of Singapore's national interest.
The administration seems surprised by the rare earths flex, or at least maybe not ready for it. Were you surprised at how aggressive China was in that moment?
I'm not surprised because I think the Chinese have been preparing for, Trump 2.0 for quite some time. And I think that they knew that they had certain points of leverage that they would be deploying. And so, no, I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised that they thought that that was a flashpoint of leverage that would allow for the conversations to be, perhaps more balanced. I think it's great that both sides determined to try to buy some, de-escalation. I wouldn't have high hopes for 2026 being the year that those
kumbaya.
Those issues get resolved. But I think domestic politics on both sides are playing a role, and I think having a little bit of a détente is a good thing.
I was surprised, actually. I was the other way surprised. I wasn't at all surprised China played that card. I was surprised that the administration seemed surprised that it happened and didn't seem to have a plan for it. I mean, that's a huge amount of leverage that China had. It seemed kind of obvious they would go there. And I think we're foolish if we think they won't. There's so many points of leverage, which is why I don't think there's going to, I think this US-Chinese relationship over the next couple of years will be sort of the way it is now, status quo, because neither side wants or can afford escalation.
What are the risks of ongoing and existing disputes. Even among these other nations, we have the ongoing China-Japan diplomatic spat, for example, throwing a wrench to the ongoing efforts to build a different system on the sidelines.
Well, I think, the point was made earlier that we don't have this kind of strategic trust. And I think I'm very glad that the U.S. and China have reached some agreements and understandings, but it is a kind of cold peace. So we have to recognize that that's the landscape. And in that landscape, you're seeing some deepening between countries and their frameworks. What's happening here in Southeast Asia is particularly positive and I think forward-looking. But you see Europe developing new frameworks with Latin America. You're seeing new corridors between the Gulf and Asia. And I think, some of these commitments that have recently been made are going to see both increased investment in the United States and some de-risking from the United States.
What's important here is to realize that there's been major shifts. So 20 years ago, you could summarize global trade by saying China manufactures, the US consumer buys, and that's global trade. Subsequently, China's been manufacturing for the world. What we're seeing more recently is Asia buys Asia.
Do you see, Georges, a world where you could also have competing financial systems, actually, or splitting off in different networks? Is that a step too far?
So the short answer, Francine, is no. Now, there are some countries, some jurisdictions that have been excluded from the financial system for, many for years, some for decades. Those countries have been excluded for various geopolitical reasons, and they're not in the financial system. Everything else, we see it as a cohesive financial system. I want to give you some illustration, Francine. 60% of our largest customers, wholesale customers, in mainland China are US companies. And mind that these are not US companies who are looking to manufacture in China to sell back into the US. The vast majority of them are actually manufacturing in mainland China for the China domestic market or for the Asian market opportunities, right? Now, they are very successful. They're making very good revenues and very good profits from this business, and they're paying very large dividends back into the US for the US shareholders. So that is not going to go away. That is the reality of how this world is integrated and how the financial system is integrated.
Jacques, where are we actually in this global realignment? Are we 60% there? Are we 70% there? Or is it ever evolving?
Right. I guess under this theme of realignment, there are several threads, right? Let's say on trade. With the tariff and all this adjustment, it's not really the fundamental, right? Because the fundamental has to come down to investment savings imbalances across countries. It's a very difficult rewiring of that. Essentially, I think the Chinese need to increase their consumption. The Americans need to reduce the consumption. But that's a very difficult sort of balance to achieve. Trade, in a way, is a symptom of that.
Coming up, the world of investment is being remade before our very eyes.
Why does the world need the next $5 or $10 billion public company when no one cares?
This is a 15, 16 grams tuna. Then sushi rice is still a little bit warm. So take one, like a very, don't make it too tight. So from now, and very light, like a ball. Put wasabi in the middle. Then my process 1 to 6. 1, this is putting the between the rice air. Then make the 4 fingers curl, make sushi shape. Then touch this. 2, then turn. Now that these 2 fingers, top to the bottom, make the sushi shape the more beautiful. 3, then, looks like pushing, not pushing. 3, 4, turn, same way, 5, and 6. So this is 1 to 6.
know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
You're watching special coverage of Bloomberg New Economy, thriving in an age of extremes. I'm Eric Schatzker. Today, we're witnessing more than just seismic shifts. The old rules of investing no longer apply. From geopolitics to disruptive technology, global capital is adapting to a new reality. Supply chains in flux, tariffs and trade wars, and the promise or threat of AI. In Asia, and especially in Singapore, this building storm has huge implications. Strategies must be re-engineered for a hazy future.
And my worry is that we are going to be unable to deal with the global commons. It means climate change, pandemics, the challenges from AI. We won't be able to respond adequately to it because the two key players either are disrupting actively or are spoiling for a fight and are certainly not willing to restrain themselves with multilateral rules imposed by Lilliputian countries, big and medium and small elsewhere. There is still a majority of countries, and even I would say the majority of global GDP, that still wants to operate on supply chain efficiencies, on economic integration, on rules-based globalization. The only thing is the enforcer in chief is no longer there. And there is a need, therefore, to assemble a coalition of the willing. So what you're watching now, all that scurrying around by medium and small economies, is to keep globalization alive, reform what needs to be reformed, and there's a lot that needs reformed, but to work together in a more collegiate way, knowing full well that the underwriter, the enforcer, is not going to be doing the heavy lifting. So that's where I think there is a glimmer of hope.
We've made a massive change to the financial system in 2008. We collectively stared over the abyss and decided to reform. But while we were focused on the banking system, which was the focus of almost all reform, we really haven't kept pace with what's happened in our markets. So our markets have undergone massive shifts since 2008. So think about the following. 80% of trading, S&P 500. 10 companies, 40% of the S&P. Almost all the return in the market, 7 companies. Really 2 companies. And sometimes I jokingly say we levered the entire return of the US retirement system to NVIDIA. It's not clear to me that that was the purpose. Why does the world need the next $5 or $10 billion public company when no one cares? And what's happened is other markets, private markets in particular, have grown large enough to be able to provide companies debt and equity for a really long period of time at large scale. Stripe is private, SpaceX is private, OpenAI is private, Mars is private, the NFL is private. It will not surprise me to see 50, 100 really large companies that have elected to stay private because they can. So is that good or bad? I don't know. But it certainly is different than the world that we grew up in, where everyone worked to get to the public markets to be able to raise capital.
Businesses need certainty, right? And so that's what they foreign companies are asking, well, what do you think about tariffs? What do you think is going to happen with this? And I think as Americans, we've had a pendulum swing approach from one administration to another that I think is very dangerous long term. And what I mean by that is, Oklahoma's heavy oil and gas, as you know, and we've got great pipeline companies. In the one administration, they kill the Keystone Pipeline, and the next administration brings it back, and then the next administration kills it. And we just can't have it. And finally, the businesses are just saying, hey, no more. We're not gonna keep investing these dollars.
There to date have been very few restrictions, but some beginning on capital flows. So if you think about sort of the hierarchy of tariffs, if you will, it's goods, it's services, it's capital flows. And so I think the trend that we're seeing, you heard a little bit of this on the stage this week, of some of the large asset owners from other countries limiting their investment in the United States because they're unsure about that. But what I'm seeing around the world is friendshoring, if you will, of capital flows. In other words, people who are increasingly putting capital into their own country or their friends' countries, and they are increasingly pulling their capital back from countries that are perhaps not on the friends list. And I think that's a huge change for the capital markets that we're seeing today, and will be long-lived.
Well, I think we understand all the objective of the sanctions, and I think in the context of the Russian-Ukraine war, I think the objective was very clear. But I think one thing that often politicians do not always understand is the long-term implications of those sanctions. In the short term, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, but you know, there is an erosion of trust, which is really driven by those decisions.
Is Europe really going to stomach the reforms that it needs to do to be able to compete? Honestly, you know, how many German entrepreneurs ended up in the U.S. because they'll say, I can get capital there, I can get innovation there. It's not that the talent isn't there, it's just that the market isn't there and the mechanism and the regulatory environment isn't such that people can be successful there. And so if you look around the world, I mean, it's really U.S. and China that has the great innovation that's happening.
What we see is that China to U.S. traffic is down because of, especially in the, as a result of the de minimis going away. However, China intra-Asia flows are up. China-Europe flows are up. China-Latin America flows are up. So, and then the intra-regional numbers is, are also now starting to change as well. So this is a much more complex question than just China plus one at this point. Like I said, there's a new equilibrium state being formed in these new supply chain patterns, and they're much more regional in nature. And like we said, the mix of China's exports are now fundamentally shifted away from the United States, primarily in the B2C now, perhaps more in B2B later, and then they're moving into other lanes.
Are these disruptions permanent, or are we looking at them lasting through President Trump's term?
I think disruption doesn't follow election cycles. They follow actually fundamental changes in the markets. So I think these disruptions, they will stay.
Coming up, how to tackle the disruptive forces of AI.
When we had the previous digital revolutions, people even in the US and the UK were very positive about the technology, and they are not in the same way today. They are more fearful.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
You're watching special coverage of Bloomberg New Economy, thriving in an age of extremes. I'm Eric Schatzker. In the 3 years since ChatGPT burst on the scene, AI has become a disruptive force, reshaping business models, balance sheets, and the employment landscape. Most leading AI developers foresee a future in which AI doesn't just match human intelligence, it goes way beyond it, redefining what we thought possible. For businesses, the question isn't just where do we invest, but how do we protect what we have while preparing for what's next? For governments, the challenge is managing both opportunity and disruption. The same AI wave that promises productivity also threatens jobs, social structures, and competitive positioning. We'll begin that part of the conversation with the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak.
We're living at a time which is both paradoxically the most dangerous of our lifetimes, but also the most transformational. I say dangerous because the old unipolar world order that we were used to is gone. We're not quite sure what's replacing it. Great power competition is back. Technology is obviously a part of that. But also, this is transformational because AI, I genuinely think will be a general purpose technology like electricity, like steam. And these things don't come along that often. And when they do, they have the potential to transform societies, economies. And that's really exciting.
What kind of grade would you give generative AI in terms of how useful it is today, with A being the best and F being it's a total flop?
I give it an A.
Okay, and why is that?
And I would tell you why I give it an A. It's not because of what we see today, but what might come. We got to truly believe that our artificial intelligence is going to create a new age of innovation. There is so much capital being invested. So when I look at the potential today of artificial intelligence, not just generative intelligence. You have, industrial AI, artificial intelligence coming in, and all of the things that are currently in development, and the amount of capital that are being deployed. We are only witnessing the beginning of a new innovation age. I truly believe that, and the last time we saw that was 25 years ago.
Amongst Western countries, and there's an Anglosphere in particular, there is actually an enormous amount of fear and skepticism about AI.
There's a lot of fear.
And that is interesting, and it's different in two respects. It's different to what you're seeing in countries like China, or India, or the Gulf, or here in Asia more generally, where people have just a different view about it. They're more positive about it, impacting their lives. They feel good about using it. You are not seeing that in the West in the same way. And secondly, it's different to the past, because if you look at the last digital revolution, you didn't see that. And so when we had the previous digital revolutions, people even in the US and the UK were very positive about the technology, and they are not in the same way today. They are more fearful.
This is actually something that is really important. We have to make sure as we're building AI that we're thinking about the global implications of this technology. Part of this means how do you develop the models as well with the world in mind. It's not something that we can think about as an afterthought. AI is not a technology where we have national borders. You launch a model and it's available worldwide. So we have to think about everything from access to literacy to actually making the models easy to interact with. Things like making it multimodal from the beginning, which we've done with Gemini, which is you can talk to it, you can type it, you can take a picture, and being able to do that in many different languages, being able to transform that output. So you're lowering the barrier for people in general to use it.
Very few countries in the world will be able to have all the elements of an AI ecosystem that are desirable, that are good. It's a given, it's a reality. I don't think it's going to change. But I also think we are not without agency. Within each of our own countries, we do have the ability to reshape things. And some of the areas that are worthwhile reshaping in order to be more ready for an AI future is investing in infrastructure, making it happen. You may not be able to do it on your own, but there are organizations like the World Bank, IMF, even the United Nations Development Program that are very alive to this problem and leaning forward to help.
And for young generation, it is our responsibility to ensure they must understand AI and they study AI because the future is there. It is also time for us to redesign how humans and machines build the future together from data and machine learning. The intelligent economy is not only about technology, it is about preparing people. I believe that there will be more jobs and more opportunities to come.
That's just some of the discussion and debate from Bloomberg New Economy, thriving in an age of extremes in Singapore. You can find much more at Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg Terminal. I'm Eric Schatzker. This is Bloomberg.
Some people travel to see the world. I travel to question the forces that shape entire nations.
How was it possible?
My name is Professor Hannah Fry. I want to meet the people with unexpected stories to tell and dig up the peculiar and wonderful treasures that reveal what a country is made of.
I didn't really think that I had a problem.
I would isolate, self-medicate.
Like 48.5 million Americans, they didn't choose addiction. Go to shatterproof.org/findtreatment. Watch the film No More Secrets and find out how you can get help. That's shatterproof.org/findtreatment.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Insight.
From a Bank of Korea's perspective, we don't believe that monetary policy alone can control the housing prices. But on the other hand, we are mindful that ample liquidity wouldn't throw the fire to the real estate market. Our official position is that we will maintain the easing monetary cycle, but the magnitude and timing of the cut or even the change of direction will depend on the new data.
Countries around the world are pulling away from U.S. assets. Do you see debasement happening?
No, actually. I think we have discussed this quite a lot. But actually, if you look at the actual capital flows in the last 6 months, I don't see that there's a lot of talk, but there's no real movement away from dollar.
Don't miss Bloomberg Insight live weekdays.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Watch Horizon's Middle East and Africa every trading day at midnight Eastern Time, only on Bloomberg.
Microchips are the new fuel of global power, the invisible engines behind economics, armies, and AI.
We must be able to build the chips and semiconductors that we need right here.
As the US and Asia battle for dominance, Europe is scrambling to join the front lines. Some warn it's too late. The tech gap is vast and supply chains are already well established. But others believe Europe's deep tech expertise, innovation legacy, and new policy maneuvers could still turn the tide. Bloomberg, in partnership with Open to Debate, puts forward this question: is Europe too late to compete in the chip war?
Please welcome tonight's debate moderator, Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde.
Hello and welcome
I'm Bloomberg TV anchor Caroline Hyde. And on behalf of Bloomberg, on behalf of Open to Debate, thank you for tuning in to this debate. We're here in London, kicking off the Bloomberg Tech Conference, and it is here, on European soil, that we address a debate that's been bubbling up in the past few years. Look, there's a question that looms about Europe's future in a moment when so much appears to hinge on the development, on the manufacturing, on the design of something that's so small that it easily fits into the palm of your hands. Chips that are in your phones and your televisions and your computers, they are driving the AI revolution. They are also a source of global tension. They're a source of global alliances, and some would go as far to say that they are a source of a chip war. Which brings us to our topic tonight. With the United States leading in design and cloud computing, and China dominating mining and processing of raw materials, of course Taiwan, which is being a critical source of manufacturing, Europe has found itself ever more reliant on other regions than perhaps feels kind of comfortable. Should Europe try to catch up? Can it catch up? Well, that is what we are debating tonight. Is Europe too late to compete in the chip war? And without further ado, please let's welcome them to the stage. Arguing yes to the question, Center on Regulation in Europe Director of Research, Zach Myers, Center for New American Security Senior Fellow, Jeffrey Gertz. Arguing no to the question, Eurostat co-founder, Christina Cafara, and Calray CEO, Eric Bessus. Now, we start with our opening statements, here to convince us that Europe is too late. We have Zach Myers. Zach is Director of Research at the Center on Regulation in Europe, a think tank focused on industry regulation. He's also an expert in competition and digital regulation and has brought that expertise to bear as a consultant to both governments and private sector. Zach, we're so delighted to have you here. Please do take it away. Why is it too late for Europe in the chip war?
Thank you so much for having me. The chip war is a battle for dominance, control, or at least influence over global semiconductor supply chains. And there are two players in this war right now, the US and China. The US is spending $280 billion to grow its semiconductor industry, and President Trump has one priority, which is to make other countries as dependent as possible on US chip technology. On China's part, it's spending $150 billion to build its own entirely self-sufficient chip supply chain. Europe, with its €43 billion CHIPS Act, is not playing in the same league. We are not on the trajectory to build our own chip ecosystem, and in fact, we're falling further and further behind. Let me give you three examples. Firstly, the EU has just had to agree to purchase $40 billion worth of American AI chips, which is money that we could otherwise be spending supporting European chip companies like Calray. Secondly, under the recent EU-US trade deal, we've had to accept that America is going to impose 15% tariffs, potentially much more, as President Trump has recently threatened. When European chips get sold in America, none will apply the other way around. And finally, we need to look at the level of investment. Over the last 2 years, European investment in chip manufacturing was $116 billion, which sounds impressive, except when you hear the figures for the US and Asia, $540 billion and $884 billion. So let's be clear that Europe is not a competitor in the chip war today. But we also need to be clear about one other thing. Given where we are, exacerbating the chip war, trying to compete in it, is not in Europe's interests. Europe actually has huge strengths and opportunities in the chip supply chain, which I'm sure we're going to talk about. And it has enormous opportunities to expand. But these are complementary to what other countries are doing. And what that means is that Europe has to preserve open markets, which is the opposite of what the chip war is trying to do.
Zach, great opening statement. Next to give their opening remarks, this time to argue it's not too late for Europe to compete, is chipmaker himself, Eric Bessus. Eric is the CEO of Calray. It's a French chip company. They make processors and acceleration cards that serve AI. He'll describe exactly what that is. Eric, we're so pleased to have you here. Thank you for joining. And tell us why it's not too late.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's not too late. So let me explain why. First, I'm very glad to be here. In a way, I'm here to represent more than 200,000 of talents in Europe, in the European semiconductor industry. People investing, developing lithography machine from ASML, new type of architecture from ARM, machine from STMicro. I'm here also to represent hundreds of startup or scale-up company like us, but also like Mistral, like ZML, like OpenChip, like Cypel, who are investing with leading research centers like Sera, IMEC, Fraunhofer. So all these companies are based in Europe, and we're building the future of semiconductor. As an entrepreneur for the last 20 years, what I learned is in our industry, what is the most important is barriers to entry. So let's go through all the barriers to entry that this guy say they are building. First one, access to talent. Is there a barrier to access to talent? There are thousands of world-class talents in Europe. Europe is very strong in AI, in mathematics, right? Even better than that, thanks to the geopolitical climate, European talents, they want to stay in Europe or return to Europe. Second barrier, is there a barrier to access to advanced technology? Nope. I've been designing AI chip for years. The reality is that it's not easy, but it's not rocket science. The components are available. HBMs are available. Okay. Process are available.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's bring Jeffrey Gertz. Jeff is a former director for international economics at the White House under President Biden. He's also a senior advisor to the State Department's Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy. He's currently a senior fellow at the Center for a New American Security.
Thank you, Caroline, and thank you to Bloomberg and Open for Debate for having us. So I'll make 3 quick points as we kick off here. There's no realistic path for Europe to emerge as a challenger to the United States and China in the chip war. So let's start on China. China is deeply committed to building its own autonomous indigenous chip supply chain. Really, this has been an ambition for some time, but particularly since the export controls that the United States and Netherlands and Japan jointly imposed on China 3 years ago, it is clear that it is a top national priority for China to have an indigenous chip supply chain, and they're going to put as much money as it takes into this ambition. Meanwhile, if we look across the Pacific Ocean in the United States, we see this sort of massive new drive to build AI data centers, both domestically and then to export the AI stack abroad. So there's huge demand for AI chips, which is driving these sort of incredible valuations of US semiconductor companies and making them the most valuable companies in the world. Now, certainly this US system, unlike in China, is not closed off. It has sort of real opportunities and frankly real dependencies on other partners, kind of Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, and very importantly, Europe are all part of this broader US supply chain. But really, if we look at, we have these 2 different chip supply chains that today are global leaders and that over the next 5-10 years are going to be embarking on a massive new buildup. So really, they're going to be pulling further and further away from the rest of the world, including Europe. So that's the bad news. But let me turn to the good news, because the good news is Europe does not need to choose between going all in on a chip war and competing with the US and China versus just a sort of complete technological colonialism kind of cede the entire sector. There's a third path, there's a middle way here, which is that Europe can double down on its strengths, realize these sort of specific areas where it does have particular comparative advantage, and become an indispensable player in global semiconductor supplies. So in practice, what does this mean? 3 things. I think first, identifying the true vulnerabilities that Europe has. We've seen over the last few weeks, China's action on critical rare earths is a true vulnerability where Europe needs to get its act together, frankly, along with the United States and other countries around the world. Second, again, focus on Europe's own comparative advantages. Where are the strengths? Advanced machinery, R&D, there are things that Europe is doing very well at the moment and can sort of continue to invest in, again, becoming indispensable to other partners around the world. And then third, develop a diplomatic strategy for working with others. Again, the Japan, South Koreas, kind of Taiwans of the world, other sort of middle powers that do not want to be squeezed out of the chip supply chain between the US and China, they are natural partners for Europe, and Europe needs to sort of turn to them and work with them. So finally, let me close here with a warning, because I do think the stakes are very high on this. And there is a real risk that if Europe goes down a more sort of inward-looking, we'll do everything ourselves and sort of build it all ourselves, this is going to not only be unachievable, but it's going to backfire. is going to provoke both the United States, but frankly also Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, other partners, who are going to say, why is Europe turning away from us? They're sort of kicking us out of the European market. We need to sort of avoid that outcome. That's going to be really difficult.
But it's not too late for Europe to compete in the chip war. It's Christina Cafara. Christina is an economist, honorary professor at University College London, and co-founder and chair of the Eurostack initiative. That is a movement that brings together tech, governance, and funding to work towards European tech independence at every level, including chip production. Christina, it's your turn to make the case.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you for having me. So the topic of today's debate is, in fact, a common tech trope, especially from non-European and from tech giants. Europe is too late to compete at X, and you can replace X with almost anything in the digital sphere, hardware, software, and connectivity. And in chip, the story goes, as we heard, well, Europe used to account in some mythical times for 50% of global semiconductors. They're now less than 10%. It has fallen from grace. We heard it. Let us do it for you. Just concentrate on the little cute things that you can do, and we will help you. But let's kind of think, what does it mean, can Europe compete in the chip wars? What does compete in the chip wars means? Does it mean, can we meet our own entire chip demand from a wholly domestic value chain? Does it mean, can we export the chips? What does it mean? The narrative that comes from over there is, well, you little cute ones, you can't afford to invest all these billions that the Americans and the Chinese can do. You got a few pennies. What can you do? Let's just content yourself. This is not realism or pragmatism. This is gaslighting of Europe, and it is certainly a way of psyching us out. So we are in a gold rush for sure. In short, it is not remotely true that there is a competition in which we need to be absolutely of the same size.
We'll get into the debate in earnest in a moment when we come back.
In case you missed it, on the pulse.
Distinguish between companies that are here because they're running international operations, the companies that are indigenous and working with the citizens of the UK, and make sure you get the regulation strategies right. With the rule of law and the great city that London and the great country that UK is, there's plenty of upside.
What do you tell the Prime Minister?
I tell them to make sure the regulation's fair, be the best place for a non-UK based company to operate, and you'll get companies coming here.
Don't miss the pulse, live every weekday.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question. Great question. I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Shevrian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
What I'd love to know from both of you, and I'm going to perhaps lean in a little bit more onto, Jeff, where you took us, on whether or not we need digital sovereignty in this moment. You say that diplomacy is where Europe can play its edge. Well, at the moment, we're hearing about the story of Nexperia, which is the Dutch company that got bought by a Chinese one, and then suddenly the Dutch are having to say that the Chinese are not going to have access to their tech. We're seeing that China is currently having to extricate itself, and the CEO's been removed. Can the Dutch navigate that at this moment? Because that is a key question of diplomacy. At the moment, it doesn't feel like it's going well for either side.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Nexperia case really shows both the geopolitical stakes here, as well as the importance of a nimble and diplomatic Europe to navigate these choppy waters. The question, though, is sort of how much does Europe want to actually bring inside, and how much can it bring inside? And again, there's going to be clear limits to this. Europe is not in a position that it can dominate global supply chains. It's not a position that it can bring it all inside. It's going to have to be very selective in picking and choosing how it, wants to focus on aspects and slices of the semiconductor supply chain rather than covering the full stack. And that means it is going to have to work with partners. It's going to have to work with Japan, Korea, Taiwan's of the world, but also critically, it's going to have to work with the United States.
Eric, you are a man who probably has to navigate already being a diplomat, already sourcing some of your parts in your manufacturing process from other countries. Do you think that you can rely on yourself and Europe to continue to have access in that way? Are you worried about access to certain parts of your supply chain from China?
For sure, Europe will not be able to do everything by itself. That's for sure. Okay. So the point is not about replacing all the potential industry and to have them back in Europe. I think the point is to have a fair part of the game. I really feel insulted when these guys, they say, hey, why don't you play with you in your sandbox? Right. Let us do it. Let us do it. But let me ask you a question. US are very good for fabless design. Excellent. Very bad in terms of manufacturing, right? Why don't US focus on fabless design? Why such a pressure to have manufacturing capabilities in US? I don't understand. So your recommendation for Europe is not applied for US? Why? Europe is getting nervous. We are getting nervous. We feel insulted. We need to react. We have to react, and we will react.
Answer that, therefore, for us a bit, Zach, as to the US does at the moment have this focus on having others, TSMC, Samsung, kind of manufacture in the United States, but also it wants to inject Intel to be able to build once and manufacture in the United States once again. Why shouldn't Europe be doing the same thing, having their own manufacturing as well as their own design, as well as having the whole food chain in the same way as the US seems to be pushing for?
Well, I mean, the US is starting from a completely different position to Europe. It has Intel, it has a US company that knows how to manufacture chips and has done a fairly good job, even though it's faced difficulties in recent years. Whereas in Europe, when we're trying to encourage particularly cutting-edge manufacturing. So, I mean, the other factor, of course, is energy costs, which are a really important factor to consider in terms of whether you're going to be globally competitive in manufacturing. Chips, and Europe is far behind here. We are reliant on imported LNG. We're at a structural disadvantage, and thirdly, we just don't have the public funds. So I mean, like, Europe is heavily indebted. France is at the point of a budget crisis at the moment. Even Germany's public debt has gone up dramatically in recent years. And we have so much else that we have to do at the same time, like take some responsibility for our own defense, given that we can't rely on the US to defend Ukraine anymore.
Christina, should we be dependent on public funds in Europe? Because Trump seems to be showing that you don't need to be dependent on public funds, and he's changing. The CHIPS Act has been done away with, and he's turning towards private capital a little bit more.
Well, capital needs to come from the public purse, also from private sources. It's a combination of the two. It's private and public partnership. But I really resent the framing that says, generically, can Europe compete in a global supply chain? What does it mean? I'm asking you to be specific, because there isn't a thing which is called the chip. There are multiple chips in a range of sizes, in a range of maturity. Some of it is not even yet demanded in Europe. So we go from mature legacy chips, in which Europe is actually quite self-sufficient. All the stuff we need for IoT, for machinery, for cars. Thank you very much.
Christina, this is not going to be the case for long because China is
can you let me finish? Because I didn't. Can you let me finish?
Christina, and then we'll ask you.
Can you let me finish? I'm saying today we are 10% of fabrication, and it is mostly in this mid-range. What we do not have, indeed, is the below 5 nodes, which is the future. Okay, but there hasn't been demand for it, there hasn't been fabrication for it, but there are plans now, is ESMC, there are plans now. We have 9 fabricators in Europe, and investment is going in. We don't have a massive demand. We are not the United States. These things are happening over time.
So the next iteration of chips, not just the ones that go into legacy cars, but they go into the future of cars and make autonomous driving a reality. Should that be on-sourced in Europe to a certain extent?
Look, I think that it's perfectly valid for Europe to want to protect its supply chains, and in some cases that may mean onshoring. In other cases, it's going to mean relying on international partners. The difference, and Christina and Eric have both kind of asked us to be specific here, is that China and the US have much more control over the end-to-end supply chain, either by onshoring or by controlling what other countries are doing. And you can see the way that the US has leaned on Europe. In the case of Nexperia, this has been a key factor, but even before that, ASML, which is a European champion in chips, the US is pressuring the Dutch government, and it has been for years, to limit which countries ASML is allowed to export its machines to. This is completely intolerable.
You're saying that ASML shouldn't be bullied by America, that they should leverage their chokehold a little bit more. Should they be allowing their machinery to go into China, therefore?
I don't know, but the point is that it should be Europeans that decide, right? And this is not currently
You're making my point for digital sovereignty, my friend.
We are a digital colony.
We are a digital colony, and we are not, and we need to regain the loss. You talk about China, though. Let's not confuse. China's been racing to independence or self-reliance, but they are really only mature chips. The Chinese are absolutely nowhere today, and for the foreseeable future, in advanced nodes. China isn't there yet. So it's much more nuanced.
And China is a lot closer than Europe in manufacturing advanced chips. It can do it, just not at scale or very efficiently. China.
And in any event, they don't have a single photovoltaic.
Let's hear from Jeff.
I was just going to say, on the legacy chips issues, it is a very real risk to Europe and frankly to many countries around the world that China, if you look out kind of 2 or 3 years, they are building all the fabs now that they want to completely global, they want to conquer the global market for legacy chips. This is a shared problem that frankly the United States and Europe and every other country around the world faces.
Once again, because we are naive.
But Europe is not going to be able to solve this problem by itself. They're going to have to work with other partners to address the common challenge of China's overcapacity here. And I think a kind of Europe-first strategy is going to frankly kind of provoke
No one is saying Europe protectionism, Europe first. I don't know where you get that from. Eurostack or sovereignty isn't about closing the borders. It's about trying to muscle up a little more what is at the moment a digital colony in which we are invaded by the United States. We are told what to do by the United States, and we fear the Chinese invasion. This is the reality. But Europe can do it. It is in a position to do it. And of course, we want to work with others.
So, Eric, to your point, how much, when it comes to the thing of digital sovereignty, should Europe be in charge of its entire food chain in the same way that China is aiming to in the next iteration of chips? Do you think you will ultimately have to work with other players? Is that just the reality, but we should have a little bit more of an ability to manufacture at the same time as be able to do the IP, the design, maybe even have the raw materials? Do you want to go as far as having some of these rare earth metals here?
Once again, I think there is no doubt that Europe cannot control everything, that's for sure. It's back to my question, is about how much of a cake can we get?
And you want more cake?
I want more cake, yes.
We do want more cake.
We all want more cake.
Yeah, you want our cake.
And it sounds that some countries, they don't want us to have any cake. Second is about, okay, we want not only to have some cake, but we want others to depend on us also a little bit, so that when we depend on them, we can balance that, and we can negotiate.
The difference, though, is that this is not the US and Chinese positions. They want to squeeze Europe out. And at the moment, they can, right? Like, you look at Trump's policies in trade on chips, and he wants to create these AI stacks and packages where if you want to buy anything from America in the AI value chain, you have to buy the AI models, you have to buy the chips, you have to use the US design. And so it's really making it extremely difficult for Europe to have countervailing leverage. And the number one reason for that is EU dependence on US defense. And so that has to be our first priority.
And Jeff, I want to go to that as in the opportunity cost was one that you tried to put across. If we're going to put public funds, public effort into the chip stack, well, then defense tech has to take a back seat. Is that the way in which you see it?
I think so, right? I mean, look, the inconvenient truth here is that Europe has many dependencies at the moment, sort of built up over decades. And I sort of agree. I think many on the stage agree there's sort of a shift towards a more kind of autonomous, capable Europe should be welcomed in Europe and frankly will be welcomed in the United States, I think. The question is sort of, in a world of trade-offs and in a world of limited capital, where are you going to make your big bets? And I would offer that putting a big bet on the chip stack does not make sense relative to more sort of core defense. There's a huge need for a big buildup of the European defense industry. That is going to be expensive. It can take lots of effort, lots of energy, all the inputs that we've been talking about. Are we going to sort of sacrifice what we are doing on defense to instead make a big bet on chips? We have to make hard choices here.
Do you agree that it's an...
No, I think there is something I would like to clarify is, based on what you said, it looks like it will be a massive investment for Europe to be part of the game. And that was my point. I mean, these US companies, yes, they are investing hundreds of billions. I think that's stupid, personally. We don't need to do that. I agree, for sure. But does it mean that we need to give up? Not at all.
And we will be right back after this break.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency. Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
A time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg. Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute aerospace news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Guy Johnson at the Dubai Air Show, and this is Bloomberg.
What I'd love to start doing is involving the audience because they are putting through some really interesting questions here. And there's one that I think already we could go into the world of regulation and money that's already been put to bear? Because Europe hasn't been without trying when we think about the way in which they want interoperability with Gaia X, when we've seen money be put into the first, what was seen as the CHIPS Act of Europe. Now we're thinking of a CHIPS Act 2.0. And from our audience, we're starting to hear about how the real problem is empowering action, actually, in Europe. And the question is how has already you been helped by Europe with regulation or incentives, or how have you yet to be unleashed with the help of more regulation or less, as the case may be?
So this is definitely something I can share, because it's been around for the last 10 years. And let's be honest, I mean, at Calais, we experienced firsthand the difficulties being a semiconductor in Europe. Difficulties to raise money, very difficult. But it's not only about money. It's also difficulties to build strategic partnership with early customers. There are not so many companies willing to take risk to work in advance with companies like us in Europe. They prefer to work with US, with American guys. Difficulties to strike also strategic partnership. And also a lot of political talk.
Jeff, when you're looking at prior examples of Europe trying to incentivize or subsidize or bring together and work as a whole, are you optimistic that we could see future regulatory changes that does incentivize more growth within?
Not regular. So we'll see. I mean, look, I think, going back to Eric's point on sort of what size of the cake do we need? I think, there's this figure out there of sort of 20% of global supply, which is that sort of, Europeans have been throwing that out for decades, it feels like. And sort of back to sort of 2013, the goal was to get to 20% of global market. So, the CHIPS Act a few years ago, restating goal to get 20% of the market. Meanwhile, they've basically sort of flatlined around sort of 10, 11%. So again, we've been hearing the idea of we need a bigger share for a very long time. And you guys have not seen anything that convinces me there's a credible path to get there. And again, I'm sort of open to hearing what that path is. But if you do not have these sort of big hundreds of billions of dollars that the US and China are going to be throwing at it to kind of get their piece of share, I don't know where it's coming from. I think there is a kind of procurement side, but procurement's not going to get you very far here.
So I'm not quite sure I want to listen to this condescendence with which you say you've been talking about 20% forever. The US has collapsed in fabrication in the last 30 years. You're nowhere. You're below 10%. And only because you're spending all this billion, you might get up to 15. So let's not get kind of crazy and thinking that what you are going to do is 80% of the market. No, you're still going to be below 20, okay? So let's just be clear. So
is that a right amount of the cake?
Well, the cake is divided between a number of people. The Taiwan has got the lion's share. Of course, the US is trying to grow. China has grown. Europe has been fairly stable, around 8, 9, 10%, and there it remains. There is no prediction that Europe is going to collapse to 5%. None, zero, zilch. Go to every analyst report. It is still 8, 9, 10%. So we ain't doing too badly, okay? So we are not...
But is it self-sufficient with 8, 9?
The question is to do what? This trope that somehow we need to be in the global war, I don't get it. We need to think about what we need, which is automotive, AI, defense. These kind of chips are in part mid-sized chips, in part new chips, and we've got the fabrication in train to do it. We have fabless, we have design, we have superpowers in Europe. We have the design that can actually, to the point of energy, trade power and heat and speed in a way that is actually very attractive. We have superheroes in design. We have, indeed, our old friend ASML, but not only. We have Zeiss, we have IMEC. We have a number of very capable players. Yes, okay, this is a world in which we are dependent. It hurts me and pains me that Europe has capitulated to the extent that it has to buy these 40 billion of chips. Was that because we wanted? No, because we were with our back against the wall and we were told we will not defend you very much. And against this background, you want us to say, okay, let's do diplomacy, let's be friends. No, we need to be more sovereign. We need to be doing more of our own stuff.
With what regulation?
We can't do that without defense.
No, I'm not saying without defense. Of course we need that defense, but that's what I'm saying is that we are with our back against the wall, and we have to accept this blackmailing, which involved this acquiring all these chips that we could possibly do also here. How? We have plans. There are plans, public-private partnerships. There is money coming from the state.
We will have made and have the manufacturing to make the chips of the future that will service
we
Europe
will
enough?
make a share of it.
The right size of cake.
I mean, as Eric says, the issue is access to market. Are we going to be able to sell? When you're looking at the gigafactories, people building the gigafactories are saying the only question is we will fill them with NVIDIA chips and Microsoft servers, or will we have some European customers in there? That is the question that we as Europeans need. So
Europeans need to buy European made. So how are you going to incentivize that? Is that something that regulation will bring to bear, Eric? Well, Eric, to make sure that he has the right customers?
You know, I'm allergic to regulation in the sense that in Europe we spend so much time regulating and not building, and that has been one of our main problems. But for sure. We also have an upside-down procurement system. Do you know that in America, in the US, buy American is the default. In China, not even talk about it. In Korea, in Japan, buy Korean, buy Japanese. You know what the default is in Europe? Buy from everywhere. Because we're fair. It's like, are you serious? And if we decide that we're going to buy European, it's discriminatory. We're going to get the lawyers on our back. We're going to get the WTO on our back.
Eric, is that true? Serious? Is that something you feel?
Yeah, it is very true. It's very true. I mean, of course, I mean, I've been trying to do business in China. If you're not Chinese, you cannot. That's for sure. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, America, of course, I mean, when they look at European companies, they say, hey, guys, come on, you're in Europe. So I think I think for me there are three questions. The first one is, okay, should we compete? I think definitely yes.
And I think your agreement would be yes. Yes, we should compete.
Second one is, can we compete? And that's my point. I think we don't need hundreds of billions of cash. Okay, yes, we can. And the third question is it a fair game? And so do we need to play fair or unfair? And now, let's look at the others. How does US try to bring back manufacturing? Tariff. Is that fair? How is China catching up? Imposing their own champion. Is that fair? And we in Europe? Yes, we're open. Freedom. Guys, come in. Enjoy.
So you would want to see either use of tariffs or indeed ensuring that you have to...
I think we need to recognize this game is not fair.
Stay with us. Coming up, more of this debate.
We are in such an incredibly exciting moment with AI. It is really the most profound technology of our lifetimes. And I think it has the potential to help us rethink literally everything. The potential for economic impact, societal benefit is honestly boundless. When we think about the economic impact for Europe in particular, it's around a 1.2 trillion euro estimate of the productivity growth that can be unlocked. This platform shift that we are living through, I think, is going to create untold amounts of value for the world, but also for the businesses and for economies, which is why I'm incredibly optimistic in this moment for Europe, but also for the whole world.
How do you think about job losses or safety for some of the AI tools?
You know, I hear the anxiety and I understand the anxiety about jobs. I think that we are certainly going to live through a massive transition about how people learn to work alongside these tools. I mean, the reality is I do think there'll be some number of jobs that are displaced. I think it is a smaller number maybe than some anticipate. We estimate it's around 7%. And I think what's important is that we have programs that help those 7% transition into new fields of work. I think what is more likely is that most of us are going to learn to work alongside these tools. So we estimate about 2/3 of us. If you think about the tasks you do in your daily life, when you look at every industry, there are administrative tasks happening everywhere, and that's what AI is most helpful in improving.
The key issue right now for us in the diamond space is the declared divestment of Anglo from DBS. And as you know, Anglo holds 85% stake in DBS. Botswana, the government of the Republic of Botswana holds 15%. We are resolute now, and we've communicated a firm intention to increase our stake in DBS to a controlling stake. We have lined up a number of potential collaborators with us, if I may put it that way. We have targeted funders, we have parties, we have the Oman Sovereign Wealth Fund, we have others who are willing and ready.
bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Seoul, South Korea, and this is Bloomberg.
Didn't really think I had a problem.
I would isolate, self-medicate. Like 48.5 million Americans, they didn't choose addiction. Go to shatterproof.org/findtreatment. Watch the film No More Secrets and find out how you can get help. That's shatterproof.org/findtreatment.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
Zach, we have more questions from the audience that I'm going to start folding in. And one of them is about when you think about the opportunity cost of defense tech versus investing in chips and the full tech stack. Well, have you got a unified idea of what Europe looks like and how they're going to agree to defense tech investment, let alone chip tech investment? How do you think we can have as one feeling around Europe? Because a lot of the issues with regulation is that countries want to compete one-on-one against each other in Europe rather than see each other as a whole.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a really key point, right? So the Draghi report is something that we all talk about in Europe today. It was a series of recommendations to make the single market work so countries are not competing against each other. But you read it, and 5 years ago, you saw reports that said the same thing. 10 years ago, you saw exactly the same thing. 15 years ago, you saw the same thing. The Lisbon strategy, the Monti report, these are not new ideas. And so even now, when it's more important than ever that we have a single market in Europe and that we speak as one voice, the political reforms are just not happening. You know, a think tank recently found that 11% of Draghi's recommendations were being picked up and on the path to adoption. Like, this is insane. Like, this is an existential crisis for Europe, and we're not taking it seriously. And the question is, if we're not now, when things are so dire for Europe, it doesn't seem like we ever can.
You know, defense and tech are not an either-or. Much of the investment that goes into tech is defense investment, because we're talking about chips that go into drones, that go into equipment. So we are not talking about two things that are competing necessarily. And of course, I mean, if you take the debate to, is Europe a wonderful kind of institution where we do everything right? Come on, why we're in the gutter if that's the case? It's not. But the point is, can we Europeans do something? I am not pessimistic. You say you don't see a path. What do you want, a roadmap? It's not going to happen from
We're quite good at roadmaps. It's just following.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen from Europe. But there is a swell of businesses in Europe which are doing, investing, buying, selling. And this effort is real because demand is there, because the necessity is there, because the geopolitical environment has made this essential.
But Eric, can you depend on Germany, on Hungary, on Poland buying your chips?
Of course.
Is it happening?
Yes, of course. I mean, of course, you license a lot of IP from very different countries, tools, working with Siemens, for example. Of course.
But I think we're buying a lot more NVIDIA chips, to be fair, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, okay, very good. Fabulous.
And there's not really a path out of that we can see.
Is there a path out of that?
We just roll over under the sofa.
Is there a path out of that? Is there a way in which the AI, the part of the chips that you're supplying at the moment, can be used instead of an NVIDIA, or you think that Europe can build a champion that we won't need to rely on an NVIDIA in Europe?
So we're back to unfair game. Okay? So the current situation is that there is a kind of de facto monopoly of NVIDIA right now on the market. Full stop. Right. And mainly actually based on their CUDA ecosystem. Okay, everybody is using CUDA, and that's, I mean, they did very well.
For those who haven't heard of CUDA before.
Yeah, well, so basically it's the way you program on top of GPUs, and they impose their own proprietary environment. So basically, if you're a researcher, if you're a student, you use their GPUs, so basically whatever you develop runs only on NVIDIA. So it's a massive issue, and they've played very, very well. It's a standard business practice. It's a little bit unfair, but standard business practice. And so that's why I said that by playing smart, by pushing open source, by also playing competition amongst the main US players, because that's something that we can leverage as European, then we can unblock the industry.
How much of the cake should Europe have versus NVIDIA in the GPU and future AI accelerator business?
I would tend to say that if Europe can get 15 to 20% of a market share, that will be enough for first attract VCs, right? Because the cake is so big that if you can guarantee that 15% of the market share will be allocated to European players, I can guarantee you that tomorrow I will raise billions, right? Market is so big. And then that means that because we will start having a market, then we will be very, very relevant also for manufacturing, right? Because if you don't have any volume production, nobody wants to install manufacturing capabilities, right? Mm-hmm. So it's a vicious circle. Okay. So once again, and it can take place in five years. It's not about tomorrow. So I think we can be smart, definitely.
I'll go to another audience question. In that being smart, Jeff, should Europe be manufacturing in Europe by bringing TSMC over to build in Germany, to bringing Intel and then Intel pulling out of building in Germany? Or should there be more of an ideal that a European fabric company should be building here?
So look, my view is that Europe, by being open to foreign investment, again, I would kind of put some caveats on it in terms of sort of allied governments. I would sort of think we should have sort of, big Chinese companies coming in to build all of our chips here for sure. But I do think Europe kind of working with other allied companies is a good path forward. But again, I have a question, how much of that needs to actually be built in Europe versus kind of have a broader distributed kind of manufacturing supply chain here. And I understand, the United States is making a big push to onshore a lot of chip making, but they're also very realistic that they're not going to bring everything back onshore.
I'm interested, Christina, on that point. We have seen rumblings and reporting coming from Bloomberg News that the EU is potentially looking at taking a leaf out of China's book. Maybe they would say, okay, if you build here, you need to share some of your IP with us. We need to be understanding exactly what sort of technology is being used, and there needs to be a sharing and a reciprocity that has always been expected in China when you go over and manufacture with a partner. Is that something that would look good as a regulatory response?
Well, that's for discussion. The reality is that no one is actually, at the moment, contemplating a purely TSMC or Chinese manufacturer in Europe. There is consortia. This is the way to go. There are consortia, NXP, Infineon, Bosch, Global Foundries, creating consortia in Dresden. And yes, Dresden, yes, because that's where the car industry also is. And that's why we need them there. It is all very well to say, you don't need them all in Europe. Well, we need quite a bit in Europe because we need those chips for what? Assisted driving cars, all of those things which are existential to Europe. We're not just talking about nice to have. It is an absolute core industry for Europe, and defense, again, and AI. So these things are happening. I break it to you, this is not just a pipeline dream. It is currently happening in very large measure because of what is happening elsewhere, because of the concern that we are going to be locked out, because of the concern that we are being competed against unfairly, we're going to be coerced against. So this is happening, and I absolutely refuse to believe that we are at the end of time and we should give up. This is again something that, as a narrative, as Europeans, we should refute.
And with a lasting statement there, Zach, do you think it is that you're demanding something small and cute of Europe, or is it that you're saying there's different parts that should be the focus? Or rather than trying to go for an entire, should there be an ability that if all the taps got turned off internationally, Europe should still be able to build its own AI chip at the future?
No, I mean, the strengths that Europe has are incredible, and they're incredibly important to the supply chain. They are indispensable. And so these aren't cute, fun little things. Lithography is not cute and fun. I mean, the amounts of money that ASML spends on R&D are extraordinary, and there's a reason why China and the US can't catch up. So when we look at why why Europe isn't able to compete in the chip war, it's not about that we don't have the companies. It's about we are beholden to the US for things like defense. We require China for things like rare earths. And so, so this isn't cute stuff. If we are able to leverage ourselves as an international player, if we can speak with United Europe, we really ought to be able to have a better leverage in international discussions and to be able to rely on other countries that have what we need as well.
But you keep going back to the same language. Europe cannot compete. What does compete mean? Does it mean a price war? Does it mean flooding the market? Does it mean
I started my opening remarks by defining the chip war, right? How is China and the US different to other countries?
Yeah.
And the reason is they have so much control and ambitions to control the end-to-end supply chain, to coerce other countries in terms of what their policies are, in terms of who they sell to, or where they're allowed to invest, whether they're forced to buy US chips or not. We aren't in a position to do the same.
I think this is a good moment to then be summarising our arguments. I'm going to start with Zach Myers, arguing Europe is too late to compete in the chip war. Zach, give us your last 90-second push to convince the audience.
Thank you, Caroline. We've spoken so much in this debate today about what the size of the pie is and how much Europe is entitled to, and that isn't really what this debate is about. Obviously, Europe can compete at various points, but what distinguishes us from the US and China is the control that they can leverage over the end-to-end supply chain, which is in part because of the strengths they have in parts of that supply chain, but it's also because of things like security and the military investments and the reliance that the EU has on the US. And so, this isn't about giving up. Actually, I think our side strongly believe that Europe has a bright future in a lot of the chip supply chain. But this isn't a discussion about the size of the pie. This is about what we can do to make sure that we are indispensable and that we can rely on other countries and treat them as reliable partners. And to do that, we need to build up on our strengths and not just try to plaster over our weaknesses. That's never been how the chip supply chain works.
Next up to give closing remarks is Eric Basis. Eric, you're arguing it's not too late for Europe. Please tell us why.
No, it's not too late. And I would like to give you an example of why it's not too late. Let's imagine you are in the 60s. IBM just actually launched the new mainframe. It cost a fortune, right? It's a result of IBM research centers and the result of decades of scientific progress. It's the beginning of a new era, the computing era. Now imagine you are a company in the 60s or a government. You want to be part of this game, right? Part of this industry. What do you think? Would you buy thousands of these mainframes costing a fortune? Whereas you know that in 2 or 5 years, they will be completely obsolete? Or will you buy a few of them, learn from them, and invest in what will be important for the next battle? This is where we are in terms of AI. Let US invest billions and billions and billions in buying GPUs. We don't care. They basically evangelize the market. They help us understand what we can do with AI. Now, yes, let's leverage our strength. Let's focus and invest on what will be the next wave. Next wave will be about power. The next wave will be about trust, security. The next wave will be about having an AI that you can trust, that share your own culture, that share your own value. This is something we can do because these are the strengths of Europe. We can make it.
Eric, we thank you. Jeff Gertz is up next. Jeffrey, tell us why it is too late for Europe to compete.
Great, wonderful. Thank you, Caroline. So again, thanks to everybody for joining us here. So look, I think there's a lot we agree with on this stage. I think we agree semiconductors are a key sector that have both economic and geopolitical spillovers, and so are kind of important, more important than the kind of average run-of-the-mill sector for nations developing their own kind of long-term strategies here. We also agree there are real sort of pockets of success in Europe's semiconductor sector. Sort of, we've talked about ASML a lot today. Obviously, nobody here that thinks that ASML kind of cannot compete, right? That is sort of a foolish statement to say. But we also know that there's sort of real vulnerabilities that face this sector. We've talked a little bit about critical rare earths. Again, that's a kind of core vulnerability that Europe needs to address. And I think there are also vulnerabilities thinking about kind of core defense chips, and it makes sense to have a sort of small pocket of chips available for core defense needs. Europe does need that. But I think kind of the question really here is like, does it make sense for Europe to go in to sort of say, yes, we want to be a competitor in the chip war? I go back to this question Christina raised, sort of what does it really mean to be competitive here? Again, I think it means Europe is choosing to say, yes, we want to keep pace with the US and China. We want to be a player in this space.
No.
And I don't think there's a sort of path forward for that. So, that's not to say, again, we all agree, I think, nobody's calling for Europe to give up on semiconductors altogether, but you need to be smart and strategic in choosing where you are deploying limited capital, limited energy, limited sort of frankly bureaucratic and political willpower, and it's not clear that a big chip strategy is the place to go.
Well said. Jeffrey, we thank you. And lastly, we hear from Christina.
Well, I'm afraid there is a lot we disagree with on this panel. And I think that to the definition that Zach came up with, we continue to hear compete in the chip wars. And your definition is, can Europe be in any way near the way in which the US and China dominate the global, the end-to-end, these are the words you use, global supply chains. The US is nowhere near the end-to-end supply chain. You are screwed when it comes to rare minerals. You don't have fabrication which compares to your ambitions, and you don't have anything like lithographic of your own. So look, end-to-end global supply chains, I beg to differ. And then China, as we discussed, has got a lot in the mature end, is nowhere in the advanced stuff. So what are we talking about? Europe is similarly in a position of having significant strengths in other ways. All we hear is we don't have the billions. As we hear, throwing billions at data center may not be very smart going forward. So I think we're being gaslit. Frankly, this is the trope that Europe cannot compete is something which is being thrown at us. It is completely non-credible. When globalization was a collective drug, we accepted that it was fine to have somewhat regional specialization. It is no longer acceptable for Europe to be relying on others in the rest of the world to the extent that it does. We need to build capacity locally. Of course, we do not have as an objective or a realistic goal independence, but we need to build more, and that is non-negotiable.
Christina, thank you. And that concludes our program. We will continue to analyze Europe's constantly changing role in the chip war, as they might be known, across Bloomberg News. I want to thank our audience for your questions. They were wonderful. I was so pleased to be able to ask so many of them. Thanks to our teams at Open to Debate and at Bloomberg, who made all of this a reality through our partnership. And finally, huge thanks to such a wonderful set of debaters today. Zach, Jeffrey, Christina, Eric, for approaching this debate with an open mind, or for bringing your thoughtful disagreement to the table. That is what you brought, Christina. And for being open to debate, everyone. Thank you for all coming out.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
The phone is, what's great about it is it's a well-developed gaming ecosystem, right? So, folks know to find games there, but it's also a highly competitive gaming ecosystem. So its developedness gives you both that upside and the downside. But what's exciting is that now we are moving beyond the phone to the TV. So I mentioned like one of the big gaming areas we're going after. One of the big gaming areas we're going after now is, social gaming experiences that will show up on your TV. So we are now announcing, we're going to announce here actually, that we're going to have these social party games that you can play on your TV with your phone as the controller. And it's things like, recognizable games like Boggle, you got Pictionary, we've got a Lego party game. We, basically are gonna unleash this with a bunch of creators, and they're gonna go figure out stuff that we didn't even imagine that they can do with that interactivity.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question. Great question. I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Some people travel to see the world. I travel to question the forces that shape entire nations.
No, it was impossible.
My name is Professor Hannah Fry. I want to meet the people with unexpected stories to tell and dig up the peculiar and wonderful treasures that reveal what a country is made of.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Watch Horizon's Middle East and Africa every trading day at midnight Eastern Time, only on Bloomberg.
This is my kitchen table and also my filing system. Over much of the past 3 decades, I've been an investor. The highest calling of mankind, I've often thought, was private equity. And then I started interviewing.
While I watch your interviews, I know how to do some interviewing.
I've learned in doing my interviews how leaders make it to the top.
I asked him how much he wanted. He said $250. I said, fine. I didn't negotiate with him, and I did no due diligence.
I have something I'd like to sell, and how they stay there. You don't feel inadequate now because being only the second wealthiest man in the world, is that right? Perhaps the most impactful justice of the Supreme Court over the last 50 years was Justice Anthony Kennedy. He served in the court for 30 years and wrote some of the court's most impactful decisions. I had a chance recently to sit down with Justice Kennedy, talk about his life on the court, his life outside the court, and how he really tried to influence the court in many different ways that I think are quite important for the American people. Let me ask you at the outset, why did you decide to write this book now?
I wanted to write about Sacramento, a small town in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. My children grew up in Sacramento, but they didn't know about those earlier decades, and my grandchildren didn't know Sacramento at all. So it seemed to me interesting to me to write about that time in our culture. Our generation was right after the Great Generation. Right. And the small town, there was a courtesy, there was a professionalism that were simply wonderful. I wanted to write about that. Supreme Court, the first thing many people do is they forget about the Sacramento part. They want to read about the recent cases, so they look. But we wanted to have this for our children and our grandchildren to read. And then, as the writing went on, it seemed to me people were saying that it might be of interest to others. So
for those people that have not been a justice of the Supreme Court, and you were on the court for 30 years, what's the greatest thrill about being on the court, and what's the biggest downside to being on the court?
The biggest thrill is that you have only cases in which the law has been undecided. And you recognize that what you're doing is exploring the law, and you know that after you write what the law is, or what you think it is, there's a whole new vista, a whole new realm to explore, and that's the fascinating part of it. We only take cases in which other courts have disagreed. In India, the Supreme Court has to take every case, and they have a 50,000 case backlog or something. But we select only the cases in which other courts have disagreed. And so that's the fascinating part, is that you are on the frontier of the law, and what you write is the beginning of a frontier because there's new things to explore.
For those people that aren't familiar how you decide, let's go through the process. You have people who want to appeal to the Supreme Court. They have something called a writ of certiorari, and you accept about You have to have 4 justices agree to accept
it's called the rule of 4. You need four justices to grant a petition for certiorari. Petition for certiorari is a motion to please take our case. And the court has thousands of petitions of certiorari each year, but they select only those cases where the courts are in conflict and where they think where we think the guidance of the court will be helpful.
When the cases are taken, the briefs are submitted by the lawyers. Do you talk to each other, the justices, before you actually hear oral arguments, or you just read the briefs and then you go to the oral argument and you don't talk to each other before you actually hear the oral argument?
We're very careful not to talk to each other before, in part just in fairness to the lawyers, and we don't want cliques where you and I agree or you and I disagree, and I don't tell you what I've talked to the other judge. We don't do that.
After you hear the oral arguments, you go back to a conference, and you have a airtight room so nobody can listen to what you're saying, and so forth, and nobody is allowed in the room other than the justices.
Right, and we have a double door just to remind everybody that what goes on in there is absolutely private forever.
Right. So then you begin to say what your views are and who decides to speak first, who gets to speak first and who speaks last.
The Chief Justice speaks first. The next most senior justice, senior because he or she has been there the longest. Seniority is not by age, but how long you've been around. If you're the most junior and it's 4-4, it's very exciting because everybody is listening to what you're going to say.
So who decides who writes the opinions? Who decides that?
Let's assume there's a majority and a dissent. Sometimes they're unanimous. There are a lot more unanimous opinions than most people think. The senior justice in the majority assigns the majority, and the senior justice in the dissent assigns the dissent.
Does any justice ever go down to another justice's chambers and say, you know what, I really don't like your opinion, but I'll support you if you support me on another case? Do you ever do that kind of horse trading?
No, that would be totally improper. Might even be illegal. You never trade votes, ever.
Nothing improper or illegal in Washington will ever happen, right?
Ever. So. Plus, we don't go to the other chambers. We send it by memo. But everybody gets a copy of that memo.
So the justices read the memos. They may change their mind and the opinions, but more times when you were on the court, you were the 5-4 in the majority than anybody else, I think.
I think that's right. Yeah.
So when you're 5-4 in the majority and you're making the real decisions because you're the deciding vote, does that put a special burden on you to really make sure you're comfortable with the decision?
You want the views of your other colleagues to indicate that you're going in the right direction or the wrong direction, and there's a lot of interchange in the memos that way, and that's how we try to put a majority together. Sometimes you're assigned a majority opinion, and you'll get a memo, "Dear Tony, I've read your draft opinion. It seems to me better to wait to read the dissent." You say, "Oh, what's going to go on?" Or sometimes you write a dissent and say, you're on the other way around. You convince other people.
Let's talk about Bush v. Gore. You wrote the per curiam opinion, which meant that it's for the whole court. You didn't put your name on it. Was that a very difficult decision for the court to get involved in the case and then make the decision that would decide the election?
Not a difficult decision at all. 7 of us agreed with you to take it. Can you have a state court decide who's going to be the president of the United States and say, well, we're too busy to take it? Gore bought the case, not Bush. Gore bought the case. And the rule is that if you're unsuccessful in the lower court and you come to the Supreme Court, you're the so-called petitioner and your name is first. So it was Bush who bought the case at the Supreme Court, so it was called Bush versus Gore. But Gore was the one who started the case. 7 of us agreed that we should take the case. And more than a majority, 6 or 7, agreed that there was a legal wrong. The question was how to remedy the legal wrong.
In that case,
and that was 5-4.
Ultimately, 5-4. The 5 people who were for Bush were Republican appointees. The 4 who were for Gore were the Democratic appointees. Some people said that showed the court was really political. How do you respond to that?
To begin with, that's wrong. Souter and Stevens were both Republican appointees.
Okay. All right, so you don't think the court was hurt by the perception that it was a political decision?
Yeah, the court's always hurt, it seems to me, if we look political. One of my concerns, my present-day concerns, is there's too much partisanship. Presidents appoint justices from their same party. But the partisanship should not be an overriding factor. What you look at is temperament, learning, background, reputation, whether or not you have those qualities of independence and caution that make for a good judge. And the partisanship is overemphasized in the Senate during the nomination process. They should not emphasize it so much.
So you will be always remembered for, among other things, the decision you wrote to legalize gay marriage.
Yes.
And was that a difficult decision for you to come to? And have you found any reason why people are upset about that? Or do you think the court will ever reverse that decision?
Of course people are upset about it, and it was a very difficult decision. When we were growing up, the gay movement was just something we just didn't know much about or to think much about. With my clerks, we spent days researching the history of marriage, reading the Bible, and great works of jurisprudence before the Christian era. For me, the important and perhaps deciding factor was the children. We were amazed to find that at first it looked like 75,000 children were adopted by gay parents, and then it turned out they were in the hundreds of thousands. And these children were in states that did not allow gay marriage at a disadvantage. If the child was sick, only the adopting parent, not the spouse, could come to see the child in the hospital. The kids would have to say they don't have to have two parents. The stigma and the hardship on the children was a very important factor for those of us in the majority.
You have been concerned about civility generally in life, and you think civil discourse is an important thing in our country. Increasingly, you see dissenting opinions in the Supreme Court aren't quite as civil as maybe you might prefer. And is that of concern to you? You're not on the court now, but is it a concern that sometimes the justices are very uncomplimentary of each other's views?
Yes, it's of great concern to me that our civil discourse, our civic discourse, is not civil enough. Aristotle said that a democracy depends on an open debate where you respect the dignity of those with whom you disagree. He said democracies only live if they are sustained over a period of time by a thoughtful, rational discourse, a discourse in which you respect the dignity of those with whom you disagree. And I think that's a danger in our present day and age. What do they call it? Political identity. If you're a member of party X, then we just assume you have all these views and we don't like you or we do like you. This is not good for our public and for our national discourse. And we have to remember, David, the rest of the world looks at the United States to see how democracy works.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Burden in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg. in case you missed it on The Pulse.
We distinguish between companies that are here because they're running international operations, the companies that are indigenous and working with the citizens of the UK, and make sure you get the regulation strategies right. With the rule of law and the great city that London and the great country that UK is, there's plenty of upside.
What do you tell the Prime Minister?
I tell them to make sure the regulation's fair, be the best place for a non-UK based company to operate, and you'll get companies coming here.
Don't miss The Pulse, live every weekday.
So let's go back through your background for those who aren't familiar with it. You were born where?
Sacramento, California.
And your father was what, a lawyer?
My father was a solo practitioner and had an amazing law practice.
And your mother?
My mother had come to Sacramento, that's how she met him, from San Francisco in order to work for the state government, and she had been a teacher as well.
What were your interests as a boy?
We were interested in our family in government. I learned to read at a very early age, reading classic literature when I was 8 or 9 years old. And so I was a little bored in school, and my parents thought it would be a good idea for me to be a page boy, the only page boy at the state senate.
You must have done pretty well in high school. You got into Stanford. Was it hard to get into Stanford those days, or not that hard?
It was hard to pay for it.
Stanford has a good law school. My son went to Stanford Law School. Why wasn't Stanford Law School the one you went to? Why did you choose to go all the way to the East at Harvard Law School? And had you ever been to the East before?
If you had a list of we'll make it up, the 10 finest law professors in the country, 6 or 8 of them would have been at Harvard. It was simply amazing. Stanford was also very, very good. But
Harvard Law School has a lot of lawyers that come to Wall Street and do something important like practice corporate law on Wall Street. And how come you decided not to do that, to go back west?
It was important for me to go back home. Plus, my father was not well. It seemed to me important to help the family, and he wanted me to at least begin, even if I were practicing in San Francisco with a big firm. He wanted me to know what the structure of the legal profession was.
Where did you meet your wife, Mary?
Mary was also from Sacramento. Our families knew each other. Mary's younger, and so we didn't date in high school because the 3.5 years is a pretty big thing. But we knew each other.
You had 3 children.
And 9 grandchildren.
9. So you like the number 9, like on the court.
Right. Right.
The downside to being on the court is you can't talk to your wife ever about what you're doing?
No.
Okay.
Mary would never know what I was working on, what the case was, whether I was writing a majority or dissent. She didn't even know what the case was, and she'd read about it in the newspaper. She said, "Oh, you decided that case?" I said, "Well, yes."
So you're practicing in Sacramento, and then somebody gets elected governor of California, and he asks for some advice. And that person's name was Ronald Reagan. So
Yes.
You got to know Ronald Reagan?
Yes. We first met before he was running for governor at some event in San Francisco. Reagan had some friends who were mutual friends, and we began to talk. And I said, "There's a few things you should never ask me." I said, "One is about politics." I said, "I know about it the way most people know about it, but so far as all the insider things that you have," and he had one of the best political teams ever assembled, and he didn't need any advice from me. So I said, "Don't ask me about politics." And I said, "Second, don't ever ask me who should be appointed a judge." And he said, "Oh, that's where you can really help." And I said, "Well, maybe so and maybe no, but if you get, as a lawyer," and I had small cases, but I would go in the counties around Sacramento to appear in court. And if you get the reputation as a judge maker or a judge breaker, it's not good. The judge is going to either lean over towards you or lean maybe against you to show that he's fair. And so I just didn't want that. So I said, "Don't ever ask me who should be appointed a judge."
Did you ever show him your Reagan imitation?
No, I don't think so. But he had a wonderful sense of humor, and he asked me. He wanted to have a state California ballot proposal, which would cut government spending, and so he asked me to draft the amendment. And I said, well, I don't know anything about budgets or bonds or special appropriations fund. He said, oh, this is an amendment to the Constitution, and you teach constitutional law. I said, no. That the constitutional law I teach has nothing to do with what you're talking about. He says, you mean you can't write something that we're spending too much money? So I said, okay. So as it turned out, I told him that if he could, there were 2 or 3 very brilliant people that were acquaintances of mine. Pretty soon, Reagan got up and talked. He could absorb a briefing, David, better than any client I ever had.
He later called you and said Gerald Ford asked him for a recommendation to be on the 9th Circuit Court of Appeals, and he recommended you, although you were only 38 years old.
Right.
You were confirmed easily, and then a couple years later, Reagan is President of the United States.
Yes.
Did you ever think he would be President of the United States when you first met him?
When his name started to surface, I thought, there is a possibility here.
Okay, all right, so he gets to be President of the United States. He has a vacancy on the Supreme Court, and he calls you to be considered for it, and you come in for the interview.
Yes.
He nominates you, and you get confirmed by 97-0.
Yes.
The last justice to be confirmed unanimously. So, okay. So you get on the court. This is, I think, the only time in the Supreme Court's history where you had the same 9 justices for 11 years.
Yes.
So you worked together with these same people for 11 years. Did you get tired of seeing them every day or not, really?
Just the opposite. It would be, we were together so long, you knew what I knew, that you knew what I knew you were going to say, and we could more or less begin from there. And we knew sometimes we wanted to really work hard to convince each other, which we sometimes did in conference. You didn't always go into conference knowing exactly how the case should come out. You hear things that you had not thought of before, and you see new possibilities for the law, because after you decide something, there's a whole new realm for which to explore the future.
This is a 15, 16 grams tuna. Then sushi rice is still a little bit warm. So take one, like a very, don't make it too tight. So from now, and very light, like a little bowl. Put wasabi in the middle. Then my process 1 to 6. 1. This is putting the between the lights air. Then make the 4 fingers curl. Make sushi shape. Then touch this. 2. Then turn. Now these 2 fingers, top to the bottom, make the sushi shape more beautiful. 3. Then, looks like pushing, not pushing. 3, 4, turn, same way, 5, and 6. So this is the 1 to 6.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up to the minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Sherian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
what would you like people to know about the court, and they might get by reading your book that they might not already know?
They should know more precisely how collegial it really is. We know that if you and I are justices together, we know we would disagree. We're supposed to disagree. That's our job. But the question is how we disagree. The interaction on the court is much more fascinating than most people know. You hear things that you had not thought of before, and you see new possibilities for the law, because after you decide something, there's a whole new realm for which to explore the future. It was my privilege to serve with 17 different justices.
Your book is called Life, Law, and Liberty, and I enjoyed reading it, certainly, but I want to ask you a final question.
You stayed awake? Well, that's good.
Why? It is said by some that if you see the word liberty in an opinion, you know it's written by Justice Kennedy. Why is liberty such an important thing to you?
When the authors of the Constitution sat down for a period of, 3 months in Philadelphia, if they had known all of the details of what freedom means, they would have put it down. But they were thoughtful enough to know that the components of freedom, the components of liberty, are something we must learn over time. So they use spacious words like life, liberty, and property. Incidentally, lawyers even sometimes make the mistake, we think of life, liberty, and happiness. That's the Declaration of Independence. The Constitution talks about life, liberty, and property. Why doesn't the Constitution talk about happiness? Because that's judicially unenforceable. Although perhaps some judges would be ready to try. But
you always carry a copy of the Constitution with you everywhere you go?
Well, usually I do, because it's interesting. This is both the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. If you read the Constitution of the United States, sit down cover to cover, it'll take you about 2.5 hours, and you'll fall asleep for part of it. The preamble, the preface, is simply beautiful. But the Constitution, it's fascinating that it has lasted we have the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence next year. And we're going to have a time capsule that people will open 250 years from now. If we put the Constitution of the United States in the time capsule 250 years from now, will it still be known? Will it still be respected? Will it still be the way in which our nation defines ourselves? It has been for the last 250 years.
Tariffs, I think, are probably the first time in my career I've had to deal with like a fundamental change in government policy in terms of how we think about how markets work.
The challenge, especially within my supply chain, is now how do you have enough productivity initiatives to offset the increased cost of all the product?
Can you just move your supply chain out of China and into the US, or out of Mexico and up to Canada? Is it that easy?
It's not that easy, but we do have flexibility. And we had been, prior to tariffs, prior to any of this, we had been on a journey to diversify our footprint out of China. So probably 2-ish years ago, roughly 65% of our toy and game volume was coming from China. Today, as we entered into 2025, that was around 50%. All we've done is really accelerate the path to get down to roughly, call it 30% by the time we enter into 2027. For us, I mean, if tariffs stay, if tariffs go, it's never good to have so much of your manufacturing base centered on one geography. We think the diversification is good, but it does take a bit of time to get vendors and suppliers up to speed. Quality is a big deal, especially when you're dealing with toys and kids. It's not an instantaneous thing, but it's not also a 5-year, have to build a new plant from scratch.
In
case you missed it on Bloomberg Insight.
From a Bank of Korea's perspective, we don't believe that monetary policy alone can control the housing prices. But on the other hand, we are mindful that ample liquidity wouldn't throw the fire to the real estate market. Our official position is that we will maintain the easing monetary cycle, but the magnitude and timing of the cut or even the change of direction will depend on the new data.
Countries around the world are pulling away from U.S. assets. Do you see debasement happening?
No, actually. I think we have discussed this quite a lot. But actually, if you look at the actual capital flows in the last 6 months, I don't see that there's a lot of talk, but there's no real movement away from dollar.
Don't miss Bloomberg Insight live weekdays.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
Cancer, one of the most feared words in the English language.
Cancer rates are going to rise significantly over the next 20 to 30 years. But the driver of those rates are because there are 10,000 people a day turning 65.
According to the World Health Organization, cancer is the second leading cause of death globally, just behind heart disease.
There are 600,000 deaths per year in the United States from cancer. I think cancer is an inevitable part of biology, that cells will always accumulate mutations. Over time, some of those mutations will lead to cancer.
Over the past 30 years, cancer deaths decreased by 34% in the U.S., but diagnoses have gone up, especially among young adults.
What we are seeing is a troubling trend is younger people are getting more cancers. That's real. We have no idea why.
That rate of people under 50 getting cancer is growing by 1 to 2%.
Thanks to cutting-edge technology, today, doctors can detect and treat cancers earlier than ever before.
AI is really transforming so much of what we do. In clinical medicine,
cancer isn't just a disease, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry whose challenge is to balance the cost of innovation with the goal of patient care.
We have made tremendous progress. The problem we have is that we haven't communicated to Americans how complex cancer is. The drug companies do raise the prices in the United States because they can.
I'm David Rubenstein. For nearly a decade, I've interviewed some of the most interesting and powerful people in the world. Presidents, athletes, CEOs, entrepreneurs. I talk to them about their careers and their lives. Inevitably, we almost always end up talking about how they're living and how much they think about trying to live better. We're all trying to make sense of the mountain of new information available and the ambitious efforts underway to tackle the biggest health obstacles. On longevity, come with me as I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine and ask them the questions we all have: how to be healthier and ultimately how to live longer. What actually is cancer?
It's really a broad number of diseases, but it begins at the level of when a cell ends up with a genetic mutation that allows it in an uncontrolled way to divide. When we get to be adults, most of our cells don't divide. They stop dividing simply by contacting another cell. When they run into another cell, they stop and they've reached their process of division and now just do their function. Cancer is when a cell in that process of dividing at any level, actually driven by inflammation or other factors, when there is a genetic mutation in that cell, now that promotes uncontrolled division. And it really doesn't care about boundaries.
Well, historically, it was thought, I believe, that the older you were, the more likely you were to get cancer. Is still aging the principal thing that we see associated with cancer?
Cancer rates are going to rise significantly over the next 20 to 30 years. We know that we're improving outcomes alongside of that. But the driver of those rates are because there are 10,000 people a day turning 65. The highest incidence of cancer is that post-65 group. As you get older, you have greater risk of what we call somatic mutation. Those are mutations that develop over time. They're not that they're inherited at all, but they do drive cancer when they actually occur as people get older and live longer.
600,000 people die a year from cancer in the United States?
Yes.
Is that a higher number than 10 years ago or 20 years ago?
It is a lower number. It has been decreasing by about 1.7% per year. And so we have many people alive now who wouldn't have been alive if they had been diagnosed.
When someone is diagnosed with cancer, doctors determine what stage it's in. This helps them understand how far the cancer has spread and how best to treat it. So what are the stages of cancer? Stage 1 is the earliest stage. Think of it as a small tumor that's still in one spot. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's usually less than 2 centimeters. Doctors call this localized. Stage 2 means the tumor is getting bigger and may have started moving into nearby lymph nodes, which are part of the body's immune system. At stage 3, the cancer is not only larger, but it's spread into surrounding tissues and more lymph nodes. It's more serious, but still may be treatable. Stage 4, the most advanced stage, means the cancer has traveled to other parts of the body. This is called metastatic cancer. When survival is talked about, it's measured as 5 years. In other words, how many people are still alive after 5 years. So if you have stage 1 breast cancer, it's detected, and you have treatment, you have a 98% chance.
That's right.
But there are some cancers where it's the opposite, where even if you detect it in stage 1, you had a really tough chance. And I thought they were glioblastomas, pancreatic cancer, liver cancer, esophageal cancer. Are those some of the most deadly ones?
I would say at the top of that list, on a scale of 1 to 10, and it's 12, is glioblastomas, right? There is a difficulty, but better chance if it's detected early that you can resect it, but still very difficult to cure because of its aggressive nature within the normal brain cells and the inability to resect enough brain tissue to make sure you got it all. Because brain tissue is valuable. You don't reproduce it. And what's the survival rate for pancreatic cancer if the tumor was less than 1 centimeter? It approaches 90% if you can get it that small.
But how does anybody know they have it in stage 1 because there's no signs?
It's accidental. It's incidental finding. And that's all of those cases where nobody was looking. Somebody got a CAT scan because they were in a bad car accident, and the radiologist saw this tiny nodule in the pancreas and said, we better have that looked at with a more descriptive test or a more discrete test, and then they see it, go see the surgeon. And that's the only way we've gotten that benefit.
While cancer risk is typically higher in older adults, new research shows a concerning trend. More young people are getting diagnosed with certain types of cancer.
There is a rise in young people, particularly with colon cancer, but a few other cancers, breast cancer, renal cell carcinoma, and others. And even though we are decreasing the mortality from colon cancer in people over the age of 50, mortality is going up from colon cancer in people under age 50. And the reason for that is not entirely clear.
Colon cancer screenings are now more common among younger adults. A recent report from the American Cancer Society finds screenings for those aged 45 to 49 jumps from 2019 to 2023. And with that surge, more cases are being caught early.
All of the regimens we have, surgery, chemotherapy, were designed around people who are older with cancer. I do think the biology of younger cancer is very different. So first of all, we need to develop regimens meant for younger people. That being said, we also have to start screening younger people for cancer. The age of colon cancer screening dropped from 50 to 45 recently, and it probably should drop even further.
Doctors agree, early detection saves lives. Colon cancer, when caught early, has a cure rate above 90%.
Colonoscopy is the gold standard. You're actually putting a scope into the colon and you can actually see the cancers, right, or the precancers. There are other ways to do it too initially, like Cologuard is approved. It looks for genetic changes that come off of the colon lesion and get into the stool.
So what's driving the surge in younger patients?
It's an area of very active research, but the thought is that diet and lifestyle changes, likely from early childhood, are a major part of that risk. And another part of it is the microbiome, which again is related to diet. Some bacteria in our gastrointestinal tract can promote the development of cancers, and that is modulated by our diet.
Doctors and researchers still don't know what exactly about a patient's diet is the culprit, but they're working hard to figure out what's driving this trend.
These drugs just prevent the stop signal so that these immune cells, which naturally can recognize something that's different in the body, and they allow those cells to fight and kill the cancer.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency. Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg. Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
While not all cancers are preventable, experts say there are ways to reduce cancer risk. The consensus is that changes in behavior and lifestyle can make a significant difference in the long run.
I think the practical things, David, that most people do now is avoid smoking or around areas where people are smoking. Secondly, take advantage, if you would, of the screening tools that we know work: colonoscopy, mammography, skin exams. Stay out of the sun. Limit the alcohol that you take. Get the appropriate vaccines, like for hepatitis B and HPV, that can allow that to be a prevention for doing it. And exercise and maintain a good weight level. The final piece I would say, limit your red meat intake. Have a balanced diet, but don't ply it with a ton of red meat.
There are many other types of early detection that are under investigation. One of the ones that's really active right now is a blood test that can detect little snippets of DNA from a cancer. And it's a very alluring idea that you could just get an annual blood test and detect any kind of cancer. That hasn't been proven yet. They're commercially available, they're under clinical trials, but they're not proven yet to decrease mortality from cancer.
And it's know your family history. Figure out what Aunt Marge died from and really understand, because many of those family histories carry down from person to person.
Now, on prevention, sometimes if you have a genetic predisposition to a certain type of cancer, some people have treatment. For example, women have had mastectomies. That's right. Because they have the so-called BRCA gene.
That's right.
Is that generally more on the rise, that people do a relatively small subset of the population?
It's actually a much larger subset of the population than we understood not that long ago. Maybe 10% of all of our cancer patients have some major inherited predisposition to cancer. And just as you said, if we know about that specific inherited mutation, we are able to tailor our cancer prevention early detection strategies towards that mutation.
Okay, so if you have your genome completely tested,
yes,
you will presumably know whether you have a genetic predisposition. Do you recommend that people get their genome tested?
So it's not currently recommended that everybody does, and it's really a personal decision. Do you want to know all of the risks that you genetically inherit or not? However, if somebody has a strong family history of cancer, multiple members of the family had cancer, maybe they had cancer at a young age, those individuals are at higher risk, and those are the ones who more often get tested. And you don't need to test the entire genome, you can just test the particular genes that lead to cancer predisposition.
For a long time, cancer treatment mostly meant surgery, chemotherapy, or radiation. But in the past decade, we've seen some big breakthroughs. Immunotherapy started making headlines in the early 2010 period, with drugs like Keytruda and Opdivo.
These drugs actually are inhibiting stop signals on specific immune cells called T cells that have the ability to see cancer as being different from the normal cells they derive from. These drugs just prevent the stop signal so that these immune cells, which naturally can recognize something that's different in the body, and they allow those cells to fight and kill the cancer.
Unlike chemo, which attacks cancer cells directly, immunotherapy works by training a patient's immune system to recognize and fight cancer cells, just like it would a virus or bacteria. Now, my former boss, Jimmy Carter, who passed away less than a year ago, he had melanoma that went to his brain, and I thought it was with immunotherapy that it disappeared.
He did.
How did that happen? I mean, how does it disappear so quickly?
Well, so one, the melanoma he had a significant amount of targets that the immune system could recognize. And the drugs that he received unblocked the immune system's view of his tumors. And because the immune cells go everywhere in your body, even the brain, they can wipe it out in a very intelligent way. That is, they spare the normal tissue around it, but really take out the specific cancers because of their targets that are often in the cell and on the surface of the cell.
Though immunotherapy isn't prescribed in all cases, as it depends on the type of cancer and how the body responds, it's one of the most exciting advances in cancer care, offering hope to patients who once had few options.
Since 2011, we've probably had more than 50 approvals of several of these drugs for different cancer indications. And if you take a look at the survival rates of some of these cancers, like lung cancer, malignant melanoma, some colon cancers, you'll see that the survival rates have almost doubled for advanced stages of these diseases. They've been very successful and have really changed how we treat patients with these really bad cancers.
Another development in cancer treatment over the past 20 years, targeted therapies. These are drugs designed to zero in on specific genetic mutations in cancer cells. Instead of a one-size-fits-all approach, they're more precise, blocking the signals that help cancer grow, spread, and survive. And as scientists learn more about the biology behind different cancers, they're uncovering even more ways to target and to attack it.
We have had many new drugs in cancer over the years. In the last 30 years, about 300 drugs have been approved by the FDA, about a third of them for cancer. So really a huge number of new drugs for cancer.
Now, researchers are looking beyond the lab for breakthroughs. Doctors say artificial intelligence is revolutionizing cancer research, enhancing diagnostics, improving treatment strategies, and advancing drug discovery.
AI is really transforming so much of what we do. In clinical medicine, AI has the ability to do image analysis extremely well. So cancer pathology, looking at the slides and making diagnosis, cancer radiology, looking at MRIs, CT scans, and finding evidence of cancer. Those are clearly fields that are being transformed. AI is helping our basic research. The structure of proteins can now be predicted with AI in a way that we couldn't possibly have imagined not that many years ago. That was rewarded with the Nobel Prize last year. And we use AI-generated structures of proteins for drug development on a daily basis now.
Among the criticisms of the American medical system is that we have very expensive drugs compared to other countries. And among the most expensive drugs that we have are cancer-related drugs. Why are cancer-related drugs so expensive in the United States?
Countries with national health care systems have negotiated with drug companies for lower costs. And drug companies actually like our system where they can charge more and get paid more. Now, it does cost a lot to get a drug approved, but I think that we could still reduce the cost of drugs and in the United States, and drug companies will still make money and be able to get the approvals. One of the concerns that many of my colleagues in drug companies raise is that it costs a lot to do the research and development. And they're worried that innovation will be reduced because of if we reduce the cost of drugs.
So what do you think the U.S. government can do better than it's doing now to help with cancer research, or you're reasonably happy with what the government's doing?
The recent decades of government funding to the National Cancer Institute have truly transformed the disease. Scores, more than 100 new drugs that are really completely transforming the disease. At this moment, government funding for the NIH is in turmoil. There's proposals to cut the NIH budget and the National Cancer Institute budget enormously, and that would have a catastrophic effect on the careers of many cancer researchers, on the progress against cancer and the development of new therapies.
Right now, the U.S. government is making it more difficult for vaccines to be funded and so forth. Is that going to affect cancer vaccines or not so much?
I hope it's not going to affect cancer vaccines, but mRNA vaccines are very important vaccines, not only to prevent infections, but also to prevent or treat cancer. And there's likely going to be an mRNA vaccine for melanoma, the first vaccine for treatment. The data looks really good in phase 2, so it's now being tested in phase 3. I really think we need to educate people that these mRNA vaccines are very safe. I'm very concerned by what's happened where our HHS has decided to reduce or even eradicate any funding for mRNA vaccines against infection, because we are at risk for future pandemics. It's going to happen.
Well, what always excites me most is what we can't imagine right now. Breakthroughs in cancer research and cancer treatment have come from left field that we didn't expect it at all, and was a huge breakthrough.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Didn't really think I had a problem.
I would isolate, self-medicate.
Like 48.5 million Americans, they didn't choose addiction. Go to shatterproof.org/finds treatment. Watch the film No More Secrets and find out how you can get help. That's shatterproof.org/find treatment.
A nationwide study analyzed breast cancer screening data from 2018 to 2020 and found major disparities. Researchers say where you live, how far you are from a mammogram facility, and your education level all play a major role in whether you get screened. The findings highlight the urgent need for policies to improve access, especially in underserved communities.
One of the biggest disparities in outcomes in cancer in the United States is rural versus urban. In New York or in Boston, people can come to a cancer center with highly, highly specialized doctors who see only pancreatic cancer or only colon cancer, and they know every nuance of those diseases. In a rural area, that is not possible. You couldn't have subspecialists in all of those subtypes of cancer locally because it's too sparsely populated. The hope is to diagnose patients as efficiently as possible, to figure out which patients can get a standard therapy close to where they live, and which patients need very advanced therapies like a bone marrow transplant or cellular therapies that are really only delivered in tertiary care centers, and to get those patients to those hospitals.
We've purposely at Memorial worked hard with both underserved communities and immigrant communities to make sure they have an opportunity to have access to the best care possible. That often means partnering with organizations that both follow guidelines and rules about the status that people may have, but also follows and creates a safe environment for people who live in a place where they're used to their hospital, they trust the people there, but that a hospital doesn't have the cancer infrastructure.
What is going on in cancer research now that excites you the most about the possibility of reducing cancer detection or improving cancer detection and reducing the incidence of cancer?
Well, what always excites me most is what we can't imagine right now. Most of the really transformational breakthroughs in cancer research and cancer treatment have come from left field that we didn't expect it at all and was a huge breakthrough. Another area that I'm really excited about is new drugs target proteins in general. And most proteins were considered undruggable. We just didn't have the chemistry to make a small molecule, a drug, attack a particular protein. And we have new chemistry, new approaches now to make many of those so-called undruggable targets now druggable. And there's so much creativity going into that field right now that we are creating all kinds of drugs that we couldn't before.
Some people would say the most despised word in the English language is cancer.
Yeah.
When somebody says you have cancer, that's about the worst thing you can hear. How do you tell somebody that they have cancer?
What I would say is that when you have the opportunity to detect a cancer and you're now seeing a patient who's going to get treated, that conversation is a holistic one. It's not only the diagnosis, but it's also that we're here to walk this journey with you.
Now, more than 50 years ago, Richard Nixon declared war on cancer. Yeah. Have we really made a lot of progress since that war was declared?
When Nixon declared the war on cancer, there was an enormous amount of cancer biology that we just did not understand at that time. And the huge triumph of the war on cancer has been our deep understanding of how cancer works, what causes cancer, and how to treat it. And I would say it has been a success in the sense that we have this tremendous number of new drugs that have been created because of that understanding that now transform the treatment of cancer.
I think we're in a golden age. I think we're going to have massive impact over the next 10 to 15 years. Whether we cure it all, I suspect that cancers are pretty smart. There'll be some that we'll still struggle with, but the difficult ones we will make an impact on.
I'm David Rubenstein. This is Bloomberg.
What some of these generative AI models look like they're going to do is they're going to reduce the cost of producing content to basically zero. So that will be a multiplier effect on the things that we're already seeing, which is that there's more people producing more content and reaching more people. And there's a lot of good and bad that comes downstream from that.
I don't know if you can break down what the average person is seeing right now in terms of stuff that's AI generated versus, you know, maybe more traditional human generated, but what's that going to look like in a year or in 5 years?
There's actually a lot of hybrid content, and too often we talk about synthetic content and organic content and never the two shall meet, but there's a lot of content where AI is part of the workflow, right? Like you might not even know it. It might be whatever app you're using to do color correction might be using models to do so. Stamp tool in Photoshop in the old days to get rid of a pimple, those types of things. But that line is going to be more and more blurred. So it's going to be a little bit less like what is organic content and what is AI synthetic content and what the percentages are. I think there's going to be actually more in the middle than pure synthetic content for a while. But you will also see experiences that are purely AI, right? You see this in the last 2 weeks with Vibes in the Meta AI app and with Sora 2 from OpenAI. So I think you're going to see both.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Some people travel to see the world. I travel to question the forces that shape entire nations.
No, it was impossible.
My name is Professor Hannah Fry. I want to meet the people with unexpected stories to tell and dig up the peculiar and wonderful treasures that reveal what a country is made of.
Yes.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute aerospace news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Guy Johnson at the Dubai Air Show, and this is Bloomberg.
Inside your head lies the most complex structure in the world, the human brain. It weighs just about 3 pounds, yet it's home to some 86 billion neurons.
The brain forms a memory. Even remembering your name, David, is something that is caused by an underlying biological protein change in my brain.
But what happens when the vast networks that hold our memories begin to fade away? For many, this is the first sign of Alzheimer's disease.
And it fundamentally affects not just how you feel and think and your memory, but also can affect your motor skills and your ability to move and to function as a physical being in the world.
The symptoms are all too plain to see, but their origins are still largely a mystery.
The brain is one of the most complicated human organs, and it's very hard to study. It's famously called the black box because it's inside your skull, and you can't put a needle in it to do a brain biopsy while you're alive.
Here in the United States, more than 7 million Americans are living with Alzheimer's disease. By 2050, that number is projected to rise to nearly 13 million.
There are 47 million Americans today in the United States that have the pathology of Alzheimer's starting silently in their brain before symptoms.
That's why scientists are racing to detect the disease earlier, before it takes hold.
As soon as someone detects memory changes, they should go to their doctor for the earliest diagnosis and potential for the earliest treatment. It's a small organ, but it runs everything. And when one thing goes wrong, it starts to change and unravel.
I'm David Rubenstein. For nearly a decade, I've interviewed some of the most interesting and powerful people in the world. Presidents, athletes, CEOs, entrepreneurs. I talk to them about their careers and their lives. Inevitably, we almost always end up talking about how they're living and how much they think about trying to live better. We're all trying to make sense of the mountain of new information available and the ambitious efforts underway to tackle the biggest health obstacles. On longevity, come with me as I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine and ask them the questions we all have: how to be healthier and ultimately how to live longer. The brain gets its power from billions of neurons, tiny cells that help us read, remember, even move. Each one connects through countless synapses, building trillions of pathways. It's like a city that never sleeps. Electrical signals racing down invisible highways, lighting up with every thought, memory, and emotion. At any moment, the mind is juggling countless tasks, spotting a face in the crowd, solving a problem, recalling a memory, and sending instructions throughout the body. But like any other organ, the brain can break down. What is the difference between Alzheimer's and dementia?
Alzheimer's is a very specific type of dementia. Dementia is really an umbrella term. It's like using the term cancer, and then you really have to drill down into what type, especially when you want to know about treatment options, and Alzheimer's is no different. It is one of the several types of dementia, and underlying causes are really important in understanding the lifetime risks, the how you're going to live with Alzheimer's, and the potential for treatment. The most popular one that people hear about is Alzheimer's. It is also the one that is the most prevalent. Others are vascular dementia, frontotemporal dementia, dementia with Lewy bodies. There are other types of dementia that are even sort of smaller in number, probably over 30 types of dementia.
What exactly is Alzheimer's? That's the billion-dollar question. Alzheimer's disease is a neurodegenerative disease. It's a brain disorder where the brain ages rapidly and the brain declines over time. And there are certain proteins, pathologic proteins, something called amyloid. It's a sticky plaque, and tau, these tau proteins that get tangled. And these proteins build up in the brain. The brain ages more quickly than we'd like, and the brain shrinks.
When someone develops Alzheimer's, the brain's nerve cells, those neurons, start losing their ability to connect with each other. The chemical messengers that help those cells communicate also begin to dwindle. Without them, learning new information becomes harder. And over time, the connections that already exist start to break down, and the memories stored there slowly fade away. So what are the early signs that people have of Alzheimer's?
Yeah, so Alzheimer's is a brain disease that doesn't just always focus on memory loss, changes in thinking skills, but also it's a neuropsychiatric disease. People's behavior can change. They can be more fearful.
I have Alzheimer's disease, early onset.
They can even be more paranoid.
I am not leaving my flat!
Depression is a risk factor also for Alzheimer's disease.
I don't know what's happening anymore.
A person's sleep can be disjointed and changed. So since Alzheimer's is a brain disease, many different symptoms can occur, not just short-term memory loss.
Sometimes people may miss certain signs of Alzheimer's. Is there a good indicator for the average person who doesn't have access to you? What should they think about, whether they are doing something or they forgetting something that might be a good early sign of Alzheimer's?
So if someone has always been absent-minded, if someone has always had trouble remembering names, that's different. If someone was sharp, was on it, and then over time, over years, became less sharp, repeating stories, losing their keys, misplacing their cell phone, having trouble with technology, those are things that are more telltale signs.
Now, the person who discovered Alzheimer's, or at least gets the credit for it, is Dr. Alzheimer, who had a patient, as I understand it, and when he ultimately did an autopsy on that patient, he saw in the patient's brain some amyloid plaque. So to have Alzheimer's, do you automatically have to have this amyloid plaque?
So that is a great question, and Dr. Alzheimer in 1906 did publish a very short article in which he described his patient, Augusta D., and her brain tissue that he analyzed at autopsy. And in that brain tissue, he did describe two things, amyloid plaques and tau tangles. So he actually described both. And since then, the definition of Alzheimer's biologically is that you have to have the presence of both.
So how do you know if you're likely to get Alzheimer's? Can you get it without having a genetic predisposition?
Our primary answer to that is that if you have a first-degree relative who's been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, you're likely at an elevated risk. However, risk is very complicated. There is no guarantee that a person will have Alzheimer's unless they have a very specific autosomally dominant mutation. And that's very unique, it's very specific, and generally those families know who they are because that type of autosomal dominant Alzheimer's is fully penetrant and generally also early in onset, anywhere between 40 to 60. A first-degree relative does increase your risk. There are some genes that can increase your risk. The most common one is ApoE4 in particular, which increases risk of Alzheimer's, but is not a guarantee. There are people who live very healthily and aging into their 90s with ApoE4.
Right now in the United States, we have roughly 340 million people. What percentage of these people do you think have Alzheimer's or dementia?
There are 47 million Americans today in the United States that have the pathology of Alzheimer's starting silently in their brain before symptoms. Our goal is to try to develop what we colloquially call the cholesterol test for the brain. Just like you go to your doctor and you get your cholesterol and you get your total cholesterol, your HDL, your LDL, which is the bad cholesterol, and triglycerides, one day soon, and honestly, today, we can check for different proteins, different markers, different names, but similar theory, where we can check if a person is at risk for developing dementia or cognitive decline due to Alzheimer's disease.
Now, I've often heard that if you want to prevent yourself from getting Alzheimer's or dementia, you can start doing crossword puzzles, you can learn a foreign language, take up a musical instrument. Is there any evidence that any of this works?
You can do all the Sudoku you want, but you're just going to get better at Sudoku. When it comes to learning something new, a musical instrument, a language, absolutely. Even learning how to play a musical instrument midlife onward has been shown to reduce the chances of developing cognitive decline and dementia. Staying engaged, keeping the brain active, adult education classes, the more you do, the more you learn as we age, the more protected your brain will be.
What should I do to kind of prevent Alzheimer's from coming, assuming there's not a predetermined genetic predisposition that's going to bring it to me? What should I do for a lifestyle?
The first thing to note is that we're all at risk because we have a brain, and the brain ages just like the rest of our bodies. It's an organ that ages just the same. So we're all at risk, and we should all think about protecting our brain and our brain health and our cognition as we age.
The Alzheimer's Association recently conducted a clinical trial testing whether healthy habits can protect the brain. The study found that older adults who maintained several healthy lifestyle habits at once saw a boost in brain function. That included staying active, eating a brain-healthy diet, staying socially and mentally engaged, and keeping up with routine checkups. Researchers followed two groups over 2 years. One group received general health education and occasional check-ins, but the second group received more structured support, including in-person sessions focused on exercise, diet, mental stimulation, social connection, and health monitoring. The findings were promising.
The structured group that had more intense attention was significantly improved in terms of cognitive memory. Conservatively speaking, they were 1 to 2 years cognitively younger. That is amazing, and that's only with aging. Now, it is with a group of individuals that was at risk for dementia.
The participants weren't elite athletes. Many were overweight, had chronic conditions like diabetes or high blood pressure, and yet their brain function still improved.
The more we can protect it, the better we can be prepared for any onslaught that might come as we age associated with disease. Resilience is the key for aging in cognition.
Coming up, sorting through Alzheimer's risk factors, one that specifically affects women during midlife.
During the perimenopause transition, when women's estrogen drops rapidly, in a certain woman with a certain specific set of genes, their increased risk of Alzheimer's during that transition.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
Reduce the opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Watch Horizon's Middle East and Africa every trading day at midnight Eastern Time, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Seoul, South Korea, and this is Bloomberg.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question.
Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
In 2023, the average life expectancy in the United States ranges from the late 70s to the early 80s. But with longer lives come challenging questions. Do our brains simply wear down with age, leading to Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia?
Age is the #1 risk factor for Alzheimer's disease and dementia. And, the way that we live our lives, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes, the foods that we eat, a sedentary lifestyle, not being physically active. There are many different reasons why we think Alzheimer's disease is more common today, but age is the #1 risk factor. Women, for example, are at higher risk of Alzheimer's than men. During the perimenopause transition, when women's estrogen drops rapidly, in a certain woman with a certain specific set of genes, they're increased risk of Alzheimer's during that transition.
In the U.S., millions are living with dementia. And this year alone, the cost of dementia has soared to $781 billion.
So there's enormous costs for treating dementia, and that's because of in part because of the intense care that these people with dementia need.
It's not just patients who are affected.
There's formal caregiving, there's partners may have to give up their time and take time off to work to care for their loved ones. So that all adds up to a tremendous cost.
Many caregivers reduce their work hours or leave their jobs, leading to $8 billion in lost earnings every year. For those living with dementia, the loss in quality of life is estimated at $302 billion annually. To calculate these figures, researchers at USC's Schaefer Center developed a model drawing data from individuals' health, work status, family care arrangements, and personal finances, and tracked how these evolve over time. As research advances in the field, pharmaceutical companies are investing heavily in Alzheimer's treatments.
It's one of the biggest kind of really untapped, markets left for drug companies. About 7 million people in the U.S. have Alzheimer's disease. That's supposed to grow significantly as the population ages. There's fewer competitors. There's many, many reasons for drug companies to want to get in.
In 2023, the FDA approved the first drug to slow the progression of Alzheimer's disease. Last year, it approved another. Both drugs target and help remove toxic amyloid plaques from the brain, though they only modestly slow the disease.
But there is a cost. There are serious side effects from these drugs. There's something called amyloid-related imaging abnormalities. That is basically a polite name for brain swelling or brain bleeding. Now, most of the time, the side effects, are mild or even asymptomatic. But sometimes it can get quite serious, and there have been deaths associated in patients from the brain bleeding and brain swelling.
How can you determine, short of an autopsy, if you have amyloid in your brain?
So in the past, when I was in medical school, eons ago, that was the only way. Today, it's a simple blood test. Through the vein, through a finger prick, we can detect amyloid and tau. And in our lab, we detect hundreds of proteins, hundreds of brain proteins just from the blood.
If you would have asked me about blood 5 years ago, I would have said it was a pipe dream. Today, science has moved so far forward that we can rely, in fact, on blood tests. You can imagine that in the future, near future, this could be a part of your primary care's annual workup of your blood test. That is a complete game changer and transformational for our field in terms of detection.
Now, many drug companies are experimenting on developing drugs that will deal with Alzheimer's. Is there any likelihood of a wonder drug coming along that will ensure that you can't get or won't get Alzheimer's? Is that likely?
We already have so many drugs, so many interventions to get people off the road to Alzheimer's. Whether you think about lifestyle choices and exercise, whether you think about treating a risk factor, you've heard about the Ozempics, the Wegovy's, the Mounjaros, the Zepbound, a category of drugs called GLP-1 drugs. I believe in the right dose, in the right patient, and for the right duration of time, these drugs can also be protective on brain health.
Along with studies on prevention and risk reduction, researchers are also exploring vaccines and antibody-based therapies as possible game changers.
Our current treatments are monoclonal antibodies against amyloid beta in particular, and that is a passive vaccination approach. because you're injecting an already created monoclonal antibody into the body. A vaccine is creating a piece of that protein itself so that your body creates the antibodies. You're not giving the antibody, you're asking the body to create an antibody. And we're actually moving earlier and earlier, and there are trials that we'll be reading out within the next 2 to 3 years that potentially, with these monoclonal antibodies, so it's passive vaccination, can tell us if we can stop this disease in its tracks or even slow it down earlier and prevent people from cognitive decline in stage 3 and 4, which is mild cognitive impairment. Are there active vaccines in the pipeline? Yes, there are. Are they potentially exciting? Absolutely. No stone can be left unturned, because this disease is in such a strong trajectory that this is a time to study more, to do more, accelerate our research so that we can, in fact, get to that asymptomatic stage and slow or stop this disease.
But scientists at University College London say new drugs alone aren't enough. They're calling for big changes in healthcare and public policy around the world so these treatments can truly make a difference. Coming up, new hope in the fight against Alzheimer's. Scientists say we may soon detect the disease before symptoms appear.
I believe that in this decade, we will be able to detect Alzheimer's changes in a silent phase of disease, because that disease is there, very similar to cancer.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
In case you missed it, on the Pulse.
We distinguish between companies that are here because they're running international operations, the companies that are indigenous and working with the citizens of the UK, and make sure you get the regulation strategies right. With the rule of law and the great city that London and the great country that UK is, there's a plenty of upside.
What do you tell the Prime Minister?
I tell them to make sure the regulation's fair, be the best place for a non-UK based company to operate, and you'll get companies coming here.
Don't miss the Pulse, live every weekday.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
This summer, Stanford researchers discovered that a younger brain and immune system can predict a longer life. But if a brain shows signs of aging, the risk of early death jumps by more than 180%.
This Stanford study used a technique called proteomics that measures the levels of thousands of proteins in the blood. And then they applied this to biological samples in a UK database from over 40,000 people. So this is sort of a statistical blood protein test that searched in various organs for signs of aging. And they found some signals in these tests that correlated to brain aging. It's these types of kind of brain aging tests. And there have been a number of studies like this. But what you need to know is that they're not, at this point, they're not solid enough to be used at a level of individual clinical diagnosis. They're really making statistical associations, searching for kind of like broad-based tests that might be used for signals of brain and other organ aging.
So the best way to summarize, to prevent getting Alzheimer's, if you can, quote, prevent it, would be to do what?
The thing that I advocate for is to get educated and get informed. There are so many free resources out there. We did a randomized, controlled, NIH-funded trial. Through the comfort of your own cell phone, can do a risk assessment, can do a cognitive test, and then the software can tell the person what to do to reduce their risk. Sleep is critical. You can exercise all you want, but if you're not, and you're burning the candle at both ends and you're not sleeping, you can't get rid of that toxic protein, that amyloid protein that builds up in the brain of a person with Alzheimer's. So one way to think about it is exercise during the day loosens up the protein, and adequate sleep during the night is when the trash gets taken out and that amyloid gets disposed of.
So when I was growing up, people said if you ate fish, that would help your brain.
Yep.
If you had carrots, that would help your eyesight.
Yep.
Is there any evidence that certain food will help your brain?
Yeah, so you are what you eat when it comes to brain health. The number one thing a person can do in terms of dietary approaches to staving off Alzheimer's disease is following a Mediterranean-style diet. Green leafy vegetables, fatty fish like mackerel, lake trout, herring, albacore tuna, sardines, wild salmon a few times a week, dark cocoa powder, reducing wine, eating whole grains in moderation. Eating a brain-healthy diet, it's not just fats from fatty fish, but also olive oil, extra virgin olive oil, and avocados. There's brain-healthy fats, there's proteins, and then there's antioxidants in vegetables that can really protect against Alzheimer's.
We know that being physically active actually can help reduce our risk. We know that eating diets that are healthy can help reduce our risk. We know that strong relationships and social connection can also significantly reduce our risk of dementia. But just consider this, when people who are struggling with social disconnection, their increase in heart disease and stroke is around 30%, 30% increased risk. Their increased risk of dementia is around 50%. It's something that's essential that we need for survival. Just like when we don't have food and water, it can affect all of our systems and lead to illness. The same is true of our relationships as well.
So for somebody that is watching now and says, okay, maybe I could have a predisposition to it, or maybe I might get it even if I don't have a predisposition, what should they do?
Well, the first thing they should do is take a deep breath, because Alzheimer's is scary. And fear is paralyzing. I have 4 family members with this disease. I hate this disease. First, talk to your doctor. Manage risk factors. They should know their blood pressure. They should know their cholesterol. They should know their blood sugar. They should know their weight, their percent body fat, their muscle mass. As the belly size gets larger, the memory center in the brain gets smaller. I actually believe that Alzheimer's disease isn't a brain disease. I think it's a medical condition. And just like when someone has diabetes or high blood sugar for years and years and years, and it causes numbness in the toes and problems with their kidneys where they need dialysis, it's the same thing. If you control the medical risk factors that your doctor can help you with, that's when we can take someone off the road to Alzheimer's disease.
So today, we cannot cure Alzheimer's. We can slow it down. That is more than we could say 3 years ago. However, I believe that in this decade, we will be able to detect Alzheimer's changes in a silent phase of disease, because that disease is there, very similar to cancer. We used to detect it in late stage.
Is it possible to ever eliminate, in your view, Alzheimer's, or because we're really dealing with aging, you're never going to eliminate it completely?
In this decade, I do think there is incredible hope for us being able to go to our PCP, getting a blood test that tells us that there are some changes that should be addressed, getting medications and risk reduction strategies that will, in fact, slow or stop the disease in its tracks. What we see is that the future is turning Alzheimer's and perhaps even other dementia into a chronic disease. We can do that, but we will get there.
I'm David Rubenstein. This is Bloomberg.
A cidade estava sitiada.
Nisso eu começo, eu tremia, não sabia o que fazer. Foi a mais terrível que eu passei na minha vida.
Eu temo, né, que o Brasil se torne, num futuro próximo, um narco-estado.
Porque no final, tudo é dinheiro.
People back home, they are suffering.
and someone is driving a Range Rover with their money.
Where is my money?
I think she's a scam up to now.
It's some of the world's most desperate people who are getting ripped off.
Repeat after me. I am a winner.
I didn't know how big it was. I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into.
If you tell me you have a vision of being a billion-dollar business, then you're going to have to do what it takes. And if you're not going to do that, everybody's going to suffer.
Una batalla a muerte.
Money can do a lot of good. It can really transform people's lives, but it can also hurt them.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency. Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
In the early 20th century, the average human lived just 32 years. Since then, life expectancy has more than doubled.
It's been a remarkable achievement. Even just in the last 150 years, we've doubled our life expectancy. In 1850, it was 38. Today in the US, it's 76. And there's no reason to think that that march is going to stop.
In wealthy countries, more and more people are living into their mid-80s or even longer.
It really reflects the point that it's all an interaction between the environment and genes. We could probably get to an average age of 90.
For thousands of years, humans have dreamed of extending life. The quest to slow and even reverse aging has become a scientific mission, one that's given birth to an industry.
Research and medicine has advanced tremendously, and it starts with science. Science builds a foundation, and then applying it to people improves their health and longevity.
But living longer doesn't come without consequences. Staying alive doesn't guarantee staying healthy.
So while we're living longer lives, while we're living till 78, our health span is about 10 years less globally. And in the US, we have the biggest divide between health span and lifespan of 12.4 years.
That divides a problem for individuals, societies, and economies. Scientific advancement may have found ways to extend life, but do the benefits outweigh the costs?
As we have more older people going forward, do we have systems in place for long-term care? Every country in the world is impacted by it.
I'm David Rubenstein. For nearly a decade, I've interviewed some of the most interesting and powerful people in the world. Presidents, athletes, CEOs, entrepreneurs. I talk to them about their careers and their lives. Inevitably, we almost always end up talking about how they're living and how much they think about trying to live better. We're all trying to make sense of the mountain of new information available and the ambitious efforts underway to tackle the biggest health obstacles. On longevity, come with me as I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine and ask them the questions we all have: how to be healthier and ultimately how to live longer. In a lab at MIT in the 1990s, one scientist started asking himself the question, what if the aging process was something we could understand and perhaps even slow down?
I knew yeast very well, so we decided to study aging in yeast, and had an entry point, had a goal, which was to look for mutants that live longer than they should, and to identify genes that conferred that ability to those mutant yeast cells.
So in yeast, you found that some genes live longer than might otherwise be expected, and therefore there must be something to why they live longer.
Yes.
And your mission over the years has been to figure out if in humans there's another gene that could make humans live longer than would otherwise be expected.
Yes, so in yeast, we identified what the gene was. So it boiled down to one gene.
That single gene was called SIR2. It led to the discovery of a whole family of genes, the sirtuins. Sirtuins repair DNA. They regulate metabolism. They keep cells stable and control stress responses. Has the scientific community accepted the idea that this is something that will induce longevity in humans?
And the important thing is the cofactor they need, which is called NAD. NAD has multiple roles in cells. One is to activate these sirtuins that are proteins that can keep you young. And what that does is, what the sirtuins do is they're good for mitochondria. First of all, mitochondria is the powerhouse that makes energy for the cell. Cells need energy. It's like a lot of things need energy to work, be functional. So that's one thing. The other thing they do is they help DNA repair in the nucleus of the cell. So the DNA gets damaged over time, needs to be fixed. And the sirtuins aid in that process, and NAD aids in that process.
At some point, somebody will win a Nobel Prize for this if somebody can prove that one gene actually does cause people to live longer.
I don't think about that. I really don't. And what I'm thinking about is, does this have relevance to humans? And in particular, as far as humans. So, we studied yeast and then these worms, and then for 10 years, we studied mice, which is a mammal. And so we were really getting closer to humans in terms of the biology. So we believe we've set the table now to study humans.
Eventually, Professor Guarente turned this into a business. He developed a product designed to raise NAD levels in humans.
I was really interested, based on our studies on NAD and sirtuins, to see if we could deliver health benefits to humans in a shorter time frame rather than a longer one. Everybody has a rate of aging, and as you get older, that rate of aging starts to increase. And we think that raising NAD levels, this critical material, it falls as you get older. So that's the problem. NAD levels fall. And you can boost it back up. You can reset the NAD, and we think that resets the rate of aging to the slower rate.
The effectiveness of NAD plus boosting supplements in humans is still unproven. Most human studies so far have been small. Many experts say the science behind so-called anti-aging supplements is still limited. So if there's an evolution is occurring, it must be that somebody, nature, Mother Nature, decided it's a good idea at some point for people not to live forever, or organisms not to live forever. So if you're trying to interfere with Mother Nature, is that a good thing?
My personal belief is that it doesn't work that way. That the way it works is that evolution wants the species to survive. I think that there are benefits to having people live longer if they stay healthier. That's the key point. Right. Longevity without health is not valuable, but if you can maintain health, people are productive when they're older. They know more.
While the science of aging excites many in the longevity field, Dr. Verdin recognizes that living longer isn't everything.
Living long is one goal, but not at all costs. And actually, for a lot of people right now, living old means many years of disability, suffering, Alzheimer's, and all of this. So not really living your best life. So our major goal at this point is to increase your health span, the healthy years of life, to try to make your health span and your lifespan coincide. If you were to follow most of our recommendation of what we know is healthy for you, most people could expect to live to 95 in good health. Today, this is not with any drugs or any supplements. It's based on their lifestyle interventions.
So as the expert on aging, what do you do to prevent aging or to age at a slower pace than you might otherwise? What is your personal regimen for that?
I try to have a healthy diet. I try to maintain my body weight. Fasting is excellent for you, and I think the easiest way to incorporate fasting in your routine is to restrict the amount of hours that you're eating in any given day. So I try to eat over a period of 8 hours, which would be from noon to 8 p.m. And in between this, I don't have any calories.
Why is that? Why is that good?
Because again, we talked about the sleep and the repair. So fasting is the sleeping of your metabolism. So essentially put your body at rest and you allow it to repair. That's really the whole idea of fasting.
There's actually a green energy mechanism that's called autophagy, where you take those misfolded proteins and you take them to their component and you can use them for energy again. And so one of the things that fasting allows is for autophagy to get rid of this junk.
Does dieting really ever work in the sense that the people stick with diets for more than a couple months?
I would say the closest to a healthy diet would be what we call the Mediterranean diet. Fresh fruits, lean meat, not eating too much, mitigating all the fast sugar. That's pretty, sugar is the enemy in our universe, in the universe of longevity. We know that everything related to sugar metabolism are the pathways that drive aging. So avoid fruit juice, avoid cereals, avoid tropical fruits.
Should I eat red meat? Is that good for me or not?
I enjoy a hamburger, but I don't eat it every day. And if I eat it from organic meat. The epidemiology is clear. You know, there's a direct link between the amount of red meat you eat, a whole series of cancer, heart disease, and so on. So there's no problem with eating red meat, but if you eat it in moderation and don't eat it too often.
It was thought for a while that drinking 2 glasses of red wine every day would help your heart. Is there any evidence of that?
We're a little bit in the situation with alcohol right now as we were with tobacco in the 50s, where we have a product which we know intrinsically is not healthy, but there are other added benefits drinking alcohol, which is the social aspect. And so I tell people, make the balance, don't drink every day. When you drink something of the best quality and enjoy it with friends.
Hey, let's talk about exercise. Everybody says that exercise is good, you're going to live longer. Is there any medical evidence that exercising every day or every other day is really good for you?
This is the strongest evidence that we have. And I've argued that we will not have a better anti-aging medicine than exercise for the next 10 to 15 years. So it is extremely powerful. There's clear evidence that as we age, we lose muscle mass. And so lifting weights, heavy weights, is really a powerful way because your muscles are your most important metabolic organ. So if you want to be healthy, you need to have good muscle mass. Balance becomes critical as you age because a lot of people will meet their end by falling, breaking their hips.
Now, some people say you can take an anti-aging pill.
Yes.
And that this will enable you to live longer. What do you think about that?
I'm highly skeptical, and the reason is, but not completely. So there is a lot of evidence in animal models right now that we have supplements, interventions that increase lifespan and health span in these animal models. The commercial world has jumped on this and say, well, if it works in mice, it's going to work in humans. Many of these supplements that do work extremely well in animal models, we don't have any evidence or proof that they actually do work in humans. And the key is always, are you going to do harm or are you going to be helping? So my advice to people is that there are today a few supplements that I think many people should consider. Vitamin D, after you've measured your level, because many of us are deficient. Vitamin B12, same thing, can be measured. Many of us are deficient. Omega fatty acid, which is these protective fatty acids. Many of us don't eat enough fish or the type of oil that we need. And another one is creatine, which is a supplement that helps your muscle function and your brain function. So all of those, in my opinion, should be part of everybody's regimen.
I think it's an opportunity, the longevity economy. We need to start thinking differently about the way we have created our systems, like our pension systems, our social security systems, even the way we work.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today. and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Burden in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
A study published last year looked at the lifestyles of more than 276,000 U.S. veterans. It found that adopting just 8 healthy habits could add up to 24 years to a person's life. While genes do play a role, especially as we get older, experts say longevity still comes down mostly to environment and lifestyle.
If you have a first-degree relative, a parent or a brother who has lived above 100, the likelihood that you're going to live above 90 is more than 90%. And that really speaks to, in those families, there are genes that protect. But for you and I, most people, it is really all about lifestyle. As a matter of fact, 93% lifestyle, 7% genetics.
As more people live longer, that demographic shift starts to have economic impact, and that can put stress on systems designed with very different assumptions. Let's suppose somebody retires at 75 years old, and they're just sitting in retirement homes, and they're not really working. How does that add to the GDP? Or are you saying people work longer?
First of all, those people have 40% of the economy. Basically, they're in their value. I talked about health and what they do. What they do is something that needs adjustment, right? The age of retirement needs adjustment. The Social Security needs adjustment. There has to be plan of how to use those people in a way that they like and is helpful.
Your Social Security card, important as a bank book.
Social Security in the U.S. was created 100 years ago. We haven't really changed it or updated since then. It is going to become insolvent. There are the ones that nobody wants to talk about, some of the difficult ones, which is raising the retirement age. And I know it's a hot button issue, but other countries have done it successfully. For example, Denmark, I believe, is going to raise the retirement age to 70 by 2040.
The World Economic Forum says Social Security reform should be a key priority for governments. It's released a report on what it calls future-proofing the longevity economy, proposing scalable innovations that could be adopted across countries and industries.
I think it's an opportunity, the longevity economy, and I think the way we should think about this is we're thinking about a 21st century issue with 20th century solutions. We need to start thinking differently about the way we have created our systems, like our pension systems, our Social Security systems, even the way we work.
These longevity reforms begin in the workplace. As people live longer and birth rates fall, companies face a new challenge, creating inclusive environments where multiple generations can thrive together.
One of the most interesting things that's going to be happening in the workplace is this 5-generation workforce that's working together side by side. However, are workplaces ready for that? Not necessarily. I think we need to really create more age-inclusive strategies for the workforce so that skilling and upskilling happens for all employees, not just employees that first come in or younger employees. Lifelong learning, skill building is something that should happen throughout life, and I think that's something people need to consider.
And as people stay in the workplace longer, society will need to rethink what it means to live and work to 100. The society is not yet set up for people to live to be 100. If everybody's living to 100 because they're taking these drugs or other new drugs that will come out, how is that going to change society?
If you go from 80 to 100. But look, again to my study, we were interested if our centenarians, did they get sick when everybody gets sick when they're 60 and now they live sick for 40 years? Or is their health span and lifespan goes together? And the answer, it does. They are healthy 30 years longer. So they're healthy and they're living longer, but that's not really the major point. The major point is that they have contraction of morbidity. They're sick very little time at the end of their lives. We're sick 5-8 years at the end of their lives. They're sick weak. 30% of them don't wake up in the morning. And we started talking about this concept of longevity dividend. We went to the CDC. The CDC has looked at the medical expense in the last 2 years of life of somebody who died at age 100. It was third than those who died in their 70s. They have an economical value that when you calculate the economical value, by the way, it's $36 trillion a year. It's something we can not afford not to do. For extending health span by 2 years.
What I think is important is closing the gap between lifespan and health span, because while our lifespan is till 78 in the US, our health span really is only till about 66. So finding innovative ways, addressing them through public-private collaboration of how to reduce that 12-year gap between lifespan and health span, and in turn, that will help people be excited about living longer lives. I want the private sector to think about an age-inclusive workforce. I want them to think about what it means to have older people stay at work longer if they want to, how to have caregivers come back to work if they want to, and how to ease that process. I want governments to talk about this issue. I feel like we're not talking about it enough.
Aging is in your hand for most people. The way you age, the decisions you make today and throughout your life, and again, it's never too late, is going to determine the outcome of how you live your last 20 or 30 years of life.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Didn't really think I had a problem.
I would isolate, self-medicate.
Like 48.5 million Americans, they didn't choose addiction. Go to shatterproof.org/findstreatment. Watch the film No More Secrets and find out how you can get help. That's shatterproof.org/findtreatment.
One of the longest running studies on human life and happiness began in 1938. The Harvard study of adult development has followed more than 700 people for nearly 9 decades. It's now in its 87th year and still going strong. The big takeaway? Close relationships, not money or fame, are what keep people happiest and healthiest over time. Strong social ties protect us from stress. They slow down mental and physical decline. They predict long, happy lives, better than class, IQ, or even genes. Some people also say, I've read, that if you want to live a long life, in addition to the factors we've already talked about, have a relationship with somebody or some other group of people. Are relationships important?
They're the number one predictive factor in terms of your longevity. Remarkable, because it turns out the largest number of deep, loving relationship you have with your spouse, with your children, with friends, it doesn't matter who it is, but these have to be deeply connecting, loving relationship, your longer your lifespan.
So as you wrap up being Surgeon General for the second time, what would you like to tell Americans about what they should do with their health?
One of the things that worries me is this deep sense of pain and unhappiness that I've sensed in so many people across our country. Even when our economic needs are met, educational needs, I find that so many people are still experiencing that sense of despair. And I've found that what we really need in our lives is to build community, is to reestablish a group of people in our life where we can have relationships with them, where we can be of service and help one another, and where we can find our purpose in the people we love and in the people we serve. Those three elements of relationships, purpose, and then service, that is the triad of fulfillment. Those are the core pillars of community, is what I would want everyone to invest in their life. And it doesn't have to be difficult. We can start with just spending 15 minutes a day reaching out to someone we care about and checking in on them. That's how we build relationships. We can ask, can I do one thing each day to help someone? That's how we engage in service. And we can start having honest, real conversations with our friends and with our children about how to find purpose in our life that's rooted in contributing to the lives of others. If we do this, these small steps can actually engineer a miracle in our lives. So my hope for individuals and for the country is to build community. This is what we need for our health and well-being for our individuals, and it's what we need for the health of the nation.
Will there be other breakthroughs that you think will occur in the next 5, 10, or 15 years that people are working on now that could make things even better?
I think it's likely, although I couldn't predict when, and I couldn't predict what, because by definition, you don't know what a breakthrough is until it's happened. Let's look on what has been produced over recent, say, 10 years, 20 years, and say there's finally, for the first time ever, something out there that you can do to intervene in this process.
So for somebody who's watching this, to summarize everything we've said, if you could just encapsulate in one paragraph what you have learned about aging and what you want people to know about aging, what would you say?
I would say that aging is in your hand for most people. The way you age, the decisions you make today and throughout your life, and again, it's never too late, is going to determine the outcome of how you live your last 20 or 30 years of life.
When you're healthy, even at age 107, life is very different than, and really I think that's the major thing. It's really about living healthier. The living longer is a side effect.
In most religions, there's a concept of heaven. If you believe in that, why are people so worried about dying? Because if you're going to go to heaven, you've lived a great life, why are so many people so worried about living longer?
That's a very philosophical question. I think the whole idea is the whole concept of faith. I think people, who have faith, they live in confidence. Many people are more skeptical, and they're wondering first, there's still a very significant degree of uncertainty. Is this true? Is it not true? And I've argued that, you might have heard of Pascal's bet. I'm going to live the best life I can, because in case there is paradise, I want to go there. And so the whole field of longevity, in some way, when I started working on this, I started really applying more sort of rigorously all of what we've learned with the hope of living longer. What I've discovered during this process is when you optimize your lifestyle, the quality of your life changes in a dramatic manner. And in some way, for me, this has become almost like a Buddhist version of this, is that longevity is allowing me, by optimizing my health, to actually live and to be the best person I can be.
I'm David Rubenstein. This is Bloomberg.
are in such an incredibly exciting moment with AI. It is really the most profound technology of our lifetimes, and I think it has the potential to help us rethink literally everything. The potential for economic impact, societal benefit is honestly boundless. When we think about the economic impact for Europe in particular, it's around a 1.2 trillion euro estimate of the productivity growth that can be unlocked. This platform shift that we are living through, I think, is going to create untold amounts of value for the world, but also for the businesses and for economies, which is why I'm incredibly optimistic in this moment for Europe, but also for the whole world.
How do you think about job losses or safety for some of the AI tools?
You know, I hear the anxiety and I understand the anxiety about jobs. I think that we are certainly going to live through a massive transition about how people learn to work alongside these tools. I mean, the reality is I do think there'll be some number of jobs that are displaced. I think it is a smaller number maybe than some anticipate. We estimate it's around 7%. And I think what's important is that we have programs that help those 7% transition into new fields of work. I think what is more likely is that most of us are going to learn to work alongside these tools. So we estimate about 2/3 of us. If you think about the tasks you do in your daily life, when you look at every industry, there are administrative tasks that are happening everywhere, and that's what AI is most helpful in improving.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Some people travel to see the world. I travel to question the forces that shape entire nations.
No, it's impossible.
My name is Professor Hannah Fry. I want to meet the people with unexpected stories to tell and dig up the peculiar and wonderful treasures that reveal what a country is made of.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Shevrian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg. What made you go back to politics?
Putin. I'll be very frank with you. Had Russia not attacked Ukraine, I would not have run for president of Finland. This was built in the 1800s later, when the Tsar took over the palace. And this is mirroring the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg, but it's called the Hall of Mirrors, so we have the mirrors on the side.
So do you ever get used to it, or do you sometimes just walk in and think, wow, this is...
Every morning, wow, this is.
Have a seat. Talk to me about resilience.
It's something I think we in Finland know something about, actually. It's one of our key words. It's sisu, which is resilience, perseverance, grit, stamina. So you never give up. You just have to keep on pushing and grinding through the tough stuff. And I think a lot of Finns have that ingrained into the system because remember, we're a poor country. You know, first we were under Sweden for 700 years, then under Russia for a little bit over 100. And when we gained independence in 1917, we were basically a poor developing country. And I think then this sort of idea of resilience, let's try to overcome, let's work hard, came very much a part of Finnish DNA. And I think I'm still part of that generation.
Alexander Stubb is the sitting president of Finland.
but he's also served as the country's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Prime Minister, and Minister of Finance. On a bigger stage, Stubb was also a member of the European Parliament, and more recently, he found himself nestled as an unlikely diplomatic force between superpowers. President Stubb has U.S. President Trump's ear on issues like the Russian war with Ukraine. In his spare time, Stubb unwinds with exercise, a lot of it. He's also competed in Ironman events and marathons with some pretty impressive results for a non-pro athlete.
I want to ask about your father. He was someone that had a huge influence on your life. What was he like?
Yeah, definitely. Still is. He's 90 years old. He was the chief talent scout of the National Hockey League in Europe. So very much an ice hockey family, if you will. My dad was a big influence in the sense that he taught me a lot of things. He's always taught me curiosity. He's tried to teach me patience.
So you're naturally curious, but not naturally patient.
Yeah, I think that's what my wife would probably say. I was very much into sports when I was a kid. First I wanted to become a professional ice hockey player, but my dad probably saw that, it's not going to work with that one. Then I wanted to become a professional golfer. That's why I actually went to study in the States. And my sort of mission or academic life or meaning, purpose, only started pretty much at the age of 21. I mean, before that, I lived in a, teenage abyss, I guess, in many ways. And if you had asked my friends in high school or elsewhere that, will Alex go into politics or will he become president, they would have probably laughed.
What was your hardest time?
One of the tough times, to be very frank with you, was when my mother was diagnosed with epilepsy when I was only 10, 11 years old. I was the first one to see my mom with a seizure, so that gives you a different picture of, your parent in one way or another. But probably the toughest time in my life, and it's only my own doing, was from 2014 to 2016 when I was Prime Minister and Finance Minister and Chairman of the party. Probably not in my comfort zone because domestic politics was never my thing. But I, grinded it out for 2 years, and when I lost an election, I left politics, but I left sort of, with a high morale to a certain extent, lessons learned, and my whole idea was, okay, the time was tough, I learned something from it, and I'll never come back to politics, and here I am.
I was going to say, and then 7 years later, here we are.
With Russia, I realized that, wow, things might happen, and I felt that sense of duty, but we talked about it at home, my wife, and because we had decided that we're not going to do politics, and she said, well, perhaps because the security political situation is what it is, you should reconsider.
Мною принято решение о проведении специальной военной операции.
This is Putin announcing Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022.
Кто бы ни пытался помешать нам, а тем более создать угрозы для нашей страны, для нашего народа, должны знать, что ответ России будет незамедлительным и приведет вас к таким последствиям, с которыми вы в своей истории еще никогда не сталкивались.
This war is a continuation of conflicts exploited by Russia.
Heavily armed, wearing camouflage uniforms of a kind known to be issued to the Russian military, a platoon of troops deployed this morning around the main airport in Crimea.
Finland shares a 1,340-kilometer border with Russia. They've been investing in their defense forces for years. April 4, 2023. Finland officially joined NATO.
If and when the alliance defines its #1 security threat as being Russia, we in Finland fully realize our responsibility. So my message to all of our allies here today is that you can trust us.
Where do you see Russia going?
Oh, it's not looking good. I'm very honest with you. With the current regime and with President Putin, I don't see big change. Nations that don't have a capacity to deal with their past, they have a very difficult time to look into the future.
The world marvels as tiny Finland halts and holds the giant invader. Soviets may command the sky of Finland, but the invader will meet resistance on Finnish soil.
There is this, imperialist DNA and undertone in Russia, which doesn't seem to go away. Russia is built on empire. That's why Putin talks about the Ruski Mir, Great Russia borders to the 1800s, which has, one language, one Russia, one religion, and one leader himself. So I'm not very hopeful about the future of Russia right now. We thought that Russia and many other countries in this world would just automatically revert to some form of liberal democracy, but it didn't happen. For some people who don't know the Finnish model, the president runs foreign policy together with the government. And I'm the only living person who has been in Finland, who's been both prime minister and president and foreign minister. So I understand the reality. When you're president and dealing with foreign policy, and foreign policy for a country like Finland is existential, everyone wants the president to succeed. Ukraine wants peace. Finland wants peace. Europe wants peace. The United States wants peace. Russia, on the other hand, still has to show that it wants a genuine peace.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Watch Horizon's Middle East and Africa every trading day at midnight Eastern Time. Only on Bloomberg.
The countryside surrounding this Russian-Finnish border is eerily silent and still. The border closed in the second half of 2023. All traffic stopped between these neighboring countries. No cars, no pedestrians, no buses, indefinitely. And the perimeter is manned by authorities on both sides.
I'm Captain Antti Vahe. I'm head of Nuijamaa border guard station. Days before closing the border, they were really strange and different totally compared to times earlier. The passenger traffic was concerning mostly to shopping. So Russian tourists went to and southeastern Finland area for shopping, for spending weekends in hotels, etc. So the economical impact has been really big, unfortunately.
Lappeenranta is a city of 73,000 and just over 20 kilometers from the Russian-Finnish border. It was a big destination spot for Russian tourists. Some estimate the South Karelia region, where Lappeenranta is located, has lost about 1 million euros a day since Russia began its war against Ukraine.
I have been living here all my life. The cafe started on 1980s. When this house was built, we were under Russian rule, and this was built for as a house for young Russian officers. We have lots of foreign customers in here. Russian customers, but nowadays not so many anymore. The economical impact has been huge. I don't think that they will ever come to the same point they were before the Ukrainian war. I can easily hear people saying that this is something that Russians do, and you can never rely on Russians. And that makes me very sad because, in my opinion, the Russian administration and Russian people are so different. But there are two different sides of this story.
You grew up in an era where, you know, globalization was an opportunity, and now people are looking more inwards.
True, but you could say that I was born into a world, the Cold War, where there was a clear ideological split between the East and the West. You know, authoritarian regimes and freedom. And remember, I started studying in 1989 when the Berlin Wall fell in November, and then the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. And there was this sort of basic assumption that, hey, the whole world is going to be a combination of liberal democracy, social market economy, and globalization. And of course, at some stage, we sort of woke up and smelt the coffee and realized that actually the world was not going to be all about green fields and, you know, rainbows and peace signs. And for me, of course, the sort of turning point was not only 9/11 or the financial crisis 2008, but probably Russia's attack on Ukraine in 2022. And we're now starting to see the change of a world order.
But you say in 2008, you saw Russia change.
But let's all try to stay calm, cool, and collected. There's a lot of this war propaganda going around. We've been able to muster a ceasefire, and let's try to stick to it. Thanks.
Thank you.
I gave a speech right after the war. We had gotten a ceasefire in 5 days where I said, you know, we should wake up and have a look. Power politics is back, spheres of interest is back, Russian imperialism is not gone, so start adjusting. And of course, you know, it wasn't a very kosher thing to say at the time, but I'm not happy that I was right, but that's what happened.
But no one listened.
Well, I mean, some people listened, some didn't. You know, I think kind of a lot of Eastern European countries were right about Russia at that time. But I think we were all sort of in this wave of, yeah, you know, Russia is going to become a democracy. We were even thinking China is going to become a democracy. And, you know, if there is technological advancement, if there is freedom, people are going to use it. There was Arab Spring, et cetera, et cetera. But my argument, the big argument is that right now, we're living in a 1918, 1945, or 1989 moment in world history. And now we're in a similar situation. We just don't know where the world is going to go.
Jonas Grönlund sits on Löpperanta's city council. Like Stubb, before the presidency, Jonas is also a member of the National Coalition Party in Finland.
I do have Russian friends, and none of them is anymore living in Russia. They are losing now a lot of brain power. Everybody who can leave, leaves. Finland have been preparing for 80 years after Second World War against any foreign threats. Everybody understands why the border is closed, but it's economically quite hard. The most important thing is that we survive. Whatever happens, we will survive. We will do our best. We've been living next to Russia thousands and thousands of years, and it has been a struggle all the time. Only nowadays, Europe is also seeing that living next to Russia can be a problem.
You've also said that Europeans live in la-la land, that they actually don't want to see, I guess, what they have in front of them. Why is it so difficult to see?
Yeah, it's one of these things. I think sometimes it's very human. You know, we want to deal with a world that we want to see. And we are not dealing in a world which it actually exists. Remember that diplomacy and foreign policy is never static. There's no end state. You know, we're not going to end up with the fantastic world government. It's always diplomacy and trying to work in different directions. Right now, the pendulum is going towards transaction, towards nationalism, towards bilateral relations. And at some stage, it'll start swinging back. But when it starts, we have to make sure that everyone feels that they're part of it.
The key issue right now for us in the diamond space is the declared divestment of Anglo from GBS. And as you know, Anglo holds 85% stake in GBS. Botswana, the government of the Republic of Botswana holds 15%. We are resolute now, and we've communicated firm intention to increase our stake in DBS to a controlling stake. We have lined up a number of potential collaborators with us, if I may put it that way. We have targeted funders, we have parties, we have the Oman Sovereign Wealth Fund, we have others who are willing and ready.
In case you missed it, on the Pulse.
We distinguish between companies that are here because they're running international operations, the companies that are indigenous and working with the citizens of the UK, and make sure you get the regulation strategies right. With the rule of law and the great city that London and the great country that UK is, there's a plenty of upside.
What do you tell the Prime Minister?
I tell them to make sure the regulation's fair, be the best place for a non-UK based company to operate, and you'll get companies coming here.
Don't miss the Pulse, live every weekday.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question.
Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
The golden age of America begins right now. I will very simply put America first. We are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world.
We'll be told that it's xenophobic. We'll be told that it's small-minded.
Do you worry about society splintering, the rise of populism, not being able to talk to each other anymore?
Yeah, I mean, what we have to avoid is the polarization of society. We have now the technological instruments to polarize as much as we can, because we can kind of start living in not only alternative realities, but in alternative truths. And that's very dangerous for democracy, because if you don't have basic agreement of what facts are, say on science or otherwise, then you cannot have a democratic discourse. And we have to try to avoid that. We're seeing some of it, obviously, in the United States, but it's not only the United States. We're seeing it in many other liberal democracies. Finland is a small country. We can't have, we can't have that.
Is Europe prepared to go to war?
Well, I mean, our mentality is that the better you're prepared, the less likely you're going to end up in a war.
Finland has a larger artillery than France and Germany combined, despite being a small country with a fraction of the German and French population. Per capita, Finland ranks 7th in the world in total military personnel number.
We have obligatory military service, so 900,000 men and women have done it. My son just finished his. I did mine in 1988 and 89. We have 280,000 that we can put out at wartime from reserves. We have 62 F-18s. We have long-range missiles, land, sea, and air. We just bought 64 F-35s. We have the biggest artillery together with Poland. And as I always say, we don't have them because we're worried about Stockholm. And our argument is that the better you're prepared, the less likely you end up.
But the rest of Europe is not prepared.
Well, I think many of them are, and many of them are waking up. We are increasing our preparedness in order to avoid the worst.
I mean, I'm sure you have good days and bad days. What do you do on a bad day to try and work things through, to try and keep level-headed?
I mean, one, you have to be really well prepared yourself. So I spend my early morning hours from about 5 to 8 going through material and reading to make sure that I'm, on the ball. And then, secondly, you have to have a team which is able to inform you about every little minute detail and keep you all the time ahead of the curve. And then number 3, you have to calm down. You have to understand that the world is not going to be finished in the 6 years I'm in this office, or 12 years, depending on if I run again. You just have to take it day by day and try to, solve small crises and big crises.
What do you learn from sports that you bring to politics?
You probably learn to cut your losses and actually to accept failure.
Because in life, you're going to go through moments when you fail. And then you either learn something from it or you don't. And from endurance sports, you just learn how to grind it out. So sports, I have to admit, has always helped me. It's a big part of who I am.
Yeah, and you famously said that actually 1 hour of sports or exercise gives you 2 hours of energy. Do we need to normalize that more?
Well, normalize is difficult because I never want to be judgmental about anyone else's lifestyle. So I've been able to lead a life whereby it's been possible for the past 20, 30 years. And I think it's a lot about habits, and then suddenly they almost become an addiction. You have to be a little bit careful, but I'd say that I'm probably a better person for doing 1 hour of exercise, albeit today I've only done half an hour.
What have you had to adapt since you become president?
I think there's certain behavioral patterns. You have to perhaps hide your personality a little bit, not too much, but the reason I do it is that I respect the institution. I'm the 13th president of the Republic of Finland. I understand the historic gravitas of the task. So that means that, I can't in every public situation be just the good old Alex. I can do that with my friends, I can do that with my family, I can do it with my staff, but there are certain elements of the job that you just have to play the role.
But leaders also connect through personalities.
Yes.
How has that helped with President Trump, President Xi?
Well, it helps with everyone to a certain extent. I think diplomacy is really about two things. It's about state relations, and then it's about personal relations and connections. And then I think it's my job to try to connect with people. And I hope I succeed sometimes. When I was with President Xi, I felt we had a very good and respectful conversation. When I was playing golf with President Trump, we had a really good time.
What was President Trump like on the golf course? You played for 8 hours?
Very talkative. Golf is a nice social setting. And again, going back to my dad, I remember my dad being very encouraging and saying, Alex, even if you don't become a golf professional, golf will be useful for you one day. And I was going, yeah, sure, Dad. And sure enough, there I was on the first tee with President Trump. And, I had a good time. And it doesn't, the fact that you have a good time with someone doesn't mean that you agree with them. Especially coming from a small country. What you want to do is you want to, nudge things in the right direction. And that means that you have conversations which sometimes can be difficult and awkward. Sometimes they can be good. And then, the rest of it is about getting results. And I hope I get results with my diplomacy.
But if you have a good time, does it mean that they listen to your arguments more?
I don't know. You have to ask them.
What did you learn about him? Is he different?
Actually, this is the thing. And I've always said this, that funnily enough, and I hadn't really played golf for 35 years. When I quit, I quit. But I've always said it, you learn about the personality of a human being on the first hole of a golf course. You see if they're edgy, if they are impatient, if they're frustrated, if they're fun, if they're relaxed. And I have to say, I had no uncomfortable moments during that round. And we hit good shots and bad shots. So, people are quite different on a golf course sometimes.
You seem to have a quite glamorous life from the outside. What do people not know?
What I keep on telling people who say, oh, you met that person or you met that person and you sat next to that one, I said, listen, they're just normal human beings. See, the thing is that in today's world with modern technology, you create an image of a human being who you've never met because you've seen them on social media or TV or whatever. And it's normal. But the truth is that no human being is as bad as they look in the public eye, nor as good as they look in the public eye. And most people that I met throughout my life are just normal human beings. They like to talk about normal stuff. I'll tell you, one of the highlights of my term so far was a private dinner with President Volodymyr Zelensky and Olena Zelenskaya and my wife Suzanne at our home, in our flat, with no one else around. We were just chatting there, drinking wine, talking about family and talking about life. And you have to understand that even someone like Volodymyr Zelensky, who's gone through a war that no one wanted, and he the least of it, is a normal human being. There's no glamour in that.
President Stubb, thank you so much.
Thank you.
tariffs, I think, are probably the first time in my career I've had to deal with like a fundamental change in government policy in terms of how we think about how markets work.
The challenge, especially within my supply chain, is now how do you have enough productivity initiatives to offset the increased cost of all the product?
Can you just move your supply chain out of China and into the US, or out of Mexico and up to Canada? Is it that easy?
It's not that easy, but we do have flexibility. And we had been, prior to tariffs, prior to any of this, we had been on a journey to diversify our footprint out of China. So probably 2-ish years ago, roughly 65% of our toy and game volume was coming from China. Today, as we entered into 2025, that was around 50%. All we've done is really accelerate the path to get down to roughly, call it 30% by the time we enter into 2027. For us, I mean, if tariffs stay, if tariffs go, it's never good to have so much of your manufacturing base centered on one geography. We think the diversification is good, but it does take a bit of time to get vendors and suppliers up to speed. Quality is a big deal, especially when you're dealing with toys and kids. It's not an instantaneous thing, but it's not also a 5-year, have to build a new plant from scratch.
The phone is, what's great about it is it's a well-developed gaming ecosystem, right? So it, folks know to find games there, but it's also a highly competitive gaming ecosystem. So its developedness gives you both that upside and the downside. But what's exciting is that now we are moving beyond the phone to the TV. So I mentioned like one of the big gaming areas we're going after. One of the big gaming areas we're going after now is, social gaming experiences that will show up on your TV. So we are now announcing, we're going to announce here actually, that we're going to have these social party games that you can play on your TV with your phone as the controller. And it's things like, recognizable games like Boggle, you got Pictionary, we've got a Lego party game. We, basically are gonna like unleash this with a bunch of creators, and they're gonna go figure out stuff that we didn't even imagine that they can do with that interactivity.
The multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute aerospace news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Guy Johnson at the Dubai Air Show, and this is Bloomberg.
Ray, when you were building everything, what motivated you? Was it knowledge or money?
It was really the game. I love the fact that I could be tested in the real world because I'm having these interactions. And I love the fact that I'm scored every day. I could score how I'm doing to 3 decimal places,
Showtime. Ray Dalio built one of the world's biggest hedge funds. Now he's exploring the deep. How often are you on the boat, Ray?
Well, often, let's say I'm probably on the boat 6 times a year, but I spend maybe a couple of weeks.
And it's all over the place, right? All over the world.
All over the place.
We met him on board his research vessel in the port of Nice, where the United Nations Oceans Conference was in full swing. At events like these, world leaders, NGOs, big business, and stakeholders gather to raise awareness and address the urgent needs of our waters. So is President Lula coming?
It's on and off, and it's on and off, but he is supposed to come with President Macron, but these things come and go.
They're held up. I know what it's like.
I love mistakes. I love problems because I think all of that is part of the process. It's the way you learn. So we're at a critical time. And I want to again give you my perspective.
Ray Dalio is famous and prolific.
As you might know, my objective at this stage of my life is to pass along the principles, perspectives, and tools that have helped me.
He founded Bridgewater Associates, a hedge fund that consistently ranks amongst the largest in the world. Bridgewater's growth led Dalio to write The Principles in 2017 and propelled him into the mainstream. In recent times, he's become, well, a bit of an influencer.
Whatever success I've had in life has had to do more with my knowing how to deal with not knowing than anything I know.
Ray Dalio, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for joining me here
I know.
on Ocean X.
Beautiful boat. Ray, talk to me a little bit about your childhood. Where did you grow up? What was your neighborhood like?
I grew up on Long Island. My neighborhood was a bunch of houses next to each other, pretty small houses. So it was not a big place.
And do you remember your first job?
Yeah, well, my first job was a paper route. And then I would shovel snow on driveways. But then my real job when I was 12 is I got into caddying. And that changed my life, had a big impact.
And why did it change your life?
Because the people I was caddying for at the time, in the 60s, were always talking about the stock market. So I took my caddying money and I put it into the stock market, and I got hooked. I bought the only company that I ever heard of that was selling for less than $5 a share. The company I bought was about to go broke, so it was cheap, and then another company acquired it, and it tripled in money. And so I said, this making money is easy in the markets, and so I got hooked.
This is at what, 12,
Yeah,
13?
12.
And then did you decide at 12 years old to get into financial services?
It was just like a game.
Right.
I love playing the game, you know? Stocks went up then, and you could be lucky and think you were smart.
Okay, so what happens after that? You finish school?
I went to school, and then in 1973, I was in graduate school, Harvard Business School, and then I went out to work in commodities.
So when did you decide to found Bridgewater?
1975, after I got fired from my job. And I got in a fight with my boss, and...
What, physical fight?
Yeah, well, I was rowdy then, you know? And so at a New Year's Eve company party, we got pretty drunk and we pushed each other around, and boom, I decked him. And then, anyway, so that's how I started Bridgewater, because I had clients and they wanted to hire me to give them advice.
Bridgewater Associates is headquartered in Westport, Connecticut. In the mid-1990s, it had $4 billion of assets under management and $90 billion in 2024. Bridgewater, like a lot of its closest competitors, also made money in the 2008 global market crash. Dalio founded Bridgewater Associates in 1975 and ran it for 47 years. And only in 2025, nearly half a century after he started the company, Dalio sold his remaining stock and left the board. Hedge funds, like Bridgewater, are private clubs where rich people and big institutions pool their money. That pot of cash is then managed by professionals who don't just buy and hold, they also bet on prices going down, or borrow money to invest more than they have. They can buy anything, from stocks and bonds to currencies and commodities like gold and oil. Hedge funds essentially aim to make money even when the market is bad.
So when you start Bridgewater, it wasn't plain sailing. It was a bit of up and down, and at some point it almost went under.
Yes, which was one of the best experiences of my life. It changed me. Yeah. This was in the 70s, and the 70s was a wild period, you know, the market's wild. And so what happened in 1979, Paul Volcker gets appointed and tightens monetary policy. And I calculated that American banks had lent much more money to foreign countries that those countries were going to be able to pay back, and that we're going to have a big debt crisis. And this was very controversial. And then I was brought into a lot of attention. Wall Street Week, and then I testified to Congress.
It's a great pleasure and a great honor to be able to appear before you in examination with what is going wrong with our economy. The economy is now flat, teetering on the brink of failure. I can say with absolute certainty that if you look at the liquidity base in the corporations and the world as a whole, that there's such a reduced level of liquidity that you can't return to an era of stagflation.
And I couldn't have been more wrong. That was the exact bottom in the stock market. And I didn't really understand enough the impact of easing and so on. So I lost money for me, I lost money for clients. I was so broke that I had to borrow $4,000 from my dad to take care of my family and so on. So it was the most painful experience that I could imagine. And it was really the best experience for me because I really learned humility, you know? I started to think of myself, how do I know I'm right? It created an open-mindedness. I wanted to find the smartest people I could who would disagree with me to stress test my thinking.
But as some people struggle to lead, right? They want to lead by consensus. And I don't know whether it's a likability problem.
I think it's the balance. That's very true. There's a balance between autocratic leadership and democratic leadership. I don't believe either of those work, okay? The autocratic leader is the person who believes that they have all the answers and just follow my instructions, and I don't believe that works because they don't know enough, and also they're not having the people with them. I don't think democratic leadership works like you take a survey or something, and so I believe an idea meritocracy works. I had a process of what we call believability-weighted decision-making. For a variety of reasons, we collected a lot of data on people, and they each rated each other and so on, and we would get a good sense that in this area and that area, that person's particularly strong and less so.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Seoul, South Korea, and this is Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
With Dalio at the helm, nearly a quarter of all new hires wouldn't make it past the first 2 years. Dalio spearheaded a unique corporate culture of radical transparency that is not for everyone. Since his departure, Bridgewater has dialed it back. As chief executive and in life, Dalio believes we're all blind in different ways. So when he ran Bridgewater, Dalio encouraged his employees to give the most honest, open, transparent, and brutal critiques of each other. Everything had to be out in the open. Under Dalio, employees used an app called the Dot Collector to measure each other's strengths and flaws in real time, all the time.
The Dot Collector collects these views. They simply note the attribute and provide a rating from 1 to 10. Different people are always going to have different opinions. It's given us more effective work, and it's given us more effective relationships.
But radical transparency or radical truthfulness can also hurt. Have you had any regrets where you were too transparent or too truthful with people close to you?
It can always be a challenge. Yes, it depends on the person. It's almost like touching a nerve. What I call it is tough love. It's tough love. Yeah. Let's say you have a player on a team, okay, and he's got an issue. Yeah. Okay, are you going to let it go, or are you going to deal with it? If you're going to have an effective team, you have to deal with it, right? So I can't not deal with that.
But this is the concern with leadership, right? You also want that person to be confident, because as soon as you lose that confidence,
Then you no longer have a player that's any good.
Yes, but you see, the confidence I learned to get was by knowing my weaknesses, to gain the open-mindedness. Pain.
Yeah.
We don't like pain. But what happens is pain is a messenger. It tells you about how the world works, and it tells you how you should deal with the world to be effective.
How is that? I mean, how did you think about pay? Was it
I think about pay as a share in the mission. And if we're successful, then we should share that. If we're not successful, we'll go through the pain. Can we go through the pain together in order to get to be successful? If it's too transactional, you're going to have a problem, okay? I want people who will go through the ups and downs with me because we have a greater mission. I want a community in which you always have the right and obligation to make sense of things. I want to help you all struggle well and evolve to get the most out of life.
Was it tough leaving Bridgewater?
No, it was a change, a big change, but it was like watching my kids grow up, okay? For 47 years, I was responsible for Bridgewater, okay? To watch that next generation, you know that you want them to be on their own.
I know, but when your kids grow up, you still miss them a little bit, don't you?
No, I don't have to miss them. We can still see and hug each other, and we can still have conversations about how the world works or any of that, right? But the decisions are theirs, and that's how it should be.
The founder of the world's biggest hedge fund, Ray Dalio, is putting his efforts into what he's calling the planet's most important asset, the ocean.
Dalio also co-founded the nonprofit initiative OceanX with his son, Mark Dalio. In Dalio's next phase of life, he wants to help us better understand our oceans, to travel and document our uncharted underwater worlds.
These are manned submersibles. They go down 1,000 meters, so 3,300 feet. And so they unlock the world down there. We all the time discover species that have never been discovered. You know?
Around the world?
Around every place, almost that we go.
You've been in these?
Oh, yeah, I love them.
It takes 3 people.
And you see species as you're going down.
This is not manned.
This is not manned.
Yeah.
It's called a remote operated vehicle.
Yeah.
And it will go down 6,000 meters, which is 18,000 feet, which will cover 98% of the world's ocean.
Mark, of course you were here. I should have known you'd be in Nice. I didn't think about that.
Oh, yeah, he's an ocean guy. He's an ocean guy.
I know he's an oceans guy. How long did it take to build the ship?
About 3 years from the architecture to building it through.
No. Is there one thing that you're trying to?
One thing. There's lots of things. We want to see it all.
It.
This is twice the size of all Earth combined, right? Of all land, and it's never been explored.
But why? Are you frustrated? I mean, you seem
No,
like...
I'm excited.
Okay.
I'm excited. It's never been explored. Imagine there was a continent that has never been explored. And with all different species that don't... I mean, wow, how exciting, right? And important.
What's been the most exciting thing you found so far?
Probably discovering the giant squid, the first and only time that the giant squid has been discovered and shown in its media. That was maybe millions of people love that, but lots of things.
Yeah, because historically it was like, the whale and the squid, right? You heard about these massive fights.
Of course. Down there, 1,000 meters, all this stuff is going on.
It's terrifying.
So cool.
I always, I think of tech titans fighting it out.
You got to go dive.
You've never frayed into politics.
No.
Why not?
I've had the things I'm doing, my games, the investing, and so on. And, it's just not my thing.
You stayed relevant in one way or another. Other leaders maybe either don't know how or don't want to stay relevant. Like, it's tough, when people stop recognizing you after a life in the spotlight.
Oh, I think that...
No?
No. I think that we all are going to be totally forgotten, like that time. If you're working to be remembered or to be relevant in the spotlight, I don't think that's a good idea. I think the question is, are you having what you want? Are you having impact?
So, Ray, talk to me about this phase in life. What do you enjoy the most?
I'm still addicted to the markets and, you know, and what's going on. And
do you look at them daily?
Oh, yeah, all the time, right.
What,
I'm as immersed in all of the markets. That's my game. I'll do that till I die.
Yeah. I mean, I've interviewed you for many years, and actually what always surprised me is that it's always simple concepts, so that people overcomplicate the way the economy works, the way the markets work, and you've always boiled it down to simple concepts.
Yeah, I mean, you can lose sight of the fundamentals by getting into this complexity, you know? Anybody can make something complicated. It takes a genius to make it simple. Then you can get into the details.
But why do so few people understand that or view the world like you do?
I think for two reasons. First of all, if you want to see the patterns, you have to see them across countries. And then I also think that economists and so are not tested in the markets. Right. You know, it could become theoretical. Well, when you have to place bets and you have to get the penalties of being wrong and the rewards of being right, you know, then it's a different thing.
This is a 15, 16 grams tuna. Then sushi rice is still a little bit warm. So take one, like a very, don't make it too tight. So from now, and very light, like a little ball. Put wasabi in the middle. Then my process 1 to 6. 1, this is putting the between the rice air. Then make the 4 fingers curl, make sushi shape, then touch this. 2, then turn. Now that these 2 fingers, top of the bottom, make the sushi shape more beautiful. 3, then, you know, I mean, looks like pushing, not pushing. 3, 4, turn, same way, 5, and 6. So this is 1 to 6.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bridgewater is a global macro hedge fund. That means it values very high-level research about macroeconomics forces, including geopolitics, global trade, and central bank policy. It's up there with prominent hedge funds with macro trading roots like Brevin Howard and Rocos Capital Management. They make money by spotting inefficiencies and dislocations in financial systems and reaping the benefits of this chaos. Even volatility pays off in this sector. And to this day, Ray Dalio thinks big picture.
Whenever things are coming along that I had not seen before, I really needed to understand if they happened in history so I could understand the mechanics, which is why then I study history.
1929 found the bottom falling out of the New York Stock Exchange, and the panic was on. Overnight, men of wealth were reduced to selling apples on street corners. The prosperity boom of the 20s had exploded like a giant soap bubble.
Confidence and courage are the essentials of success in carrying out our plan.
It was so enlightening. I understood the Great Depression, and I understood the 30s. And because of that type of research, I was able to anticipate the 2008 financial crisis and the European debt crisis from 2010 to 2015. I wouldn't have if I didn't study that period.
But Ray, I find it amazing because actually the financial system has changed so much. There's so much more of it. So you think that basically it's patterns, that human behavior is always human behavior.
But there's also a dynamic about debt. When debt and debt service rise relative to your income, it's like plaque in the arteries that then begins to squeeze out the spending. And also because one man's debts are another man's assets. If those don't give a good real return, they will sell. So there's a dynamic that we're facing today in which that's happening to the government. It's squeezing out the debt service.
But so, right, you believe that human nature, no matter at which point in history, almost repeats itself, right? So it could be civil unrest.
Well,
we talk about populism, that there are patterns that you can see over the last, 2,000 years.
Yes, but that's not just a belief. It's an understanding of the cause-effect relationships, the mechanics that show over repeatedly.
Right, talk to me about the 5 forces that you see shaping the world.
Throughout history, these same 5 forces work together to shape the world. The first is the money, debt, markets, economy force. You know, debt increases relative to GDP, that whole dynamic. Okay, money.
Yeah.
The second is internal order and disorder, conflict. So that what happens is when there are larger wealth gaps and values gaps, then there are greater conflicts and that dynamic. The third dynamic is geopolitics, the international world order. How does it operate? So since 1945, for most of it, we've been in the United States-led multilateral world order. Now we're having a unilateral world order with greater conflict. Number 4, acts of nature. Droughts, floods, and pandemics have killed more people than wars and toppled more orders. So that's certainly an important influence, particularly related to climate. And number 5, over long periods of time, the biggest influence is man's learning, particularly of new technologies. So these forces interrelate with each other, you know? The international creates defense expenditures and technologies change everything.
But, right, all of the 5 forces are being disrupted. Do you worry that this is even more unsettling than in previous cycles?
The previous cycles were pretty unsettling, you know. If you take the most analogous period, I would say we're in a period that's quite like 1937, 38. You have a debt issue. Yeah. You have the internal conflicts of wealth and how things should be run. Disorder existed. 4 democracies stopped being democracies. So we're in a period that's very much analogous. That's plenty to worry about. Of course it can be worse. Right. Because our power to hurt each other has never been greater.
I hate asking this because I don't like throwing around the word world war, but, you know, could we be close to another world war?
We're in wars, okay? There is a financial money war, there's a technology war, there's geopolitical wars, and there are more military wars. And so we have a civil war of some sort, which is developing in the United States and elsewhere, where there are irreconcilable differences.
So how do you see it being settled? Actually, where do you see the U.S. going? Does it get settled?
Either we will rise above it and realize that our common good is going to necessitate us dealing with it so that what works for most people is going to work. I think that's a little bit idealistic. I have to be a practical person. And I would say that I think that these conflicts will become tests of power by each side.
But, right, will it really test institutions, and will it change America forever, what the U.S. actually stands for?
Of course, it's been changed. And in history, we have to recognize that all orders have come to an end. And then there's a new order, and there's a challenge. So I have a principle. If you worry, you don't have to worry. And if you don't worry, you need to worry. Because if you worry, then you will take care of what you're worrying about and you make it not happen. And if you don't worry, I believe that if we don't worry about these things, then we have greater risks.
Right. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
what some of these generative AI models look like they're going to do is they're going to reduce the cost of producing content to basically zero. So that will be a multiplier effect on the things that we're already seeing, which is that there's more people producing more content and reaching more people. And there's a lot of good and bad that comes downstream from that.
I don't know if you can break down what the average person is seeing right now in terms of stuff that's AI generated versus, maybe more traditional human generated, but what's that going to look like in a year or in 5 years?
There's actually a lot of hybrid content, and too often we talk about synthetic content and organic content and never the two shall meet, but there's a lot of content where AI is part of the workflow, right? Like you might not even know it. It might be whatever app you're using to do color correction might be using models to do so. Stamp tool in Photoshop in the old days to get rid of a pimple, those types of things. But that line is going to be more and more blurred. So it's going to be a little bit less like what is organic content and what is AI synthetic content and what the percentages are. I think there's going to be actually more in the middle than pure synthetic content for a while. But you will also see experiences that are purely AI, right? You see this in the last 2 weeks with Vibes in the Meta AI app and with Sora 2 from OpenAI. So I think you're going to see both.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Insight.
From a Bank of Korea's perspective, we don't believe that monetary policy alone can control the housing prices. But on the other hand, we are mindful that ample liquidity wouldn't throw the fire to the real estate market. Our official position is that we will maintain the easing monetary cycle, but the magnitude and timing of the cut or even the change of direction will depend on the new data.
Countries around the world are pulling away from U.S. assets. Do you see debasement happening?
No, actually. I think we have discussed this quite a lot. But actually, if you look at the actual capital flows in the last 6 months, I don't see that there's a lot of talk, but there's no real movement away from dollar.
Don't miss Bloomberg Insight live weekdays.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Vernon in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Sherian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
There's so much disruption in politics, in trade, in blockchain, in AI. How do you think we'll reflect on this period?
I have to tell you that in my 30-plus years in this business, I have never felt the intense pressure of change like we do right now. From an investment person, staying on top of all these things has always been core to what they do.
All right. Okay. Gosh, it's like Hogwarts.
Yeah, it's like Hogwarts.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
It's quite impressive being in such a big hall.
I know.
I feel
very
like the weight
important.
of history.
Yes.
Jenny, thank you so much for doing Leaders with us.
I am honored to be here.
So let's start from the beginning. How would you describe your family?
Wow, that's just diving right in.
Let's go in.
How would I describe my family? Look, I think a bunch of achievers. You know, you look at my dad, he really built Franklin Templeton. People always say my grandfather started it, but my dad took it over when it was $2.5 million in assets and $10,000 in revenue.
Founded in 1947 and named in honor of Benjamin Franklin, Franklin Templeton began as a pioneering investment firm dedicated to giving everyday investors access to professional money management. Franklin Templeton operates in more than 80 financial centers worldwide: London, New York, Paris, and Hong Kong, to name a few. but is headquartered in California. Today, it manages around $1.6 trillion in assets. They surpassed the trillion-dollar mark after Jenny Johnson took the reins. Johnson held leadership roles in all Franklin Templeton's major divisions. She's a third-generation heir to this chief executive role. And her family owns more than a third of the business. What's it really like to lead the company your family started and grew for generations?
There was never any pressure to go into the business. You went into, we all did at some point because somebody, probably needed a job, but there was never pressure to head that way. And then my mom had 7 children and went back to, college and graduated from Stanford Medical School and then practiced. Dinner was always 7 o'clock sharp, and, you needed to have shoes and a shirt and be reasonably nicely dressed for dinner. That was always, and the whole family sat down. The conversations, I would say, were much more oriented towards science, my mother's sort of area of interest, than finance. My dad, he's probably a little quieter than my mom, and the conversations, again, you never felt any pressure.
So Jen, what was the interview process like to becoming chief executive?
So it was not a fait accompli.
Okay.
So the board, look,
that's tough if you're like part of a family.
Oh, trust me. They put me through a Spencer Stuart CEO survey, and they said, we're going to give you a scenario, and you need to answer it. And the only reason I remember this one, I don't remember any other, is because my mind went completely blank with fear. So you own a parking garage, and your clients are complaining that it takes too long to exit at the same time. And you've hired 2 consultants, and they've said you cannot speed up the exit process, and you can't add an exit. What do?
What'd you do? I don't know, you'd hear it so that the one who pays more gets out first. So, I'm not sure. I'd fail 100%.
I just remember because it was such fear. And so then I said, well, first thing is I'm going to do a quick study to see how many other parking lots around to see how quickly I have to solve the problem.
How big
What's the demand? And then I'm going to study as to why, and then I'm going to do tiered pricing. Yes.
But so who chose in the end? Was it like a family process voting? I mean, it feels like quite scary, a bit like Succession.
It's the board. No, it's the board. Right? And the board has a fiduciary duty to all shareholders.
What was your first week like?
Oh, well, we announced 5 days after I became CEO the acquisition of Legg Mason.
This will be an interesting mix of institutional and retail clients. Can they do both well?
Can they?
To be seen.
And then 2 weeks later, we had a 2-week lockdown to flatten the curve for COVID that turned into the 2-year lockdown. I one time was going through a tough situation at work, and my father left on my desk. It was a little printout of a cartoon, and the cartoon was a frog being swallowed by a duck, but the frog had managed to get its arm around and was squeezing the neck of the duck so the duck couldn't quite get it down, and it said, never give up.
Is your dad your biggest influence in life?
I'd say both my parents are, because I work, to this day, my dad is 92 years old and will circle the footnote of something and send me a note on it. He did every job in the company, and so I'm always amazed by the breadth of his understanding.
Jenny, take us through Franklin Templeton today. It's a different company today than it was 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, so we're now $1.6 trillion asset manager. What hasn't changed is we've been very global for a long time. We have clients in 160 countries. But we used to be just traditional asset management. Now we're half institutional, half wealth channel. And we are a top 10 alternatives manager. So we've got, secondary private equity, real estate, private credit, venture. So we've had to evolve as the business has evolved.
An asset manager is a company that manages other people's money, grows and protects their wealth. Asset managers decide where to put the money: bonds, stocks, real estate, private equity, or other investments. And this money belongs to individuals, other companies, pension funds, or even governments. Under Jenny Johnson's leadership, Franklin Templeton bet on a few new products, like blockchain technology, and alternative investments like private markets. Private markets are a growing part of the economy. Here's why they matter. The name says it all. Public markets, think the New York Stock Exchange, are open to everyone, and anyone can see how a company is doing. In private markets, which started booming in the 1980s, investments happen behind closed doors, so you don't really know how that company is doing from the outside. They can be risky, but they promise higher returns. Private markets are mostly for institutions, including pension funds and insurance companies, as well as very wealthy individuals. Investors are expected to do their own research, and their money could be tied up in the company for years. Private credit, which soared after banks tightened their lending following the 2008 financial crisis, is also an increasingly big part of private markets today. Private markets, including both private equity and private credit, are expected to continue growing globally, from $13 trillion in 2024 to more than $20 trillion by 2030. But they're also looser when it comes to regulations and transparency. Franklin Templeton, with other private market players, wants to lower the bar for participating in the sector, expanding access to retail customers even. Because the thing is, private markets are where lots of money can be made, where wealth gaps widen. According to Franklin Templeton, democratizing them could tighten the gap between the haves and the have-nots. But also, lowering the bar may bring in more money. And all players in private markets today are running an assets under management race. They need to grow bigger and bigger to survive. The market essentially is becoming increasingly concentrated in the larger players.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
The U.S., actually, I guess, was built on wealth creation. And then since the global financial crisis, access to money or investing has changed. What's your vision for wealth creation?
I think the first thing is obviously this growth in private markets. Yeah. And I think that's a secular change. You know, banks aren't going to suddenly get back into the kind of lending like they used to do. That is going to be done, a big portion of it, by private credit managers. And so for us to bring to our clients, we have both traditional fixed income and private credit. The second thing is, which I think is important, is providing access and customization to individuals.
So do you think, is it unfair? Do you really think it's the only way for wealth creation to happen and I guess to close that gap between the have and the have-nots?
Well, first of all, I do think there's a narrative that is not fair, that we as an industry have perpetuated, where we need to define what we do in such a way that we are actually helping people with the most important goals of their lives, right? Like you know, usually there, as part of a goal, not always, but most of the time there's a financial component, and helping people achieve that. Having that nest egg of savings is really important. And so I think one is we have a duty to think about bringing products that are appropriate risk for people's, wherever they are, kind of on their risk profile. And now it's about, well, how do you provide access to everybody? I always say my grandfather got in this business because the average person couldn't get access to the equity markets. So they created a mutual fund because it gave you diversification, expert experience for a small amount.
Anyone who has an insurance policy, a bank deposit, or a share of stock is helping to finance our business system. A constant stream of savings dollars must flow into big and small business each year.
Well, now we face a similar issue with private markets because they're becoming so significant. You have half the number of public companies, you know, than you did 2 decades ago. So how do you give everybody access? But it's an asset class that is completely illiquid. And most people don't have the luxury of tying up their savings for a long time. And so thinking about creative vehicles to do that, I think, is really important.
But I mean, some say this is reckless because actually there's too much risk in some of the private markets, even some of the, private credit. And so how do you make sure it's safe whilst at the same time generates money?
Any credit can be very risky or not. Silicon Valley Bank showed that the U.S. Treasuries were risky because duration is an important component of risk in fixed income. And so that's what I mean by thinking about risk as you, and how you align that risk with whatever those clients' needs are. So as you look to democratize access to private markets, we have to be really cognizant. And I always say that it's the most important thing is the tip of the spear. We're big believers in the financial advisor being the person who's making that decision along with their client. People ask me, because we've done 10 acquisitions since I've become CEO, and they say, well, how do you make sure that the culture fits? And so I often say, well, if you're evaluating a company, clients first. My dad always says, take care of the client, and the business takes care of itself. The second is, do they show that they're collaborative amongst each other, right? Do they seem to get along? Are they open and willing? Because what can go wrong in an acquisition is that there's an attitude of, we're separate, we're not going to participate. So you need people who will collaborate.
But Jenny, how do you know? Because there's so many acquisitions, it could be big banks where actually the culture didn't fit. And you speak to chief executives and said, well, I did the due diligence and it just wasn't a good match. Like, how do you make sure that the culture fits, that the leadership is good at the companies you buy?
I think it's meeting the people and spending time with them at the beginning. And then also, our approach in acquisitions has always been, we're not going to cram down things, right? Because if you're in the asset management business, you are buying people and an investment process. So don't destroy value by suddenly going in and changing that. And now you show them why actually being part of the bigger firm is better for them. So how does that come up, right? One is obviously from our breadth of distribution. We have clients in 160 countries. But things like AI, and I think that's actually a big issue going forward for asset managers. If you're a boutique manager, you're not going to be able to compete with the amount of data. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars on buying data.
But still, it's risky. Right, buying companies is risky. Have you ever shied away from risk, or is this, to succeed, you have to be risky?
I think that, well, believe me, there are plenty of companies we didn't acquire. I mean, I always say investment bankers will tell you why it's a great price and a great strategic fit, but they'll never talk about culture. It really matters.
Does Jenny Johnson have a financial advisor? Sounds
Yes,
like a nightmare job.
Yeah, yes. Because you have to deal with me.
Because you actually know a lot about it.
No, look, I'm a big believer that your financial management of your money is not a part-time job. So I'm a big believer that I just hand it over to that financial advisor and have them take care of it so I don't have to think about it.
But do you need a human financial advisor, or do you just go to AI?
Look, I think I prefer humans, and most people you'll find actually when they get enough money, people say it's like 3 times of their salary, they start to like a financial advisor because it's not part-time. Financial advisors will leverage, the robo kind of capabilities to help them better customize for clients. But you know what? I'm a big believer because I think that, if an 18-year-old can put $100 away for a year, getting in the market, and the way for them to get access to that is through a passive fractional share robo-advisor, that's great. That's better than nothing.
The key issue right now for us in the diamond space is the declared divestment of Anglo from GBS. And as you know, Anglo holds 85% stake in GBS. Botswana, the government of the Republic of Botswana holds 15%. We are resolute now, and we've communicated a firm intention to increase our stake in GBS to a controlling stake. We have lined up a number of potential collaborators with us, if I may put it that way. We have targeted funders, we have parties, we have the Oman Sovereign Wealth Fund, we have others who are willing and ready.
Some people travel to see the world. I travel to question the forces that shape entire nations.
How is it possible?
My name is Professor Hannah Fry. I want to meet the people with unexpected stories to tell. And dig up the peculiar and wonderful treasures that reveal what a country is made of.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
AI in the workplace is a key topic and sometimes a concern. Artificial intelligence has already cost workers their jobs, disrupted some workflows, and automated others.
The threat of generative artificial intelligence is very real. It doesn't necessarily mean that a robot's going to write an Academy Award-winning script, but it will devalue our members' work.
Leading AI tech chief executives preach its benefits, even encourage us to use it.
When the calculator came out, math teachers at the time apparently said, "This is a disaster. This is the end of math education. Why bother teach anyone math? Like this is, these kids are never going to learn." And of course, what happened is with better tools, we use our brain power for something else.
It's not that we will be replaced by AI in our roles, but we can be replaced by someone who's using AI, who's getting that operating leverage if we're not.
You create things that take away 90% of the work, and that leads you to want more people, not less.
Then there's the other side of the coin. Dario Amodei, who founded and runs Anthropic, seemingly goes against his own interest when he says AI could wipe out 50% of all entry-level white-collar jobs in the next 1 to 5 years, causing 10 to 20% unemployment across the globe.
It's bigger and it's broader and it's moving faster than anything has before. Learn to use AI, learn to understand where the technology is going. If you're not blindsided, you have a much better chance of adapting.
Geoffrey Hinton, often cited as a godfather of AI, offered the strongest caution as he accepted the Nobel Prize for his foundational discoveries that enabled today's artificial intelligence.
We have no idea whether we can stay in control. But we now have evidence that if they are created by companies motivated by short-term profits, our safety will not be the top priority. They are no longer science fiction.
So what does a future with man and machine working together actually look like?
Your latte is ready.
It's one employee, right? And so the idea that he's going to be there, going to continue to work, fill all those shifts, the economics start to make sense.
Every industry and every person in practically every job will contend with this change and the pace of it.
AI is here, and it is not going away, and it has already made a significant impact across the financial system. In capital markets, firms are using AI to analyze massive volumes of data in real time, from trading patterns to financial disclosures, to guide investment decisions, execute trades more efficiently, and reduce costs.
How do you see AI disrupting, actually, financial services?
Yeah, so, I think this is faster than even I thought it was coming. So there's the obvious efficiencies in back office so that you can drive down the cost of your products, right? AI is going to be important there. Every big financial institution spends a lot of money on reconciliation between systems and reconciling data. AI will help with that. I might want to say, what are tariffs going to do? How do they affect U.S. pharmaceutical companies versus European pharmaceutical companies? Give me some, perspective on this. It's a theme. It crosses over a lot of things. It goes through all of your research reports internally. It can consume data from all your sell-side reports, and it starts to come back with a theme. And then you can start to engage with that. It's going to have agentic AI. It already does because we have a first development of it, where it'll go out and kind of learn itself and say, hey, is this interesting data for you, right? And so if you can do that well, such that that advisor says, I love meeting with Franklin Templeton because those meetings are so valuable to me, that's going to be a win. And then same thing on the investment process. It's just going to make them much more efficient and effective.
But then most firms will actually have the same models. So what makes the difference between the ones that win and the ones that don't?
I actually don't think most firms will have the same models. I think that firms will leverage things like OpenAI and start to customize, but training the model is going to be all about your own data. That's why one of the first things you do when you're building out AI is you immediately fence off your own data. But what gets really interesting is that the AI leveraging as a tool by your entire talent force is going to be what the future is. Now, I'm really optimistic about things like blockchain as being able to allow us to deliver the same kind of investment expertise at a more cost-effective price.
At its core, blockchain is a digital ledger, a record book that isn't held by one single entity, but shared across a multitude of computers at once. Every new transaction is grouped into a block secured to the one before it, creating a chain that cannot be altered without breaking it. The result is a transparent, tamper-resistant system for tracking ownership and transfers.
Digital assets, over time, you're going to stop talking about them as a separate thing. Way back when I ran at Franklin, we were launching our, internet group. Everything to do with the internet was under me. Now you can't imagine thinking of that as a separate group. I think the same thing's going to happen in digital assets. Today, it's kind of been a separate thing. It's going to naturally converge.
The blockchain does hold promise in theory, but skeptics point out that any financial system that grows in popularity will eventually start to look a lot like traditional systems, even if it's on the blockchain.
Jenny, talk to me about politics and business. So it feels like we've entered a new phase in the US and maybe around the world where business and politics have gotten a lot closer. Do you see any dangers?
Look, the interesting thing is every business has to run regardless of who's in the political office. I'm always interested where people will say, oh, they're trying to drive this party or that party. Actually, most businesses try to stay right in the middle so that they don't ever get on the adverse side of one party or the other. There's definitely lobbying that happens for individual interests of things. I mean, you try as a CEO not to actually lean one way or the other and try to stay very middle of the road. And you have shareholders on both sides, you have clients on both sides.
But politics is changing, right? Because if you have an administration that forces you to choose sides, or forces, even on the trade perspective to choose sides, how do you deal with it?
Look, we're an investment firm, right? So volatility is actually good for active managers. And so in this period, like I said, you finally saw active managers starting to outperform. Our job is actually, and particularly in times of uncertainty, that's when people realize that managing their money is not a part-time job. So from an investment person, staying on top of all these things has always been core to what they do.
Jenny, how do you think about succession? So how, do your kids want to go into the business?
So of my five, one has gone into the business, and I have two nephews that are also in the business. We are a public company, and so there's no right for any Johnson to be the future. There wasn't a right for me to be in that role, which is why the board put me through that process. I would not want any Johnson member who doesn't love this business to even be considered. And I think there are three of the next generation that seem to love it, but they certainly don't have any right versus anybody else. I think a job of a CEO is succession. Right, that if you leave and you haven't put the right person in place, you kind of failed. And there's plenty of examples of iconic CEOs who didn't turn it over to the right person after, didn't groom that right person. So look, I still plan to be here for a lot longer, but I definitely think about part of my job will be to find that next person to be the successor.
And what advice would you give them today?
Make sure that you surround yourself with the right people and put them in the right places. Again, love what you do. If this is not the thing that you wake up every day and love what you do, this is not going to be the right job for you because you are going to spend way too much time doing it. And then showing that resilience, that persistence.
Jenny, thank you.
Thank you.
cidade estava sitiada.
Nisso, ao começo, eu não sabia o que fazer. Foi a mais terrível que eu passei na minha vida.
Eu temo, né, que o Brasil se torne, num futuro próximo, um narco-estado.
Porque no final, tudo é dinheiro.
People back home there, they are suffering. And someone is driving a Range Rover with their money.
Where is my money?
I think she's a scam up to now.
It's some of the world's most desperate people who are getting ripped off.
Repeat after me. I am a winner.
I didn't know how big it was. I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into.
If you tell me you have a vision of being $1 billion business, then you're going to have to do what it takes. And if you're not going to do that, everybody's going to suffer.
Una batalla a muerte.
Money can do a lot of good. It can really transform people's lives, but it can also hurt them.
The phone is, what's great about it is it's a well-developed gaming ecosystem, right? So it, folks know to find games there, but it's also a highly competitive gaming ecosystem. So it's developed, this gives you both that upside and the downside. But what's exciting is that now we are moving beyond the phone to the TV. So I mentioned like one of the big gaming areas we're going after. One of the big gaming areas we're going after now is, social gaming experiences that will show up on your TV. So we are now announcing, we're going to announce here actually, that we're going to have these social party games that you can play on your TV with your phone as the controller. And it's things like, recognizable games like Boggle, you got Pictionary, we've got a Lego party game. We, basically are gonna like unleash this with a bunch of creators, and they're gonna go figure out stuff that we didn't even imagine that they can do with that interactivity.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Watch Horizon's Middle East and Africa every trading day at midnight Eastern Time. Only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute aerospace news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Guy Johnson at the Dubai Air Show, and this is Bloomberg.
I always said when I was Home Secretary and then Prime Minister, one of the things I had to do was to learn about the things that I had to forget. Because as a leader, very often there are things you just cannot talk to somebody else about. I think you can never 100% relax because you never quite know when there's going to be a phone call that you've got to respond to. Virtually every day brings tough moments.
Theresa Mary May has been duly elected to serve as a member for the said constituency.
Theresa May has served her country almost all of her life.
You're voting Conservative in the election?
No.
Today, she's in the House of Lords, and she's co-president of Chatham House, a century-old London-based think tank that seeks to help governments and societies.
Her Majesty the Queen has asked me to form a new government, and I accepted.
From 2016 to 2019, she was Prime Minister and the leader of the Conservative Party. She served as Home Secretary for 6 years, the longest term in that role since 1951. A Member of Parliament for Maidenhead since the late 1990s, a local borough councillor before that. And she started her career working at the Bank of England.
I first thought about becoming an MP from about the age of 12 or 13.
Why?
It was about making a difference. That was the thing that I could do that would make a difference to people's lives, improve people's lives.
Do you remember the day where you say, right, I'm putting my hat in the ring?
I was a local councillor in one of the London boroughs, and like many women, I actually sort of waited for somebody to tap me on the shoulder and say, have you thought about this?
Why do you say like many women?
Well, I think it's one of the differences, certainly of my generation, probably still to a certain extent, is that men will often sort of map out, right, I'm going to be Prime Minister by the age of 25, whatever, and here's back of the envelope, here's how I'm going to do it. Whereas women tend to think, have I got the skills? Am I able to do it? And wait for somebody to say to them, I think you could.
The Labour Party may be about to spend several months of fighting and tearing itself apart. The Conservative Party will be spending those months bringing this country back together.
I had approached my time in Parliament in a different way. You know, I wasn't one of those who joined dining clubs or had a gang around me or kept going into the bars and was drinking and so forth. I thought I was there to do a job. Some would say, you know, oh, nonsense, you've got to be, you know, making friendships here, there and everywhere. But actually, I think it's important that everybody recognises with clarity that being a Member of Parliament is a job. It's a huge privilege. You get there because the public has voted for you. You are there to work for them.
Would you describe yourself as an introvert?
I think some might describe me as an introvert. I don't think about describing myself as one thing or another. But I do think that I'm somebody who is, can be comfortable in their own skin and comfortable on their own, if you like. Between becoming an MP and becoming Home Secretary, I'd spent 13 years in opposition and 11 of those in the shadow cabinet. And then in 2010, when the Conservative Party didn't win an overall majority, we went into a coalition with the Liberal Democrats. David Cameron, the Prime Minister, asked me to become Home Secretary. So I had a steep learning curve.
Home Secretary is one of the most senior positions in the UK government. And it involves overseeing national security, immigration, counterterrorism, and policing.
And then the briefings pile up.
And you go to the Home Office and the briefings are there.
And what was most daunting out of those briefings?
I think, well, the aspects that I hadn't had any real involvement with were the security issues.
What do you think was the toughest, actually, moment in being Home Secretary?
One of the real difficulties is dealing with tragedies when there are terrorist attacks.
The government has said plans to bomb the London Stock Exchange and a surge in Islamic State-inspired plots were foiled under Theresa May. Over the course of her term as Home Secretary, May had to respond to the threat of al-Qaeda and the emergence of ISIS.
As Home Secretary, I dealt with terrorist incidents, and indeed as Prime Minister, there had sadly also been some terrorist incidents.
By any measure, this past year has been exceptional. 5 terror attacks and even more foiled.
We cannot and must not pretend that things can continue as they are.
Salisbury was different in that, as we showed through the evidence we accumulated, it was another state.
Yeah.
This was a state deliberately attempting assassination of somebody on British soil.
We can confirm that the man and woman have been exposed to the nerve agent Novichok.
I remember, actually, a very tough handshake and stare with, President Putin, I think in Osaka.
It's their first formal meeting since the Novichok attack in Salisbury. And before they'd even started talking, the Prime Minister's expression said it all. This was not going to be a cosy chat.
As a leader, you have to be prepared to meet other leaders who you don't agree with. And in this case, the Russian state had tried to assassinate somebody on British soil. A British citizen had died. And so, I was not going to be nice to him.
Message received. Was it received?
Well, I think with Vladimir Putin, he knows what he wants to do, and he's not too concerned about other people's views.
When do you decide to put your name actually in the ring to become Prime Minister?
The decision had to be taken quite quickly.
We at ITV News are calling this
as a Leave victory, an extraordinary moment in British history.
Let June the 23rd go down in our history as our Independence Day.
After the 2016 Brexit referendum, the Remain side, which the Prime Minister David Cameron had been promoting, had lost. I was not prepared for him to step down the next day, which he did. I remember I was in my kitchen at home and put the television on and he came out.
I will do everything I can as Prime Minister to steady the ship over the coming weeks and months. But I do not think it would be right for me to try to be the captain that steers our country to its next destination.
And, of course, people start phoning you and you have to make a decision.
My pitch is very simple. I'm Theresa May and I think I'm the best person to be Prime Minister of this country.
I decided to go for it because, although I had voted Remain and campaigned for Remain, i.e. staying in the European Union, I believe very much in democracy. And people had voted to leave, and therefore we should deliver that.
In June, people voted for change, and a change is going to come. Change.
But I wanted to see it being done in a way which brought the two sides together. I felt that we needed to leave, but in a way that the Remainers felt had addressed at least some of their concerns.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Seoul, South Korea, and this is Bloomberg.
In case you missed it, on the Pulse.
Distinguish between companies are here because they're running international operations, the companies that are indigenous and working with the citizens of the UK, and make sure you get the regulation strategies right. With the rule of law and the great city that London and the great country that UK is, there's a plenty of upside.
What do you tell the Prime Minister?
I tell them to make sure the regulation's fair, be the best place for a non-UK based company to operate, and you'll get companies coming here.
Don't miss the Pulse, live every weekday. Theresa May held the top job for 3 years. She was handed a difficult set of cards: deliver Brexit while keeping Parliament and her party together.
Prime Minister, reports tonight that the ERG says there are enough letters to trigger a no-confidence vote on your leadership.
Her leadership was marred by Brexit paralysis and a poorly judged 2017 snap election gamble that fatally weakened her authority.
Is it time to go, Prime Minister? Will you still be Prime Minister in a week, Mrs May?
Prime Minister, are you confident you can win? Are you confident, Prime Minister?
Is it actually the most difficult thing as leader to know when to step down, when enough is enough? Or is it going through bad days?
I think well, sometimes the circumstances are sort of not exactly forced on you, but the circumstances become those where it's very difficult for you to continue. And that's what I had, of course, with when I couldn't get my Brexit votes deal through Parliament. It was clear that something had to give in the system, if you like, and that was me having to step down.
I will shortly leave the job that it has been the honour of my life to hold. The second female Prime Minister, but certainly not the last. I do so with no ill will, but with enormous and enduring gratitude to have had the opportunity to serve the country I love.
What's your biggest regret, actually, from your time as Prime Minister? Is there something that you wish you'd done differently or not done?
I think one of the challenges, certainly, that we see here for Prime Ministers is that you do have to spend quite a bit of time on foreign policy, on foreign issues. That's you're representing your country. That's important. It's in the national interest. It perhaps doesn't leave as much time for being with your colleagues in Parliament. And I think certainly what was happening in the Brexit vote was those who had firm views on either side of the argument. I wonder whether if I'd been able to spend more time with them, we would have had a different result. I'm not sure.
But what surprised you the most, actually, being in charge?
It can be difficult to hold fast to your course as things are happening. And it's not just domestically, it's not just in parliamentary terms, it's what's happening internationally as well.
Do you feel like you had enough support, actually, back then by your cabinet and MPs?
Yes, I had good support, but I had deliberately, because of the Brexit issue, brought together a cabinet of people from both sides of the argument. I thought that was important, but it did mean there were some quite heated exchanges sometimes.
Order! Calm, Buddha-like. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do you think another Prime Minister could have managed any better at that time?
Now, you're asking me whether I did as good a job as anybody could have done or not, and I don't think that's for me to say. I think the one thing I would say that I probably didn't realise until later, is the extent to which those who had been very, very vehement leavers, the Brexiteers, were suspicious of a Prime Minister who had voted to remain. And however strongly I felt about delivering on the vote of the British people, however often I said that, I suspect that for some of them there was always that suspicion in the back of their mind.
Do you ever miss it, being Prime Minister?
You mustn't let yourself miss it too much. Otherwise, it would get to you. You know, politics can be brutal. Life has to move on.
You had after you more colourful Prime Ministers that then failed, actually, at their task. Did it vindicate, you know, the way that you ran the government?
I'm not sure. Wouldn't use a term like vindicate. What I would say is I think that we, unfortunately, as a Conservative Party, were seen to have lost our value of integrity and our economic competence.
In my time, we faced the thunder of war and the threat of tyranny. Today, you face another power, artificial intelligence. It too may decide whether Britain marches ahead or stumbles behind.
Are there any more flags?
Yeah, there!
Good to meet you. Good to meet you.
We need a new approach that delivers a stronger economy and stronger borders. We owe that to our children.
We are pessimistic. I don't think there's any way that we can say that the economy is looking well.
It is a sort of a scary time for such stories because the party is moving more to the right. Like in 1997, we got thrashed. So, and we're also having a pressure from the right this time.
I think we're at a tipping point here. So it could tip into something good, it could tip into something bad. You know, she's shifting a bit more right, and I think the Conservative Party needs to shift a bit more right because we are a right-wing party.
I voted for Jenrick. I think he's a great leader. I think he could do great things for this party, but I think that Kemi, if she plays her cards right, can do the same.
The party has changed immensely, and obviously with the challenge of reform, a lot of people here are genuinely wondering what comes next for the party. And nearly all of my friends' groups are now reform. It's being generated a lot by social media, but also there's an energy there, and I would say a lot of politics is about vibes.
The Conservative Party is over. Over as a national party. Over as the principal opposition to the left.
Reform UK is a right-wing political party founded by Nigel Farage, a leading voice in the Brexit campaign. Today, Reform UK positions itself as a populist alternative to the Conservatives.
The future is scary, and that's what reformers banked on. That's what they're using to create this chaos, but it's basically snake oil.
This is the Britain I stand for. If it is the Britain you stand for, then stand with me and let's build it together.
How do you think Kemi Badenoch is doing?
I think she's doing well in what is the most difficult job in politics. People naturally don't really want to hear from the leader of the opposition. It's doubly difficult if you've had a really bad election result, as we did.
But especially if you have a reform that's doing so well.
Reform makes a lot of noise. Reform has, now, is it 4 or 5 MPs currently?
But in the polls, they're doing very well in the polls.
But the only poll that ever counts is the general election. That is some years away.
You don't seem to be threatened by Nigel Farage.
There's always a role for a centre-right party. And I think that's what the Conservative Party is about. Nigel Farage's economic policies, frankly, they're all over the place. It's all very well doing well in opinion polls, but when it comes to it, people want to ask who should be in government. Critical to that will be the economy.
What does it mean being a leader in 2025 to you?
I think the world and politics are in a different place from where they have been over more recent decades. World leaders have a real responsibility in terms of looking at the future. It's not just about what is happening today.
But how difficult is it to lead with calmness in a world that feels like chaos?
This is why politics has changed, because with everything being so disrupted and unpredictable today, of course it's much harder to lead in those circumstances. But today's world is moving much faster. People's reactions have to be faster. And obviously as a leader, you can't always just react. You have to be able to think about things. You have to be able to work out what the best answer is, what is in your national interest, what is in the wider interest.
Do people still do that?
Yes, I think they do. Yes. I just think it's become harder for them to do it.
Why has the public become so cynical about politics and politicians? If we're being honest, I think we know why.
Trust in politicians in the UK is at or near an all-time low. Yet the people demand to hear from politicians on almost everything, in real time. And they're expected to find solutions to non-traditional problems like climate change, as well as standards of living and rising costs. But change is slow, especially in a democratic system.
This is a 15, 16 grams tuna. Then sushi rice is still a little bit warm. So take one, like a very, don't make it too tight. So from now, and very light, like a ball. Put wasabi in the middle. Then my process 1 to 6. 1. This is putting the between the rice air. Then make the 4 fingers curl. Make sushi shape. Then touch this. 2. Then turn. Now these 2 fingers, top to the bottom, make the sushi shape the more beautiful. 3. Then, looks like pushing, not pushing. 3, 4, turn, same way. 5 and 6. So this is the 1 to 6.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars.
Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
There's a sense today that a lot of people feel their children aren't going to have a better life than they have. Whereas in past, every generation has felt the next generation will be better off. And we have to find a way to ensure that we get the growth that responds to that.
Pressed by the press, the PM seemed a little rattled.
Nobody is going to have to pay for their care. Nobody is going to have, while they are alive, nobody is going to have to lose their family home.
Doesn't this show that you are really weak and wobbly, not strong and stable.
How difficult is that? I know you had a housing tax to actually fund some longer-term health care and didn't go down too well. I mean, again, the money is not infinite, right? There's only a pot of money, so you have to take it from somewhere.
The money is not infinite, but of course, if you have growth, then you're going to grow the sum of money that you're able to be dealing with. But governments do have to look carefully at ensuring that they're spending their money wisely. Governments must always remember it's not their money, it's the taxpayers' money that's being spent.
The youth don't necessarily, in our societies, believe in democracy.
It is a worry. It is a significant worry. And I think it's one of the challenges for politicians is to deliver for young people. There's a whole mixture of things here that has led to this, and including, obviously, the impact social media has had on the rise of populism. And so today, if you just shout loudly and say something, I'll do this tomorrow, people are often desperate to feel that somebody's going to deliver for them. And, oh, well, that maybe is the way to go. Whereas actually, practically, being in government, you don't just deliver by snapping your fingers.
Any law proposed by the Prime Minister needs to be debated and approved by both Houses of Parliament, the House of Commons and the House of Lords. The Houses debate, scrutinize, delay, and amend or revise bills. And each proposed law goes through a staged process in both houses. This takes weeks, even months. Only in rare cases, bills are fast-tracked, like the trade agreement emergency on the heels of the Brexit deal that was struck at the last moment in late December 2020.
Social media makes people feel, politicians feel, MPs feel, ministers feel they've got to be talking about what they're doing the whole time, putting it out there. And the trouble with that is it means it focuses it much more on them rather than on what the overall good is, what they're trying to achieve.
And so how does that change the nature of politics?
Well, I think it is easier for populism to rise in a world where there is social media. In the past, you'd have old Joe sitting on the end of the bar in the pub, muttering into his pint of beer, and nobody took any notice of him because his views were either too extreme or too silly or ridiculous. Now old Joe mutters on social media, and all the other old Joes around the world respond, and suddenly it becomes a worldview. And when you get algorithms pushing people towards the sort of thing they want to see and have looked at and heard a lot, then it becomes much more difficult because people are not seeing the other arguments. And actually, in life, in politics, in government, very often you need to be able to mediate, to compromise. And in that absolutist world, that polarized world, compromise becomes a dirty word, and it isn't.
What do you think the new world order looks like?
Well, at the moment, I think what we need to make sure is that we don't just move into a world where power, strong men, and when people think about it, they will think about it as strong men, is the order of the day. And it's multilateral institutions that were set up in the 20th century. They need reform. They need to look at where we are today and how we can make sure that we can have that sense of the value of multilateral work and find structures in which to take that forward.
And have you ever had imposter syndrome?
No, except that I think we women tend always to sort of think a bit more about what we're doing and why we're here to do it, in that sense. So not a sort of, why me?
But that makes you a better leader if you question yourself rather than being, I guess, bold but irrational.
Well, I think it's important not to just assume that you're there because of some entitlement, that you're actually able to do the, to think about the job you're doing, what your mission is, what your goal is. I think that's important.
Theresa May, thank you so much for joining us.
are in such an incredibly exciting moment with AI. It is really the most profound technology of our lifetimes, and I think it has the potential to help us rethink literally everything. The potential for economic impact, societal benefit is honestly boundless. When we think about the economic impact for Europe in particular, it's around a 1.2 trillion euro estimate of the productivity growth that can be unlocked. This platform shift that we are living through, I think, is going to create untold amounts of value for the world, but also for the businesses and for economies, which is why I'm incredibly optimistic in this moment for Europe, but also for the whole world.
How do you think about job losses or safety for some of the AI tools?
You know, I hear the anxiety and I understand the anxiety about jobs. I think that we are certainly going to live through a massive transition about how people learn to work alongside these tools. I mean, the reality is I do think there'll be some number of jobs that are displaced. I think it is a smaller number maybe than some anticipate. We estimate it's around 7%. And I think what's important is that we have programs that help those 7% transition into new fields of work. I think what is more likely is that most of us are going to learn to work alongside these tools. So we estimate about 2/3 of us. If you think about the tasks you do in your daily life, when you look at every industry, there are administrative tasks that are happening everywhere, and that's what AI is most helpful in improving.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Insight.
From a Bank of Korea's perspective, we don't believe that monetary policy alone can control the housing prices. But on the other hand, we are mindful that ample liquidity wouldn't throw the fire to the real estate market. Our official position is that we will maintain the easing monetary cycle, but the magnitude and timing of the cut or even the change of direction will depend on the new data.
Countries around the world are pulling away from U.S. assets. Do you see debasement happening?
No, actually. I think we have discussed this quite a lot. But actually, if you look at the actual capital flows in the last 6 months, I don't see that there's a lot of talk, but there's no real movement away from dollar.
Don't miss Bloomberg Insight live weekdays.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Burden in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Sherian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
Hello and welcome to special coverage of Bloomberg New Economy, thriving in an age of extremes. I'm Eric Schatzker. It's time to rethink some long-held assumptions. Assumptions about trade, technology, and investment. At the New Economy Forum in Singapore, we brought together CEOs, investors, and government leaders for candid conversations about how to navigate and prosper in this age of uncertainty. The strategic shifts reshaping our world are accelerating, with profound implications for businesses, for countries, and for societies.
We are living in an age of extremes. Hard power is back in vogue. Weapons are smarter and deadlier. Alliances have fractured. Anger is toppling regimes. Pillars of the global economy are under attack. Climate is sliding down the priority list. Intelligence is becoming a commodity. These extremes mean dialogue matters more than ever. The world is at an inflection point. The choices we make now will echo for decades. So we must choose well.
Few places epitomize the challenges these changes present more than Singapore, a nation balancing deep ties with China, its largest trading partner, and the United States, its biggest investor and key security ally. We'll start there with Bloomberg editor-in-chief John Micklethwaite speaking to Singapore's Prime Minister, Lawrence Wong.
The intense competition and rivalry will continue, I'm sure. The mutual suspicion and distrust remains. But the guardrails will ensure that the rivalry does not slide into a full decoupling or worse, confrontation and conflict.
You also talked about a post-American order, which sort of interested me because it implies that America's move towards isolationism and protectionism is not just Donald Trump. That America no longer will be a champion of globalization, no longer be a sort of partner that you can rely on in the same way as you did. Do you really think that America has gone?
We hope not. When I said post-American order, I was referring to the forces that are driving us towards a more multipolar world. Yeah. So the unipolar moment where America was the leader that helped to guide, underwrite the global system, that moment I think is over. So the old rules do not no longer apply, but the new ones have not been written. But as we transit into this new multipolar world, it's not as though every pole remains the same. America is still the biggest, most powerful country, and still maintains, America's leadership remains vital.
Do you think in the end, a country like Singapore will have to choose between China and America? You've managed to avoid that so far.
Yeah. The pressures will always be there. The great powers say we don't want you to choose, but of course each one wants us to be a closer friend to them. And that's always, the tension is always there, the pressures will always be there, but at the end of the day, we don't have to choose, really. We have to, I mean, it's not issue by issue. There will be some instances where we look at the issue, and we so happens that the particular position we take is the same as the US, for example, or as China, for example. But it's not from the lens of choosing one versus the other. It's from the lens of Singapore's national interest.
The administration seems surprised by the rare earths flex, or at least maybe not ready for it. Were you surprised at how aggressive China was in that moment?
I'm not surprised because I think the Chinese have been preparing for, Trump 2.0 for quite some time. And I think that they knew that they had certain points of leverage that they would be deploying. And so, no, I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised that they thought that was a flashpoint of leverage that would allow for the conversations to be, perhaps more balanced. I think it's great that both sides determined to try to buy some, de-escalation. I wouldn't have high hopes for 2026 being the year that those
kumbaya.
Those issues get resolved. But I think domestic politics on both sides are playing a role, and I think having a little bit of a détente is a good thing.
I was surprised. Actually, I was the other way surprised. I wasn't at all surprised China played that card. I was surprised that the administration seemed surprised that it happened and didn't seem to have a plan for it. I mean, that's a huge amount of leverage that China had. It seemed kind of obvious they would go there. And I think we're foolish if we think they won't. There's so many points of leverage, which is why I don't think there's going to, I think this US-Chinese relationship over the next couple of years will be sort of the way it is now, status quo, because neither side wants or can afford escalation.
What are the risks of ongoing and existing disputes, even among these other nations? We have the ongoing China-Japan diplomatic spat, for example, throwing a wrench to the ongoing efforts to build a different system on the sidelines.
Well, I think, the point was made earlier that we don't have this kind of strategic trust. And I think I'm very glad that the U.S. and China have reached some agreements and understandings, but it is a kind of cold peace. So we have to recognize that that's the landscape. And in that landscape, you know, you're seeing some deepening between countries and their frameworks. What's happening here in Southeast Asia is particularly positive and I think forward-looking. But you see Europe developing new frameworks with Latin America. You're seeing new corridors between the Gulf and Asia. And I think, you know, some of these commitments that have recently been made are going to see both increased investment in the United States and some de-risking from the United States.
What's important here is to realize that there's been major shifts. So 20 years ago, you could summarize global trade by saying China manufactures, the US consumer buys, and that's global trade. Subsequently, China's been manufacturing for the world. What we're seeing more recently is Asia buys Asia.
Do you see, Georges, a world where you could also have competing financial systems, actually, or splitting off in different networks? Or is that a step too far?
So the short answer, Francine, is no. Now, there are some countries, some jurisdictions that have been excluded from the financial system for, you know, many for years, some for decades. Those countries have been excluded for various geopolitical reasons, and they're not in the financial system. Everything else, we see it as a cohesive financial system. I want to give you some illustration, Francine. 60% of our largest customers, wholesale customers, in mainland China are US companies. And mind that these are not US companies who are looking to manufacture in China to sell back into the US. The vast majority of them are actually manufacturing in mainland China for the China domestic market or for the Asian market opportunity.
With the tariff and all this adjustment, it's not really the fundamental, right? Because the fundamental has to come down to investment savings imbalances across countries. It's a very difficult rewiring of that. Essentially, I think the Chinese need to increase their consumption. The Americans need to reduce the consumption. But that's a very difficult sort of balance to achieve. Trade, in a way, is a symptom of that.
Coming up, the world of investment is being remade before our very eyes.
Why does the world need the next $5 or $10 billion public company when no one cares?
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with another season of The Deal.
With athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones. Some good-looking trophies.
1 and 1 is 3 in sports, not 2. And it because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high-energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of opinions.
Robin Arzone.
I want to light fires in people's lives, and that is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now while you're hot. Don't wait till you're like your 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
We're coming to you live from Kuala Lumpur. The whole world is here.
The APEC Leaders Summit bringing together heads of states of 21 APEC economies.
The White House is trying to use the stops to gain additional leverage.
This big deal with a number of the biggest companies in South Korea.
That's a big number.
Deals can be done.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Korea is not Japan.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
In this latest salvo of this trade war.
Want a visual.
And the analysis you need.
China's not going anywhere, nor are we.
You're watching special coverage of Bloomberg New Economy, thriving in an age of extremes. I'm Eric Schatzker. Today, we're witnessing more than just seismic shifts. The old rules of investing no longer apply. From geopolitics to disruptive technology, global capital is adapting to a new reality. Supply chains in flux, tariffs and trade wars, and the promise or threat of AI. In Asia, and especially in Singapore, this building storm has huge implications. Strategies must be re-engineered for a hazy future.
And my worry is that we're going to be unable to deal with the global commons. It means climate change, pandemics, the challenges from AI. We won't be able to respond adequately to it because the two key players either are disrupting actively or are spoiling for a fight and are certainly not willing to restrain themselves with multilateral rules imposed by Lilliputian countries, big and medium and small elsewhere. There is still a majority of countries, and even I would say the majority of global GDP, that still wants to operate on supply chain efficiencies, on economic integration, on rules-based globalization. The only thing is the enforcer in chief is no longer there. And there is a need, therefore, to assemble a coalition of the willing. So what you're watching now, all that scurrying around by medium and small economies, is to keep globalization alive, reform what needs to be reformed, and there's a lot that needs reformed. But to work together in a more collegiate way, knowing full well that the underwriter, the enforcer, is not going to be doing the heavy lifting. So that's where I think there is a glimmer of hope.
We've made a massive change to the financial system in 2008. We collectively stared over the abyss and decided to reform. But while we were focused on the banking system, which was the focus of almost all reform, we really haven't kept pace with what's happened in our markets. So our markets have undergone massive shifts since 2008. So think about the following. 80% of trading, S&P 500. 10 companies, 40% of the S&P. Almost all the return in the market, 7 companies. Really 2 companies. And sometimes I jokingly say we levered the entire return of the US retirement system to NVIDIA. It's not clear to me that that was the purpose. Why does the world need the next $5 or $10 billion public company when no one cares? And what's happened is other markets, private markets in particular, have grown large enough to be able to provide companies debt and equity for a really long period of time at large scale. Stripe is private, SpaceX is private, OpenAI is private, Mars is private, the NFL is private. It will not surprise me to see 50, 100 really large companies that have elected to stay private because they can. So is that good or bad? I don't know. But it certainly is different than the world that we grew up in, where everyone worked to get to the public markets to be able to raise capital.
Businesses need certainty, right? And so that's what they foreign companies are asking, well, what do you think about tariffs? What do you think is going to happen with this? And I think as Americans, we've had a pendulum swing approach from one administration to another that I think is very dangerous long term. And what I mean by that is, Oklahoma is heavy oil and gas, as you know, and we've got great pipeline companies. In the one administration, they kill the Keystone Pipeline, and the next administration brings it back, and then the next administration kills it. And we just can't have it. And finally, the businesses are just saying, hey, no more. We're not gonna keep investing these dollars.
There to date have been very few restrictions, but some beginning on capital flows. So if you think about sort of the hierarchy of tariffs, if you will, it's goods, it's services, it's capital flows. And so I think the trend that we're seeing, you heard a little bit of this on the stage this week, of some of the large asset owners from other countries limiting their investment in the United States because they're unsure about that. But what I'm seeing around the world is friendshoring, if you will, of capital flows. In other words, people who are increasingly putting capital into their own country or their friends' countries, and they are increasingly pulling their capital back from countries that are perhaps not on the friends list. And I think that's a huge change for the capital markets that we're seeing today, and will be long-lived.
Well, I think we understand all the objective of the sanctions, and I think in the context of the Russian-Ukraine war, I think the objective was very clear. But I think one thing that often politicians do not always understand is the long-term implications of those sanctions. In the short term, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, but there is an erosion of trust, which is really driven by those decisions.
Is Europe really going to stomach the reforms that it needs to do to be able to compete? Honestly, how many German entrepreneurs ended up in the U.S. because they'll say, I can get capital there, I can get innovation there. It's not that the talent isn't there, it's just that the market isn't there, and the mechanism and the regulatory environment isn't such that people can be successful there. And so if you look around the world, I mean, it's really U.S. and China that has the great innovation that's happening.
What we see is that China to U.S. traffic is down because of, especially as a result of the de minimis going away. However, China intra-Asia flows are up. China-Europe flows are up. China-Latin America flows are up. So, and then the intra-regional numbers is, also now starting to change as well. So this is a much more complex question than just China plus one at this point. Like I said, there's a new equilibrium state being formed in these new supply chain patterns, and they're much more regional in nature. And like we said, the mix of China's exports are now fundamentally shifted away from the United States, primarily in the B2C now, perhaps more in B2B later, and then they're moving into other lanes.
Are these disruptions permanent, or are we looking at them lasting through President Trump's term?
I think disruption doesn't follow election cycles. They follow actually fundamental changes in the markets. So I think these disruptions, they will stay.
Coming up, how to tackle the disruptive forces of AI.
When we had the previous digital revolutions, people even in the US and the UK were very positive about the technology, and they are not in the same way today. They are more fearful.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
You're watching special coverage of Bloomberg New Economy, thriving in an age of extremes. I'm Eric Schatzker. In the 3 years since ChatGPT burst on the scene, AI has become a disruptive force, reshaping business models, balance sheets, and the employment landscape. Most leading AI developers foresee a future in which AI doesn't just match human intelligence, it goes way beyond it, redefining what we thought possible. For businesses, the question isn't just where do we invest, but how do we protect what we have while preparing for what's next? For governments, the challenge is managing both opportunity and disruption. The same AI wave that promises productivity also threatens jobs, social structures, and competitive positioning. We'll begin that part of the conversation with the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak.
We're living at a time which is both paradoxically the most dangerous of our lifetimes, but also the most transformational. I say dangerous because the old unipolar world order that we were used to is gone. We're not quite sure what's replacing it. Great power competition is back. Technology is obviously a part of that. But also, this is transformational because AI, I genuinely think will be a general purpose technology like electricity, like steam. And these things don't come along that often. And when they do, they have the potential to transform societies, economies. And that's really exciting.
What kind of grade would you give generative AI in terms of how useful it is today, with A being the best and F being it's a total flop?
I give it an A.
Okay, and why is that?
And I would tell you why I give it an A. It's not because of what we see today, but what might come. We got to truly believe that our artificial intelligence is going to create a new age of innovation. There is so much capital being invested. So when I look at the potential today of artificial intelligence, not just generative intelligence. You have, industrial AI, artificial intelligence coming in, and all of the things that are currently in development, and the amount of capital that are being deployed. We are only witnessing the beginning of a new innovation age. I truly believe that, and the last time we saw that was 25 years ago.
Amongst Western countries, and there's an Anglosphere in particular, there is actually an enormous amount of fear and skepticism about AI.
There's a lot of fear
and that is interesting, and it's different in two respects. It's different to what you're seeing in countries like China or India or the Gulf or here in Asia more generally, where people have just a different view about it. They're more positive about it, impacting their lives. They feel good about using it. You are not seeing that in the West in the same way. And secondly, it's different to the past, because if you look at the last digital revolution, you didn't see that. So when we had the previous digital revolutions, people even in the US and the UK were very positive about the technology, and they are not in the same way today. They are more fearful.
This is actually something that is really important. We have to make sure as we're building AI that we're thinking about the global implications of this technology. Part of this means how do you develop the models as well with the world in mind. It's not something that we can think about as an afterthought. AI is not a technology where we have national borders. You launch a model and it's available worldwide. So we have to think about everything from access to literacy to actually making the models easy to interact with. Things like making it multimodal from the beginning, which we've done with Gemini, which is you can talk to it, you can type it, you can take a picture, and being able to do that in many different languages, being able to transform that output. So you're lowering the barrier for people in general to use it.
Very few countries in the world will be able to have all the elements of an AI ecosystem that are desirable, that are good. It's a given, it's a reality. I don't think it's going to change. But I also think we are not without agency. Within each of our own countries, we do have the ability to reshape things. And some of the areas that are worthwhile reshaping in order to be more ready for an AI future is investing in infrastructure, making it happen. You may not be able to do it on your own, but there are organizations like the World Bank, IMF, even the United Nations Development Program that are very alive to this problem and leaning forward to help.
And for young generation, it is our responsibility to ensure they must understand AI and they study AI because the future is there. It is also time for us to redesign how human and machines build the future together from data and machine learning. The intelligent economy is not only about technology, it is about preparing people. I believe that there will be more jobs and more opportunities to come.
That's just some of the discussion and debate from Bloomberg New Economy, thriving in an age of extremes in Singapore. You can find much more at Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg Terminal. I'm Eric Schatzker. This is Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
In case you missed it on Balance of Power.
Let's play a game. Who's your favorite recording artist?
Kiss.
No, come on. Somebody from the past,
Why can't
present,
we go
or
with
future.
that? All right, Jimi Hendrix.
Jimi Hendrix has never, in his entire career or now, ever gotten paid a single penny when his music is played on AM and FM radio. The stunning fact is that the Russians and some other countries actually do pay performing artists on radio, and Americans do not. And this has got to change and should change. No matter who you hear on AM and FM radio, they're getting 0 pennies for the airplay. The new artists, every penny counts. And the fact that they can be played on radio and not even make 1 penny for their performance is criminal.
Don't miss Balance of Power live every weekday.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
Reduce the opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Watch Horizon's Middle East and Africa every trading day at midnight Eastern Time. Only on Bloomberg.
Hi, my name is Luis Fonan, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Duolingo.
Duolingo co-founder Luis von Ahn has a PhD in computer science. But as a CEO, he doesn't see himself as a numbers guy.
I just want to spend my time building a product. Right? That's what I'm good at. I'm not necessarily good at counting.
El Niño. As the product he'd created grew into the world's most popular language learning tool, von Ahn knew he had to turn his attention to strengthening the company. That's where Matt Skarupa came in.
When I came to Duolingo 5 years ago, my job was to get the company ready to go public.
The CFO helped pull off the IPO.
And then it became a translation exercise. It was translating the company to investors, in particular, Luis to investors, and then translating what investors in that world meant for the company as we went public.
Translation is central to Duolingo's business. And it's also important to its internal culture.
And as you translate them and as you see how other people translate them, you start learning.
Though von Ahn spent decades in academia while Skarupa forged a career in finance.
I want to do that.
No, I'm excited. It's like the marquee event.
They've learned to speak the same language.
She's been a trooper.
She's been awesome. Yeah, she's hilarious. Luis is singular. He's what attracted me to the company. The reason we stay aligned is we talk all the time, and we both like simplicity and clarity of thought.
Like, it's about the students and giving the students a chance. But you were a student.
I know. Luis, because he's so brilliant, most of the financial things that we've had to discuss are very intuitive to him.
There are a few things that I care about when it comes to finances and kind of investor relations, but most of the stuff in terms of accounting or dealing with public market investors or the stock market or stuff like that, I want to be shielded from it. He does a great job with that.
From its offbeat mascot to its gamified curriculum, Duolingo leads with attitude. To quote its corporate handbook, the company is quirky. While it's focused on goals that any CFO would find familiar, it's determined not to take the same old route to reach them. CFOs aren't traditionally quirky. Talk a little about the cultural shift to a job like this, where the culture is really one that, as is described in the handbook, is unhinged.
I try to be quirky, like Duolingo. Most of my presentations internally start with a Taylor Swift lyric. But I think the role of a CFO in any public company is about bringing clarity. It's not about selling, it's about here's what's actually going on and here's why it makes sense. April is going to have to be really efficient. I think we're set up well for that. Testing is on track and on budget.
He's fun and quirky in a CFO kind of way, which is actually exactly what we want. If we had hired somebody that was similar to me, this company would not be performing the way it's performing.
Duolingo at its core is this amazing machine of learning. We envision this limitless future that we want to build. And my job is to make sure everyone knows where we're standing today. What are our resources and capabilities today? And then strategically, how do we link those together? And I think that is really the basis of what a strategic CFO is, and that's what the role has become.
Duolingo runs on the freemium model. It offers language lessons at no cost, but adds features for people who pay. Free has translated into robust annual user growth. Converting free users to paid subscribers is the ultimate goal, but it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Our free product is essentially our growth engine. I mean, it's the way we grow is people use it for free, and then they tell their friends, and then maybe one of their friends will subscribe. So I don't want to screw up the free product. I don't think it'll ever be the case that the majority of our users are paying.
The conversion piece is one part of a relatively complex system. Luis talks about our business as having 3 almost equal tranches. We have a group of folks who are trying to bring users to the platform and then engage them enough to keep them on the platform. We have a group of people who are trying to make sure that it is teaching really effectively all of the things we're trying to teach. And then it has a group of people who are trying to convert free users to paid. And they're about a third in terms of headcount and really investment. Got way focused on conversion at the expense of growth or learning. The whole system would not grow as nicely as we want.
So far, the company's kept its subscription menu fairly simple, offering 2 tiers as well as a family plan. Would there be a way to bring in more subscribers or bring in more revenue if you offered more than 3 different tiers?
The way we pass people through the funnel is complex. It is based on your usage experience, where you're at in your learning journey, where you're at geographically. We're trying to optimize for something called the lifetime value of the subscribers on the platform. We're trying to nudge people towards a product that will deliver them value and be higher LTVs.
That nudge towards Duolingo's premium max tier got a lot more emphatic in late 2024, when the company used AI to give its character Lily the power of conversation.
Introducing Video Call, a new way to practice your language skills.
How's your job going?
Hey Lily, it's going super well.
What's your favorite thing about work these days?
Probably my colleagues. I really like working with them.
That sounds like my nightmare.
We didn't have that core feature that we could organize behind until the fall of last year when we launched Video Call.
안녕하세요. 잘 지냈어요?
That feature sold itself. You didn't have to explain to someone what it was. It was very clear. You're going to have a video conversation with someone. And that is when we saw max penetration really take off.
You've been talking about studying, working with AI for, at this point, more than 2 decades.
Yes.
How groundbreaking is Lily?
I would have never imagined 10 years ago that it was going to take only 10 years to get to a point where you could practice an actual conversation with an AI. In fact, 4 years ago, it was out of the question.
Salut, comment ça va?
Bien, Lily. Comment ça va?
Lily's conversations are enabled by commercial AI programs. So while an increase in Max subscribers drives gross revenue higher, added expenses eat into margins. It's a burden Duolingo's willing to bear for now, and they insist it'll soon get lighter.
We are really excited that we're at a moment in time where, as one of our financial analysts pointed out, we might be the best example of a company that's monetizing AI and consumer internet right now. Our thesis remains intact that on a per unit basis, the cost of the AI intelligence will come down over time.
In the last 18 months, we've seen AI prices come down precipitously. Foundation models are becoming the fastest depreciating asset class on the market right now. So look at OpenAI's GPT-4 as one example. Over the last 2 years, you've seen prices come down 90% for that model. That's cost per token, so cost to run that model. We're seeing the closed source and open source gap close, which makes these models a lot more accessible. So we're really seeing a perfect storm for AI models right now.
The main goal is to make Max and Lily even more engaging. And we think if we do that, we have a big opportunity to monetize that over time.
Duolingo preserves capital to invest in AI by keeping marketing costs to a minimum, relying on word of mouth and social media instead of paid advertising.
I'm reporting live from Duolingo's funeral.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
We just did this campaign where our mascot died. That campaign cost us like $10,000, like nothing. It cost us nothing.
I wanted to see how many of you would bother to bring me back to life.
We inject ourselves into the social conversation across a variety of platforms across the world in a way that's authentic and organic. There's a couple things you don't actually see in our social media. You don't see a call to action. There's no subscribe now, because we're really just trying to be authentic in a conversation.
So if you don't have a call to action, how do you quantify the impact of a campaign like that? How do you measure it?
We have a variety of techniques, survey techniques, and other attribution techniques to do it. I mean, we saw for when Duo faked his death, you can track it from number of interactions on social platforms. In this case, it was over 1 billion. Once we get that user, we are able to offer them multiple bites at the apple to subscribe, because they stay around for a long period of time and they leave the platform and come back. So we are going to have a long-term relationship with this user. The marketing efficacy is over a really long period of time, which is very valuable to us.
Duolingo's strategy is borne out by its dominant share of the language learning market. And that market is projected to boom over the next decade, giving the company even more territory to penetrate.
This is a really huge potential market. If you look at just language learning in general, 80% of the spend is people who are learning English. It's under 50% of the spend for us is learning English. So there's a large gap there that we can fill. So big opportunity.
One tool to take advantage of this opportunity is the Duolingo English Test, or DET. It's Duolingo's third largest revenue stream, and it underpins a long-term plan.
The DET is a very important part of our strategy to become the proficiency standard.
We help certify formally for hundreds of thousands of people every year that their English proficiency is good enough to go to college or go to university somewhere in the world. And if we can then integrate that into the app, and we've started to in some courses where we've put a Duolingo score, then you can merge these two ideas and you can help become the proficiency standard. You want to eventually imagine a world where people are walking around not saying, I'm an intermediate Spanish learner or I'm a beginning French learner. You want to walk around saying, I'm a Duolingo 14. I'm a Duolingo 26. I'm a Duolingo 77. I'm a Duolingo 115. If we are able to achieve that level of being the standard, we think there's tons of business upside to that effort.
Coming up, Lily may be the flashiest example, but Matt Skarupa tells me Duolingo's investments in AI are bringing all kinds of returns.
We are using AI in ways to create massively more content than we could otherwise create.
And Duolingo's patient approach to growth sometimes makes investors anxious. That's a feature, not a bug.
We have an operating principle that's in our handbook. Take the long view.
This is Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
That's the gift. I think we're giving ourselves.
When you ask Duolingo's CFO Matt Skaruppa about his career path, he doesn't just tell you where he's worked and when. He explains what he's learned at each stop along the journey, starting with his college degree in chemical engineering.
Chemical engineering taught me a ton about systems. They're all complex, and when you pull on one thing in a system, it's attached to everything else you find. And then after chemical engineering, I went to Bain, the consulting firm, where I learned the power of pure strategy, but really about how you communicate strategy and how important that communication is to the actual strategy. Following that, I went to KKR, where I learned from the best capital allocators in the world. And what I learned from them was how you identify and then double down on durable businesses. At Goldman, I learned a ton about how you structure deals to maximize option value. And when you put all of that together, that's a pretty good CFO skill set. But it came about because I kept putting myself at the bottom of steep learning curve. And then I found myself at Duolingo at the bottom of another steep learning curve in a company that loves putting people at the bottom of steep learning curves.
Skaruppa also found himself in Pittsburgh, a city historically known more for steel than software. He's come to believe that physical and cultural distance from Silicon Valley has played a role in Duolingo's success.
Luis founded the business here and took a long time before they even thought about monetizing. That only happens in a place where you're removed from the social pressure or you're removed from the way of doing things that everyone else does. And I think that in a complex system, which our business is, where we have a bunch of process improvements that we make, being separated and far apart from the coasts initially really helped us develop that process and compound those gains over time. And I think that's a competitive advantage for us.
CEO Luis von Ahn says he considers Netflix and Spotify models for Duolingo to emulate. But with its emphasis on design, imagination, and style, there's more than a little Apple in Duolingo's appeal to consumers.
Engagement is the number one thing we try to solve for, and we try to do that by making the app joyful and fun. And we have a huge swath of really talented designers that enable us to iterate on that product every day and make it 1% better.
Creating something like that costs money. How do you do that? How do you make it engaging? How do you continue to iterate without breaking the bank?
The reason we have the business model we do in part is so that we have a good amount of cash flow that comes off the business to reinvest in design, because it really is a cycle. We think that the more we can put into making it a wow experience, a truly delightful product experience, the more people will stick around and the more chance we'll have to get more subscription dollars. And once we get those dollars, we can then reinvest in doing that. So it truly is a cycle over time.
Duolingo has increased headcount every year since its IPO, and design is the company's second largest department, behind engineering. It's determined to preserve a brand and culture based on joy and connection, even with its AI-first approach to content creation.
We are using AI in ways to create massively more content than we could otherwise create. Humans are still in the loop. We're still making sure that has an excellent quality to it, but we're about to release about 148 new courses that we weren't able to even think about creating if we didn't have AI available. So it essentially lets us keep costs flat and by orders of magnitude increase the content we create.
How are you using AI when testing the product right now?
We do dog food the lessons a ton internally with our employees, and everyone's expected to use the app and find bugs and do all of that. There are going to be advances in AI that help us to write code better, test that code, these type of things, and we'll implement those over time as well.
Do you A/B test with users too, who are outside the company?
Oh, for sure. The biggest way we improve the product over time is through our A/B testing methodology, and it's really the core process moat that we have. And what that means is that we are making small changes, testing them on subsets of our users, seeing what wins and what doesn't, and then implementing what wins.
With AI driving faster creation of new content, Duolingo now has more courses to attract more users in more countries.
We think that we can grow in almost every country in the world from here. There are about 2 billion people in the world learning a language. A lot of them are learning English. And we've gotten even better at providing more advanced English content over the past couple years, especially as AI has helped us create that content.
What about China?
China's been a really rapidly growing market for us. It's been relatively small in terms of total number of users, but it is an enormous language market. Not only are there a lot of English learners in the market, but they spend a lot of money on English learning.
Advanced learners outside the US are more likely to become paid subscribers. But that creates pricing challenges, since AI features like Lily cost more, and users in many countries can't easily afford rates charged to US customers.
We try to adjust the price to be more comparable to like a GDP per capita ratio. And then for Max in particular, we set a floor where we want to make a good gross profit dollars per Max subscription. Over time, as the cost of Max comes down, we would expect to have more ability to experiment with the Max price and potentially lower it in regions where that made sense.
Coming up,
Feliz Viernes.
Duolingo has nothing against making money. So why do they refuse to show their users more advertising?
When we went public, Luis mentioned that at any given moment, we could dramatically increase our revenue at the drop of a hat by adding more ads. And then he said that he didn't want to do that.
This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Crypto.
Well, we certainly understand needing to pay back the debt. That certainly makes sense. But on the dividend, why are you so committed to paying this dividend? Would you ever consider suspending it? Companies do suspend dividends from time to time.
Yeah, companies do suspend the dividend, but it creates fear, uncertainty, doubt in our preferred shareholders, which will impact our convertible shareholders, which will impact our equity shareholders. So I think preserving the payment of the dividend, even if our board has the rights to suspend it, it's the right thing for the short term, for the next 1, 2, 3 years, and it's important. It's also important for the Bitcoin asset class, and we realize we play a role bigger than just strategy in the Bitcoin world.
So would you say investors should think you will never suspend that dividend?
Never say never, but yeah, our objective is to pay the dividend into perpetuity.
Don't miss Bloomberg Crypto, live Tuesdays.
In case you missed it on The Pulse.
Distinguish between companies that are here because they're running international operations, the companies that are indigenous and working with the citizens of the UK, and make sure you get the regulation strategies right. With the rule of law and the great city that London and the great country that UK is, there's a plenty of upside.
What do you tell the Prime Minister?
I tell them to make sure the regulation's fair, be the best place for a non-UK based company to operate, and you'll get companies coming here.
Don't miss The Pulse, live every weekday.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Great question. I so appreciate questions.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changing.
Duolingo has steadily grown both users and revenue since going public in 2021. It's turned a profit in each of the last 2 full years. The company's stock has surged in the last 12 months, even as it resists the urge to pull some levers that would drive short-term growth.
There is a nice confluence between the long-term investor and what we're trying to do. We have an operating principle that's in our handbook, take the long view. When we went public, we put a timeline up on the screen for the whole company in an all-hands meeting. And that timeline went from founding to 100 years out. And the IPO was one dot in 1 year on that timeline. We tried to orient the employees to this wonderful event, this IPO. It's fantastic, but it's a moment in time on a very long journey.
This is a company that you want to exist in 100 years.
We do.
Wall Street doesn't think in.
No, they think in like hours. Yeah. And what I've learned of Wall Street, and particularly Wall Street investors, when they say they are long-term investors, that means they'll keep your stock for like a month. There has been one instance where I did something that was just for short-term stock, and I felt so bad about it that I don't think I'll do it again.
What was that?
There was one quarter, a few quarters ago, we were not going to beat the quarter. We were going to probably just hit it, and so far we beat every quarter. So we were like, that is going to get a B for the first time. This is not good. And I decided that for a short period of time, at the end of a lesson in our app, we would show 2 ads instead of 1. Turns out that by itself was good enough to beat the quarter, but it's bad for the product. It's not good. And after that, I'm never doing that again.
While Duolingo's overall revenues have soared, revenue growth from ads has been relatively modest. Wall Street may just have to learn to live with it.
You must be tempted to just show a few more ads and bring in some more revenue from that free tier.
When we went public, Luis mentioned that at any given moment, on any given day, in any given hour, we could dramatically increase our revenue at the drop of a hat by adding more ads. And then he said that he didn't want to do that.
Do you foresee that view shifts at all in the next few years? I mean, there was a time when people said Netflix will never do ads.
I've learned enough as a public company CFO to never say never. However, Luis is the most hands-on CEO I've ever seen or worked with. While he's around, I do not see that changing.
But there are some changes to keep an eye on. Duolingo has offered lessons in music and math since 2023, and it's now rolling out a chess course.
We really do want to be an app that teaches most subjects that take a long time to learn. We're not going to be teaching you how to fix your faucet. That you can probably do on YouTube. But if it's something that takes a long time to learn, we want to be teaching that to you. We're starting with math and music, but we're probably going to add many, many other things.
It makes a ton of sense that math and music are the next adjacencies that we would look at, because they're very much in keeping with how you learn a language. You have to repeat it frequently, and it follows a set of structured rules.
How much capital will they require to be built out?
It will depend on how much they grow and how successful they are. And we'll make those decisions over time, iteratively. What
about margins? How should investors think about margins on those products?
They're part of the main app. And that means they're part of the main subscriptions. And so their fundamental base is not a different margin profile. Some of them will have different marginal costs or this or that. But over time, we have been consistent that we like our high gross margin business, and we're going to try to endeavor to keep it.
Matt Skarupa models Duolingo's first principle, take the long view, in everything he does as CFO. So I asked him what he sees when he trains his binoculars on the future.
What's the opportunity in the next decade for Duolingo that most excites you?
To fundamentally make our app much more like a human tutor in your pocket.
What's the challenge for Duolingo that keeps you up at night?
How to keep our employees, who are incredibly talented, incredibly craft-oriented and design-oriented, motivated and excited and engaged in the long-term mission.
How do you see your role as CFO changing over the next 10 years?
I think the role of the CFO is going to change a lot over the next 10 years as we automate so much more of the manual work that goes on. And I think that will free up CFOs, controllers, heads of FP&A to do more high-level strategic thinking. And so the real job will become, how do we make sure we're staying at the leading edge of all of the strategic questions that we can bring our expertise to bear on in the company when we're removed from some of the more manual tasks.
What's the skill set or an area of knowledge that you would advise every aspiring CFO to develop?
If I were not a CFO, public company CFO, in a different life, I would love to have been a poet. And so I think that aspiring CFOs need to realize that they are interacting with humans every day, and humans have a variety of motivations and interests and fears and compulsions. And so I would do anything you could to become better at understanding other people. Poetry is a great way to do that.
Complete this sentence. The hardest part about being a CFO is?
The hardest part about being a CFO is the fact that there are so many tasks and context switches that you have to make, and the job is so systematic that making sure that you're on top of all of that and thinking about it from a systems perspective and not a one-off perspective is the hardest part.
A friend calls you up and says, I've got great news. I've been promoted to CFO. You say congratulations. What's the first piece of advice you give them?
Make sure that you understand the hopes and fears of your CEO, because that's going to determine the strategy, and you need to be aligned with that. And the first part of alignment is understanding.
I'm Tim Stenovic. This is Bloomberg.
GDP growth in South Africa has really been lackluster for quite a number of years, and largely because the economy has been hamstrung by state-owned entities that have a monopoly on transport, energy, that have not been functioning for a very long time. So one of the things that give us hope, and I think we're able to be constructive with the outlook, is the economic reforms that are taking place in the country. So on energy, I think Eskom has done well to stabilize the days of load shedding, and then the energy factor and reliability factor keeps on improving. It's overdue, probably should have been done about 20 years ago, but those are things that are important to support the medium and long-term growth prospects of the country. So that's encouraging. South Africa is our primary market. We'll have operations outside to make sure that they provide resilience and growth for the portfolio. So it was quite pleasing to be able to grow earnings in South Africa by 13% in an environment where GDP growth is less than 1%. Households are still under pressure. I mean, like the rest of the world, we've seen a high inflationary environment with high interest rates, so that has put pressure on households. But even then, that inflation is starting to come down. Rates have come down. In the long run, that's very good for South Africa.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geoeconomic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Vonnie Quinn in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and this is Bloomberg. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
We're coming to you live from Kuala Lumpur. The whole world is here.
The APEC Leaders Summit bringing together heads of states of 21 APEC economies.
The White House is trying to use the stops to gain additional leverage.
This big deal with a number of the biggest companies in South Korea.
That's a big number.
Deals can be done.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Korea is not Japan.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
In this latest salvo of this trade war.
What a visual.
And the analysis you need.
China's not going anywhere, nor are we.
Having been on the inside as a former global head of trust and safety at a large social media platform, do I think the main social media platforms today, with the current level of protections, are safe for children? No. There's more than enough evidence to show otherwise. Are the tech platforms that I've worked for aware of the examples of underage users who've been very negatively and often tragically impacted by the use of the platforms? Yes, of course they are. But they're petrified of being held responsible for the deaths of minors. It's a perfect storm of corporate greed for maximum profitability.
We're outside the Senate Judiciary hearing right now, and we're really expecting kind of a bit of a confrontational hearing here.
This is such a relevant issue right now. Every parent knows when their kids go online, they worry about their safety.
First, I'd like to start by thanking all the families that are here today, all the parents who are here because of a child they have lost.
The families of Sammy Chapman from Los Angeles and Daniel Puerta from Santa Clarita.
Parents like Bridget Noring from Hastings, Minnesota, lost her teenage son. Amy Neville is also here. Her son, Alexander, was only 14 when he died.
Does the name Mason Edens ring a bell? He was a 16-year-old Arkansan. After a breakup in 2022, he searched for things like inspirational quotes and positive affirmations. Instead, he was served up numerous videos glamorizing suicide until he killed himself.
Mr. Zuckerberg, you and the companies before us have blood on your hands. You have a product. You have a product that's killing people. There's not one law on the book that's meaningful protecting the American consumer. Nothing will change until the courtroom door is open to victims of social media.
Families that have lost more than any of us can imagine should have the opportunity to come to a court of law to find out what these companies know about the material that their algorithms spit out to addict young, impressionable adolescents.
Social media is here to stay. Good or bad or indifferent, it's not going to go away.
The goal is to try to hold social media companies responsible legally, but it's a long road ahead, and they've got all the money in the world to fight us. So this is going to be a David and Goliath thing, but I'm up for the fight.
Mr. Bergman, have people successfully gone after the social media platforms?
No, this is the first case that's ever been tried in this way. I have tremendous respect and reverence for the judicial system and that legacy of standing up and arguing for the legal rights of people who have been harmed. I believe that plaintiffs should have the opportunity to ask questions under oath. I believe judges listen, and I believe that ultimately we will move forward in holding these companies accountable.
Good morning, all. Good morning.
Welcome, everyone, to our May in-person meeting. I want to introduce the newest member of our team. He's going to be our summer intern.
Welcome, Patrick. Laura Marquez Garrett. I've been here since February of 2022. I do, I guess, a little bit of everything.
I'm Glenn Draper. I'm one of the attorneys. Matt and I have worked together for years. I came on out of retirement to SMVLC last June.
I'm Matt. Set this firm up because I think that unless the civil justice system gets involved and holds these companies accountable, we're going to have several lost generations of kids. The social media companies know what their products are doing to young people. They know the levels of addiction. They know the levels of suicide, but they have no legal brakes on their behavior. These are not easy cases, but we have clients whose stories are resonant, whose harms cannot be swept under the rug. Hey, man, just want to let you know I'm thinking of you. In the next month or so, we're really going to get the sense of whether we get to go forward on these cases or not. You know, the defendants have done well in the past getting out of this, but they put most of their eggs on the Section 230 basket, and if that basket's not available for them, they're going to have a hard time explaining why your daughter needed to receive those videos. Okay, hang in there, man, and give my love to Brandy. That was Tony Roberts, whose daughter, England, died 3 years ago today, hanged herself after being encouraged to do so online. So it's very real and very hard to think about somebody losing their child 3 years ago. I can't imagine.
Today just feels very special that everybody showed up. It's hard at the same time because we know we're missing someone, and that's why we question what happened.
I am so glad that we had 14 years that God gave her to us. I am a firm believer that we'll be together again one day, and until then, I think He has given us a mission in us to continue to fight. We had no idea what the social media platforms were doing to her. She never shared with us. She never told us that she felt bad. We found out these things afterwards. This was on her phone. Behind the social media life, nobody knows the real me, and how much I struggle to make sure everyone's good, even though I'm not. And when things are going wrong for me, I just become so suicidal. I looked through her phone about a month after she passed, and I found a video on her phone of a lady on Instagram modeling self-strangulation. And exactly what that lady did on that video is what our child did.
The social media companies know that our children are so vulnerable. To me, I feel that the only way that they're going to be forced to change is through a lawsuit. So that's why we're joining this fight.
We have clients who are so righteous in their claims, who are so pure in their desire to make a difference. Our strength is the voice of the children coming back from the grave, holding these companies accountable. And those children's voices cannot be quelled.
How you holding up?
I'm okay. What about you?
Tough. Very tough.
Brandy Roberts from Louisiana.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
It really means a lot.
Tony Roberts, Louisiana.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
It's very meaningful that you're here, and I thank you. So let me turn it over to you.
Riley died by suicide on March 30th, 2021, after he was targeted through Facebook Messenger by a sextortionist who got him to send compromising images and then blackmailed him.
This is my son, Mason. He will have been gone for a year and about 2 weeks. On November the 14th was 1 year. I can't bring my son back, but I sure can do whatever I can to make sure that no other mother has to go through it. We have gone through it.
I'm Brandy Roberts. This is my husband, Tony Roberts.
Hi, and thank you all for having us.
We lost our daughter, England, in September of 2020.
This is a video of a lady with an extension cord around her neck tied to the top hinge of the door frame, and that's how we found our daughter. It's on Instagram right now. This is our daughter in the hospital. I want the world to know you do not want this pain. Nobody, no child should have to go through what our children went through. Give it to me, I'll take it all day. But when you're a parent and you look forward to dying every day so you can hold to God's promise that we'll be together one day again, I'll accept that fate too. Thank y'all.
I'm Glenn Draper from the Social Media Victims Law Center. There are thousands of kids across the country who have been harmed just like this, across every income level, across every educational level, in every state in the country. There are tens of millions of American kids who are spending hours every day addicted to social media, and the social media companies are targeting them to keep them online so they could show them another ad, so they can make another penny. And it's wrong that we continue to let this happen. So this has to be a top priority. Thanks.
Thank you for your persistence and for continuing to share your stories. I think it means more than you will ever know.
You know, these are all beautiful children. When the product design kills people, and they know it kills people, they ought to be held accountable.
Social media platforms have developed and created and programmed a very different type of algorithm that is not operated based on user choice. They are choosing what our children see. And they are choosing what will engage them at any cost, which it just so happens is extreme. These are children that have been addicted by these apps, and once addicted, they are being force-fed harmful, violent, terrible stuff to keep them hooked. I cannot tell you the number of young children under the age of 16 I have spoken to who will tell me they have been shown live suicides and murders on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok.
Hi, Jenny. Yeah, good to see you. Yeah.
All right, so go upstairs and I'll show you his room. We gotta go this way. This is Mason's room. Pretty much the way he left it. The only thing that's different is the carpet and then the board that I've made. Those balloons are still left over from a celebration of life, but the kids don't want to get rid of them, so I don't blame them. Mason was a happy, silly kid. He played football, he was on track. Always just smile on his face and goofy and funny and just a kind, genuine person. This picture was taken on October 14th. He was gone a month later. This was taken the night before he took his life.
Can you maybe go back the last 2 weeks or so and then work up to...
Yeah. So Mason had some anxiety. He was going through a breakup, but we just thought it was normal teenage stuff.
Tell me about Mason's social media use.
4 months after Mason passed, I was poring over his phone, looking for answers. I started going through the TikToks the last 2 weeks of his life. And one after another, after another, after another were videos glorifying, promoting, normalizing suicide.
And you had no idea that he was seeing...
I had no idea.
Suicidal content?
Nothing. Mason never searched suicide. Never. He was searching for, my girlfriend broke up with me. I have a broken heart. He even searched for positive affirmations. Imagine feeling rejected, feeling that sadness, feeling like what you need to turn to is social media, TikTok, and you're searching for help, and what you're getting is suicide content. This one, it's very disturbing.
Today, we're going to be exploring the top 10 reasons why I want to...
My hand, my head. Are you okay? No. That's one of the bad ones, but it's not even the worst of them.
When did the dark stuff start?
November the 1st. And then he was gone by November the 14th. It was that quick. I remember every single second that night.
Tell me exactly what happened.
I'm trying to give him CPR. I need to give him CPR.
Okay, but that's,
I'm trying to give him CPR.
Ma'am, I need you to take a breath. I need you to...
He blew his head off.
Okay, all
He
right.
blew his head off.
Just, how old is he?
Listen, he's 16.
I'm going to count with you.
Please.
Okay, start counting loud now. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I think he's dead. I think he's dead.
I feel like TikTok just put the gun in his hand and told him, pull the trigger. I mean, that's all the videos were telling him, to blow his head off. And then that's what he did. That's what TikTok did.
The committee will come to order. Our witness today is Mr. Shou Chu, Chief Executive Officer of TikTok. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chair Rogers, members of the committee, thank you for your time. There are more than 150 million Americans who love our platform, and we know we have a responsibility to protect them.
Mr. Chu, despite whatever action you take to protect teens, your algorithm continues to promote harmful content. Wouldn't you agree that indicates there is something inherently wrong with the algorithm your platform employs?
I do respectfully disagree with that. The algorithm drives a great user experience for many, many users.
2/3 of all the youth in our country are on your app. And you know, research has shown that TikTok is the most addictive platform out there.
It's not a fair fight, is it? I mean, the algorithms are on one side of the screen. The human brain is on the other side of the screen, drowning, in many instances at an age where the brain's not even fully developed yet.
We do want to be leading in terms of safety of our users, particularly for teenagers.
Okay, the rest, I'm sorry. At the age of 18, I landed my first full-time job at TikTok. When I joined, there was a total hype around TikTok. I was actually quite proud to work at the company because I was part of this big mission. Then in the summer of 2021, I saw a Wall Street Journal article testing how TikTok is creating echo chambers, especially for young people that really have a significant negative impact. So I started my personal experiment, screen recording a new account to see how much time it takes for me to then be personally affected by these videos.
In Germany, we don't say
TikTok is designed for you to spend more and more time on the app. And with every minute that you're on, there are 3 to 4 advertisement slots in your feed. So TikTok earns money with you spending more time on the platform. The The algorithm identifies how much time you spend on a single video. You could have searched for inspirational quotes, but in the end, your feed is not reflecting what you searched for, it's what you spend time on. So I could see 6 videos that I just swiped through, and the 7th one has a really sad message, and I spent time on it. It took me 15 minutes with just a few triggers of likes and comments under different postings to make sure that my feed was just dark quotes, breakup content, and even people motivating others to support self-harm or eat disorders. When I saw these videos over and over in my For You feed, they had an impact on me. And I still remember a few days where I was just sitting right before midnight in front of my feed crying. I tried contacting a guy in London that was high in the hierarchy of the company, sending him my example of the screen recording and saying, hey, can you have a look into this? But he didn't even give me a single answer while I was at the company. I think TikTok as an app has a positive side when it comes down to impacting culture. But what I see is that the platform is really not a safe environment for anybody within the young audience.
When it comes down to choosing between the safety of the kids and the amount of advertising revenue that they can get, time and time and time again, the companies choose profits over safety. And do they know that kids are going to be hurt? Their own documents say, yes, they know. And brave whistleblowers have come forward and specifically put the documents in the hands of the executives.
We are gathered today to hear testimony from a whistleblower. He resoundingly raised an alarm.
In 2019, I decided to go back to work for Instagram. I kept thinking, well, surely the executive team doesn't know the extent to which teens were experiencing harm on the platform. And so I kind of made it my job to make sure that they were aware. So we did a study done by their own world-class research team that couldn't be disavowed. We asked hundreds of thousands of teenagers, have you ever received unwanted sexual advances on Instagram? 1 in 8, 13 to 15-year-olds. Yes, in the last 7 days. Have you ever felt worse about yourself because of other people's posts on Instagram? 1 in 5 kids said yes in the last 7 days. And once we had all of the data, I wrote that email, which is the one where you tell the executives that there's a critical gap in their understanding and measurement and approach to the harm that people are experiencing, in particular teenagers. And I sent that to Mark Zuckerberg, Sheryl Sandberg, Chris Cox, the head of product, Adam Mosseri, the head of Instagram.
In that memo, you disclosed to them that according to your own research, 1 in 8 children now, had experienced unwanted sexual advances within the last 7 days. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Those numbers are astounding. I just want to let that sink in. 1 in 8 within 7 days, a third of children outside of that window. Mark Zuckerberg, did he reply to you?
He did not reply.
Did he meet with you?
He did not meet with me. In my 30 years in the industry, if I sent an email like this, the next day I would have a meeting with the executive team. Every time. This was the first time I sent an email like this that I didn't hear back.
They sloughed it off. Money was more important than protecting children.
I think you should ask them that question. These companies will only work on the things that they're incentivized to do. Today, they're incentivized to maximize the amount of time people spend on a product. They're incentivized to maximize the revenue that they make from that. And we, as a society, have to pay the price.
The meeting is adjourned.
These companies have more money than small countries. Every case, every issue, they are going to throw everything they have at it to distract, to delay, to continue business as usual. But you have public interest organizations and nonprofits and scientists and researchers and parents coming together trying to make change. This is something that has to get done.
You know, if you think about what addiction does to a 30-year-old adult, right? Now put that on a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old. As a society, we are still just scratching the surface of what these companies have done to our children.
So in other words, if it is addictive, is there actual withdrawal?
Yeah, there have been a number of scientific studies now for addiction. Remarkable number of kids, over 50%, are reporting at least one clinical symptom of withdrawal, tolerance symptoms, or dependence.
It's important to remember that kids can try as hard as they can to stop using social media, but they're up against brilliant people who have invested billions of dollars to keep kids engaged for as long as they can. AI is pushing content that they know will be provocative, something fearful or anger-inducing, because we know that the more kids are steered towards this emotional content, the longer they'll stay online.
Yesterday, we got 8 new cases overnight. So we have 1865 open cases as of last night. By harm, the biggest change is the wrongful deaths. It went from 70% to 10%, a huge, huge jump.
Okay.
Matt, we got 2 fentanyl poisoning cases in just this morning. 1 died 3 weeks ago.
2 today?
2 just this morning already, in the last hour. 19-year-old and an 18-year-old who died 3 weeks ago.
An important theme for the fentanyl cases is that this is a Snapchat-specific issue.
And we have to be very clear and very careful in our wording, right? But we're not saying people don't sell drugs on other platforms. But when you're talking kids and you're talking counterfeit pills, the most dangerous, that's when they go to Snapchat.
You know, this is going to be probably the most important brief we file.
I just saw a case come in 4 minutes ago where he bought drugs off of Snapchat and he survived.
Oh, thank God.
So I just...
Let's try to set up that call quickly, ma'am. Sorry, by the way, that's 3 fentanyl poisonings in one morning. It's not even 11 o'clock.
It's just, I can't believe it.
It's insane.
One thing that's different about the way Social Media Victims Law Center approaches these cases is that we try to really dig into data that's stored on a child's device. And an integral team member on that for us has been Jason Tanner, our forensic data manager.
I've worked in crime labs. I managed the forensics lab at Oracle. So got a wealth of experience there, and that's why they brought me on. And I was absolutely intrigued as a parent. I mean, I almost get choked up about it, just talking about it, just because in my life, like 12 years in the Marines, 4 years in the Secret Service, 15 years in e-discovery, this is the most important thing I've ever done. Hands down, hands down. For example, this phone right here, this is from a 16-year-old kid who OD'd on fentanyl and nearly died. The goal is to be able to capture whatever evidence I thought was compelling, present it to the attorneys, and help give them the ammunition they need to do their job. Here's Snapchat, and this is the list of chats. Snap is useful when you don't want people to see what you're doing. So you see here, chats delete immediately, or I can change that to 24 hours from now, delete all that conversation, right? This is what Snap Map looks like. But you can see, I'm like, let's say I'm a dealer. I can easily locate you and, hey, I'm gonna be at the park around the corner. You can come meet me here. God, it's like the platform was built for that. So let's try to log in the web version of Snapchat. Working in Snapchat always makes me nervous. Just me interacting with it could potentially make things just disappear, whether I wanted to or not. I'm going to take a screen recording of this. I mean, this seems a little bit suspect to me. Yeah, cannabinoids, CBD, THC. You're seeing a lot of drug-related content. This is this guy, Cart Plug. Plug means dealer. And this is all weed. How many edibles in a pack? And yeah, you got weed. How much is it? Is it like this? Is it like that? Here's another one. Can you pick up tabs 6 for $85? I mean, this is just making arrangements to purchase drugs. And you're seeing that over and over, various different chats. This is a drug menu posted by a dealer on Snapchat. If you were to ask me, out of the hundreds of cases that I look at and I review evidence, if it has anything to do with drugs, it's going to be on Snapchat. This is where it is 90% of the time.
We have a number of lawsuits pending here in the Los Angeles County Superior Court against Snapchat, and we should know a lot more about whether the courts are going to allow us to go forward by the end of the summer. We're hoping that by requiring Snapchat to face up and take responsibility for the people that it's injured, that they'll change their behavior, and that's what this is all about.
We're doing this for all the other kids out there that are going to fall harm to the same thing today, tomorrow, the day after that.
Amy Neville is the lead plaintiff in the Neville v. Snap case. She is one of the group of parents who tried to work with Snap. They tried to make change from the inside. They had ideas of how they could fix the product. They were told they couldn't sue, which for a long time they believed, until they realized that's crazy. There has got to be a way for us to force these companies to change those products.
Hi there, I'm Chelsea with Channel 11.
Hi, Laura, nice to meet you.
Doing so many stories on this, and you guys are getting so many cases.
Sometimes 3 or 4 a day we get.
There was a time period we were getting on average 1 a day, consistently for weeks.
And when you say those numbers, are those people who've been harmed?
People whose children are dead because of drugs.
Families who've lost their kids.
From drugs being distributed, primarily through Snapchat. I think out of 104 cases, there's only maybe, we're up to 104. There's only 3 that did not involve Snapchat. If I'm a dealer and I want to sell something that I know is dangerous and I want to find a kid, I'm going to Snapchat. You just find one high school kid in your area, you add them, and then you add all their friends, and then you add their friends.
Because the app suggests them to you, right? And since all of your messages disappear in 24 hours, it's very low risk. Snap could change so that they keep this data on their servers without changing the user experience at all. It'll all be invisible to the users, so it works exactly the same way for the users. But if there's a problem, police could come and get it later. If Snap did that, 90% of this drug dealing on Snap would disappear overnight.
I have spoken with over 100 families of every socioeconomic status, every race, religion, 2 parents, 1 parent, and the only thing all these families have in common is that their children died of fentanyl poisoning thinking they had purchased a Percocet or an Oxy that they get on Snapchat. You know, we don't condone drug distribution of any sort or purchasing. These were children who made mistakes and didn't deserve to die for it.
From the beginning, we asked to see what has Snapchat done to mitigate and eliminate predators from its platform. Today, we are begging Snapchat to fix their product. We want proof that it's been done. We want the death to stop.
This lawsuit is going to change the way Snapchat and other social media take advantage of our kids. And that is the best thing that we can get out of this.
You know, they selectively quote one section from Section 230, but Section 230 says it is a policy of the United States to encourage the development of technologies which maximize user control over what information is received by individuals, families, and schools.
That's just it, you know, and all of Snapchat is designed to take that control away.
To thwart that. Yep. 230 talks about user control. This case, we are alleging the opposite of user control. We are alleging that Snap created a dangerous situation and then manipulated these kids. This is the opposite of user control.
It's hard to think of any example of American jurisprudence where a statute has been interpreted so differently than either its plain language or legislative intent. But that's where we are. It's just a travesty because this is not what Congress intended in the Communication Decency Act in 1996.
We live in a highly technological society where access to information is critical.
We're here to have the law catch up with the technology.
Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act was enacted in response to the internet being born when social media platforms did not exist. Back in 1996, you had a system where you'd get online, you'd look for what you wanted. You had online bulletin boards, right? They're chat rooms. They're places where you, the user, have control. The goal of Section 230 was to incentivize platforms to take down harmful content without the risk of liability if they didn't. The provision stated that no internet service provider could be held legally liable for what users say or do on their platforms. Much later, young folks out in Silicon Valley would develop new technologies, but they were technologies we didn't understand.
When we first launched, we were hoping for, maybe 400, 500 people, and now we're at 100,000 people, so who knows where we're going next. We've gone from having around 150,000 people in the fall to right around 3 million now.
Are you on Facebook yet? The site is up to 60 million users so far, with a projection of 200 million by the end of the year.
When social media came out, remember, we all thought this was going to be a new beginning. Isn't it great we can go on Facebook and find our high school girlfriend, or isn't it great we can connect with people around the world? And it was only when these products developed into algorithmically driven addictive mechanisms that the harms really became manifest.
Stark warning from one of the founders of Facebook. The site's first president, Sean Parker, is now admitting that Facebook was designed to be addictive.
The 38-year-old mogul admits he, along with other pioneers of social media, knew what they were doing.
It's me, it's Mark, it's the, Kevin Systrom at Instagram, it's all of these people understood this consciously. And we did it anyway.
Because of Section 230, because of these companies not being truthful, not being transparent, nobody knew what they were doing behind closed doors.
Over 3.5 billion snaps are created every single day. It becomes such an important part of your life. It's hard to imagine, communicating another way.
We are locked into these things, and kids are using them for 8+ hours a day. Children are waking up in the middle of the night and going to get their cell phone when their parents are sleeping so they can be on them because they cannot turn them off. For over a decade now, these companies have profited by taking what we create and post on their platforms, then feeding it back to us in endless streams of content that they know we can't look away from.
Facebook is under fire tonight following testimony by a former employee.
Almost no one outside of Facebook knows what happens inside of Facebook. The company intentionally hides vital information from the public, from the U.S. government, and from governments around the world.
Frances Haugen testified before Congress, and I realized this is very analogous to the tobacco industry. If you look at cigarette company internal documents from the 70s and 80s, they said things like, the base of our business is the high school student, and today's teenager is tomorrow's potential regular customer. And they knew that smokers start in their teens. And they actively marketed their addictive products toward minors through things like Joe Camel, knowing that those were going to be their lifetime customers. In the case of social media, you have internal Facebook documents released by Frances Haugen saying tweens are herd animals. Kids have an addict's narrative. Our products make girls feel worse about themselves. You have the same kind of corporate misconduct, knowing disregard of the life and safety of others, and a intentional decision to put profits over people. And so for the first time, I thought that the way to attack these social media companies is as product manufacturers, to try to adapt product liability theory to social media, and on that basis provide for the first time a legal handle from which injured people can hold them accountable and hopefully incentivize them to design and produce safer products. We're just opening our actual office. We're going to have our monthly meeting. There are 4 major hearings between now and November, so the next 2 months is going to determine whether or not these cases can go forward. Up until now, social media companies have been very successful in getting cases dismissed at the pleading stage, before there's been any discovery, before plaintiffs have had any attempt to gather evidence. If we can get discovery, it could uncover unethical or illegal activities. It would deter these companies from engaging in wrongful conduct going forward because they would know that their internal decisions could be scrutinized. Oh, look at us all. Oh my God. We're a real law firm. Can you believe this? Hey, how you doing? All right, what court deadlines do we have this week and the next week?
We do have a deadline. It's 10 days before the hearing in SNAP, and it includes a discussion of discovery.
And then in the Buffalo case, our response is due the 14th of October. The Social Media Victims Law Center does not have a lot of power. We don't have huge law firms behind us. We don't have a lot of money. But we have brilliant staff that have decided to devote themselves to making a difference.
These efforts to hold social media companies accountable, it's all consuming, not just because so much needs to be done, but because, and I know I speak for the whole team here, our whole team, because there's nothing else we would rather be doing. Before I started doing this work, I was an equity partner at one of Seattle's finest, most reputable firms. I had the corner office. I loved my colleagues. I love my job. I met Matt in January 2022, and by February of 2022, I was at the Social Media Victims Law Center. I have asked myself before, am I risking my children's college funds? Am I risking, economic stability? Am I going to make it more difficult on my wife? But the way I look at it is all the money in the world. If my children are in harm's way, if my children are harmed, if I can't protect them, it doesn't matter. Historically, if your child was sleeping soundly in their bed, you knew your child was safe. These companies have upped the stakes. They're now in your children's bedroom, right? It's invasion of your home. These kids have no safe place.
Last year, I was probably on the road 38 weeks out of the year, going into middle schools, going into high schools, talking about the dangers of fentanyl and also social media harms.
I think we're probably okay to get started, yeah? Okay. We are going to be talking about the fentanyl crisis. It is the #1 killer in Orange County of 17 and under. It's 3 years in a row now. We had to learn this the hard way after we lost our 14-year-old son, Alexander. This would have been his high school. He would have been 18 this May.
Alexander, by all accounts, was a pretty adventuresome kiddo who loved to learn about things. He was obsessed with the Civil War at one point in his life, and we would go to Civil War reenactments. That was his idea of a good time.
You're not gonna look, Alex?
I don't really care. I know what happened.
As he got older, I wasn't all that concerned about Alexander's use of social media because I wasn't losing him to it for hours at a time. He ate meals with us. We'd watch TV together. He was out skateboarding every afternoon. And we would spot check his phone maybe every week or so. But we were looking for sexual predators and bullies because that's what the social media companies told us to look for.
I don't keep it a secret that this kiddo wanted to experiment. That was the space that he was in. But we thought we were prepared for that. And we talked about drugs with Alex. We had all these safeguards in place, and yet we still ended up here. Some things I want to point out, there's this, we think kids are partying and taking drugs, and that's where these things are happening. But Alex died right down the hallway from me. It was supposed to be that, you say goodnight and you think your kids are safe, and it's just not the times that we're living in anymore. We give our kids these smartphones, we let them have these apps, and that is the equivalent of dropping them off in the worst neighborhood in our area and saying, good luck tonight, I'll see you later.
Your kid, when they're on a social media platform, is exposed to more predators than you ever knew existed. We have Instagram cases where children have been blackmailed by criminal gangs, and they've caused several suicides. In an effort to extort $50 from your kid, they're going to scare your kids so badly that they kill themselves. In the case of 17-year-old Jordan DeMay, one night in March of 2023, he was contacted by extortionists posing as a teenage girl. They messaged him on Instagram using the hacked account of Danny Roberts.
Generally, when we respond to suicides, within the first couple hours, usually we can figure out the reason why it occurred. But in this particular case, the obvious answers were not present. You've got someone like Jordan DeMay, the former prom king, the football star, the basketball star, and you wonder how can this happen to someone? When you start reading these transcripts and looking at the interaction between the suspect and Jordan from Instagram, I guess you can see why.
Jordan thought he was talking to a girl by the name of Danny Roberts, and it wasn't until the extortion started that he then realized that who he thought he was talking to was not reality.
It's just kind of like a banter back and forth. And then eventually they disclose that they want to trade some pictures. So at the point that Jordan had sent some naked images of himself, the suspect account came back with this statement. I have screenshotted all your followers and tags and can send this nudes to everyone and also send your nudes to your family and friends until it goes viral, ... All you have to do is to cooperate with me and I won't expose you. Are you going to cooperate with me? Just pay me right now. They don't want to give that victim time to think. They're going to put that pressure on until they comply. Jordan responded with, I'm killing myself right now because of you. The perpetrator says, good, do that fast, or I'll make you do it. I swear to God. Once this starts, it just doesn't slow down. That's the scary part of this whole thing. It was roughly 6 hours from the time of initial contact to the point where Jordan had killed himself.
His bed is how he left it the last day he was here. It still smells like him in here. A mix of like teenage boy sweat and cologne and whatever. The way that his age group of kids interact was through social media. I remember he came to me and said, I can't talk to any of my friends because we don't text. We don't have each other's phone numbers.
Jordan spent most of his time on Instagram and Snapchat. They're communicating on those platforms all the time throughout the day.
Social media provided a place for these people using this hacked account to contact Jordan and basically gave them a safe space to commit a crime.
There's a lot of things that went wrong that night, but ultimately Instagram is the reason it happened. Social media is the reason it happened.
Social media is hyper competitive amongst the different social media platforms. What they're selling is your kid's attention, and every minute that your kid is on TikTok is a minute that they're not on Instagram or on Snapchat. They have the most sophisticated minds on earth working on this to help them design these features. And this is true about all of the platforms, but it's particularly true about Snapchat. Snapchat has features that can incentivize your kid to be on more. One of them is the Snap score. The more people you communicate with, the higher your score gets. Kids like to compare their Snap scores. If you got a higher Snap score, that means you've got more friends on Snapchat. Well, how do you get more friends on Snapchat? One way is you accept the quick ad recommendations that Snapchat sends you. They have incentivized kids to accept these friend requests, and the friend requests include all manner of people that you don't want your kids talking to. So we are on our way to go see Michael Brewer. Michael was 13 years old when he took a fentanyl-laced fake Percocet pill that he purchased from a Snapchat dealer. And he was literally dead and was revived and suffered some pretty egregious injuries. This testimony is going to show the judge that Snapchat's full of it. When they say that we don't know how it works, we know how it works. I bet this is them right there, actually. Hi, Michael. I'm Glenn Draper. Very nice to meet you. Yeah, thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it. We're going to make a difference. Come on in. Michael is pretty unique in our Snapchat fentanyl cases because he's still alive. He is somebody that could tell us this is how it really happened. Sir? Let me just tell you how it'll work tomorrow during a deposition. You'll be under oath, which means you'll be sworn to tell the truth. That's really the most important thing, that you tell the truth. Okay? Yeah. What did you like to do before you were injured?
I liked playing football.
Uh-huh.
I liked playing video games. I liked beating up my brother.
You were 13 years old. So you're at the head of the table here.
Stand by, please. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. And down.
Michael, when did you first open a Snapchat account?
Around 10 or 11.
How long after you started on Snapchat did you start to receive this drug-related content?
When I was like 12 and a half. I got this guy who, on my quick ad, his name was like Mary Jane and the tree emoji. When I quick added him, he originally like responded 2 days later saying, what you want? And then I was like, what? What do you mean? And then he sent me a photo of his drug menu. After that, quick ad, 5 or 6 out of 10 were dealers.
How often were you receiving drug menus in your stories feeds on Snapchat?
Every hour, there were new drug menus.
What happened leading up to Christmas Day of 2020?
I was looking for Adderall, and then I asked this one guy, and he said, no, that I have Percocet.
Did he bring the drugs to you?
Yeah.
When did you take one of the supposed Percocet pills?
Pretty late on Christmas Eve, like 10, 11 p.m. I kinda blacked out after 30 minutes. My mom woke up in the middle of the night, and I was foaming out the mouth. I was cold to the touch.
Michael, thank you for talking with me this afternoon.
Thank you.
I want to thank our attorneys for having the vision right away for this case and believing in us and what we had to say after the many times we've been told you can't sue Snapchat. But look, here we are. We're right here in front of the courthouse steps, moments away from going in.
Snapchat's product is broken. It's defective. They've known for a long time. They won't fix it.
Because of Section 230, the doors to this courthouse were closed to them. The entire American legal system was closed to them for years. And these parents kept fighting. If nothing else, today, they have already proven Snapchat wrong.
It's just a few of us up against the most powerful, richest companies in the world, but we're just asking the judge to allow us to go forward with the case. It's simply whether we have the opportunity to even try. Representing people like these parents is very motivating and gives us purpose for doing it. I think this is a fight I've been training for 30 years, so hopefully I'm up for it, because I don't have another 30 years to train. All right, let's go to war.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
These cases ask some very profound questions concerning the 2023 world of interconnectedness. Big picture abstractions aside, these cases involve, for some dozens of families, a terrible loss. All right, defense. Are you prepared to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm Jessica Grant on behalf of SNAP, Inc. I think Section 230 immunizes internet service providers like SNAP from any claim, whether it's strict products liability, whether it's negligence, any public nuisance, et cetera. And you started your comments, and I want to echo them, Your Honor, by something that I think needs to be acknowledged in this courtroom, which is that we all feel empathy for the plaintiffs and their losses. This case is no doubt tragic. Although we all feel empathy for the losses that plaintiffs have suffered, the legal theory, or the theories that are being put before you have been tried many times before. All of these cases, the content here was created by the drug dealers. Snap, its only role was an intermediary for the exchange of those two messages. So quite frankly, if those same communications had happened via text, via email, on the phone, would AT&T be liable for that drug deal? No, of course not.
Can I interrupt you, please? I hear you. I understand your argument, but I'm thinking to myself, maybe the better way for some or all of these issues to be decided is on an actual factual record where the court receives evidence from witnesses and documents, and the court gets an inkling of what's true and not true.
You don't need any discovery or any evidence. These are pure legal questions. Nothing will change the fact that the harm here is 100% dependent on the content.
Okay. Plaintiff side.
Your Honor, we are in the midst of a fentanyl crisis. This is the largest killer of young people, according to the CDC. Snapchat is involved in more of these cases than all other products combined. The design of the Snapchat product, which is separate and distinct from virtually every other social media platform, facilitates drug dealers to evade legal responsibility and evade and hide the evidence of their crime. For that reason, Your Honor, we believe that Section 230 does not immunize Snap, and at the very least, we ought to be able to conduct discovery to learn more about the nature of these products, the nature of how they interact with each other, and what Snap knew and when it knew it.
Let's take a break, okay?
That would be fine, thanks.
See you soon.
And I cannot believe that she would say that Section 230 immunizes them from any liability. Any liability. We know that's not true.
Yeah.
We've alleged that Snapchat is involved in more of these deaths than every other social media platform put together. He gets that. So his point is, do we need discovery now on that issue?
She gave me a real gift with the telephone. But if the telephone company says, hey, here's a drug dealer, here are you, hey, call you up, there's a drug dealer. I mean, this is not a passive intermediary.
I think we just keep pushing him where he's already headed.
Okay, we are back on the record. What would you say to Ms. Grant's point that one could say the same thing about Verizon or AT&T? Because these same communications between drug dealers and minors could occur on a cell phone.
I don't believe it to be analogous, Your Honor, unless Verizon and AT&T give drug dealers the phone numbers of vulnerable kids who might be potential customers.
If, hypothetically, I get past the 230 argument, and now we are in the world of, quote, products liability, is there binding California authority that says, Judge Riff, you've taken an oath to follow the law, this is the law, follow it?
I think there's a well-trodden path for you to follow in terms of if you're following the law and the great weight of authority. No one has held that these apps are products. They've held that they are intangible services. But maybe you could share with me, what exactly are you suggesting that Snap would be liable for?
I'm not suggesting anything. Plaintiffs are suggesting a pretty detailed negligent failure to warn, strict liability failure to warn, that the...
Judge, Snapchat could leave every bit of content regarding drugs on its platform and not be subject to liability, because That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the manner in which it is designed. What we have here is essentially a virtual equivalent of a video arcade with a room in the back where kids go to buy and sell drugs, and Snapchat is aware of that and profits from kids going to the video arcade. Well, for that reason, Your Honor, we believe that these cases should be permitted to go forward and explored through discovery.
I need to think a lot more and decide what I'm going to do. I just don't know what I'm going to do yet. Thank you very much. You're free to go.
This judge is very smart. He gets the gravity of what's at issue. I would say I'm cautiously optimistic, but you know, I think you know, I don't think we're out of the woods either.
I just want to say I think it's fantastic that all of us could be here together because I think there's power in numbers. Yeah. And I do feel like, you know, for the judge just to take a look at all of us and know that, you know, the pain that we're all enduring. And thank you. Thank you.
In that courtroom, we had a fair judge that was listening to both sides. And that's a beautiful thing about our system of justice, that at that moment, those families were equal to the billionaire companies that they were arguing against. And I got to be their voice. And that's something I'm going to be very grateful for, no matter what the outcome. We're here to bear witness to the captains of industry sitting in front of Congress. The last time something like this happened was 1994, when the executives of the tobacco companies were called before Congress and were asked under oath whether nicotine is addictive.
Gavel, guys. Everyone back. Gavel.
Social media is a very powerful tool, but we're here because every parent I know, and I think every parent in America, is terrified about the garbage that is directed at our kids. And each of your companies could do a lot more to prevent it.
We approve the content that is recommended on our service using a combination of automated processes and human review.
We made these choices after consulting with doctors and safety experts who understand the unique stages of teenage development.
The existing body of scientific work has not shown a causal link between using social media and young people having worse mental health outcomes.
Mr. Zuckerberg, did I hear you say in your opening statement that there's no link between mental health and social media use?
Senator, what I said is I think it's important to look at the science.
Really? Let me just remind you of some of the science from your own company. Here's some information from a whistleblower who came before the Senate, testified under oath in public. He worked for you. I know you're familiar with these stats because he sent you an email where he lined it all out. I mean, we've got a copy of it right here.
It's been years since I sent that email, years since I've had that conversation, and things have not changed. Because Mark feels that the company is doing enough.
Mr. Zuckerberg, why should your company not be sued for this?
Senator, I view my job and the job of our company as building the best tools that we can to keep our community safe.
Well, you're failing at that.
Well, Senator, we're doing an industry-leading effort. We build AI tools
nonsense. Your job is to be responsible for what your company has done. You've made billions of dollars on the people sitting behind you here. You've done nothing to help them.
Until they get compelled, it's not going to change because of the hubris of the people who run these companies, who really feel that they're doing a good enough job, or there's all of these kids that are proof that they're not.
Mr. Spiegel, there are a number of parents whose children have been able to access illegal drugs on your platform. What do you say to those parents?
I'm so sorry that we have not been able to prevent these tragedies. We proactively look for and detect drug-related content. We remove it from our platform, preserve it as evidence, and then we refer it to law enforcement for action.
None of those efforts are keeping our kids from getting access to those drugs on your platform.
This is about making sure this doesn't happen to other children. I know because I've talked to these parents.
We need to stop buying the BS that these social media companies are telling us and take back the power from them.
You made a conscious decision that growing this business, expanding your revenue, that was the priority. The children were not.
Their own policy states that they don't allow self-harm. They don't allow child trafficking, drug sales, and things like that on their platforms. And every one of them lie.
To all the victims who came and showed us photos of your loved ones, don't quit. The damage to your family's been done. Hopefully we can take your pain and turn it into something positive so nobody else has to hold up a sign.
And so here we are today, with all of the respect in the world for every parent that has lost a child, for all the respect in the world for every youth that is speaking up about these things. These companies need to listen. This is what the work is about.
So, hold on. It looks like the whole team's gonna log on. Matt, I haven't read the whole thing yet, but so far so good.
I haven't read any of it, because did we win or lose?
I think we won, man.
Is that a slam dunk or what?
It's a slam dunk.
The statute and regulations at issue may be ascertained through the discovery process.
We just made history. We just made history.
In our system of justice, we have and want to have a wide open door to the courthouse so that people who claim to have suffered a legal harm have a place to go to seek a remedy.
This is really happening. We are really moving into discovery. This lawsuit is moving forward. This is another small step in moving the mountain to changing these things.
were standing outside of what was supposed to be a condo called Solemn Ocean. It was supposed to have 30 units, but only the land was cleared and construction was then abandoned.
Tulum felt like it could be everything for everyone.
It was really nice. It was a jungle. You don't find any big resort or expensive hotel.
This particular developer had the property that I really wanted. Everything about it was a dream. It was perfect.
We started looking into the real estate market in Tulum because of this construction boom. Looking at buyers and talking to them, we found a lot of investors who never got their units.
The project, it was empty, no construction workers. And in that moment, I say, okay, we have a problem.
I resorted to starting to comment on the developer's posts, asking, hey, I need an update. Where's my money? What's going on? Why won't you respond?
We haven't been able to trace where all of that money went because in the end, it does turn out to be millions of dollars. Tulum is a beach town that's about a 2-hour drive south from Cancun. Tulum is famous for its electronic music festivals. The beaches are gorgeous. It has a very hipster vibe. During the pandemic, Tulum and Mexico in general were places where we had little pandemic restrictions. People could just fly in and they were free to go anywhere they wanted. So like 2020, 2021, that's when we saw a construction boom starting to happen. At the time, the median price for an apartment in Miami was around $350,000, while in Los Cabos, another Mexican beach town that's also very famous, the average price was around $465,000.
Tulum has seen an enormous amount of development. A lot of people wanted to buy second homes there, and a lot of developers wanted to come in and develop there. If you go, you can expect to see developments one after the other. It can feel like one giant construction site.
Many of these properties were small condos, and they started at around $160,000. So this was an affordable option that offered a lot. We're in the building that was supposed to be called Solemn Downtown, and we can see here a permit that was granted in 2021 under Aquela Development Group. We have two groups of investors. In one of them, there were 6 projects that had to be delivered around 2023 and 2024.
Bienvenidos a Solemn Downtown, Tulum!
The people behind the development group basically disappeared. Government officials said one of them was found dead on a beach, another took his own life, and the third is thought to have fled the country.
Out of the 6 projects that they wanted to build, only 1 was ever delivered. 2 of them were half-built, and the rest is just land that's sitting there. And the people who bought into these, they were buying the apartments pre-sale, so they paid 80–90% of the value of the apartment, and now they don't even have a company to sue.
I've been going to Tulum for about the last 15 years and Mexico in general since I was a little kid. I just really fell in love with Mexico. And so when the opportunity came to finally buy something, I kind of jumped on it. This particular developer had the property that I really wanted. Everything about it was a dream. It was perfect. Initially, I had wanted to buy something that was already built, but in working with my realtor, she told me, you've got a better opportunity to get something that's brand new. It's less expensive when you buy something through a pre-sale. You can pay over time rather than doing one large lump sum payment. And as a single income, that was really attractive. The person I met with from the developer was a gentleman named Victor. He was their lead salesperson, and he took me around to visit a couple other properties, showed me the renderings and the architectural drawings for Solemn Skyview. told me how they were sourcing everything from essentially within 360 miles of Tulum, which was really attractive to me as far as it being sustainably built and a lower carbon footprint.
One thing that many people told us was that because the first building had already been delivered by the time that they bought into it, they felt like it was a sure bet.
In the beginning of the process, the developer sent me videos on a pretty regular basis showing, hey, look, we've started clearing the land. A couple weeks later, oh, all of the land has been cleared. Oh, here's an update. All of these materials have been ordered. They're starting to get delivered. And then eventually an email came that there was a land dispute and that I should stop making payments.
All of these contracts, at least in the first group, had a 90-day grace period. Even before those 90 days came up, the construction companies started messaging the owners and telling them that there were some delays. By the time that those 3 months ended, many people started reaching out to the company and scheduling Zoom calls, and they just didn't show up.
After that, there were no further communications from the developer. They would not respond to any phone calls or emails. And within a year of that is when I started connecting with other people, mostly through Facebook and Instagram, saying they were having the same issues. I went to Cancun to file a complaint with the federal prosecutor's office.
Some of these investors have gone to multiple courts. There's a civil court, a criminal court, mercantile court, but it's unclear at this point what their resources are.
It's all been very convoluted and confusing. Not a lot of good advice on what to do next.
Lyubov was a woman who had bought land in Tulum a few decades ago, and she paid her taxes as a normal person would. And then during the pandemic, offices were closed, so she didn't go for a couple of years. When she returned in 2021 to pay the taxes for that year and the previous one, she was told that the property taxes for her land had already been paid for. So when she started looking into it, she found out that Aquila Development Group had already paid the property taxes on her behalf, claiming the land as its own, and started building what was supposed to be a property called Solemn Skyview.
El mismo día que nos dimos cuenta de esa situación, empezamos a investigar. Mi nombre es Emiliano Silva, vengo en representación de mi mamá, Lyubov Prudkovskaya. Nosotros queremos ir en contra de los notarios, de los cuales hicieron las operaciones. Supuestamente en el año 2012 firmamos un poder para que otra persona que nosotros no conocemos venda ese terreno.
This is a fairly common problem in Tulum and in the Yucatan Peninsula in general because of how uneven land regulation is. There's still a lot of communal land, and developers, some of whom have turned out to be shady, have used this to their advantage, and they overtake land that didn't belong to them.
Primero, queremos recuperar ese terreno que es nuestro patrimonio. Es patrimonio de nuestra familia y es el único patrimonio que tenemos. Y otra cosa que queremos también es que se haga justicia. Lo que queremos es evitar que más gente sufra esto mismo que estamos pasando.
Hola. Hola, ¿qué tal? Oiga, vengo a la oficina de ventas. Another case that we found, it involves a company that wanted to build 50 units, and they were sold to 35 investors because some of them bought multiple apartments. And in that case, it seems that the original developer ran out of money, took out a loan, failed to pay that loan, and the creditor took over the building, finished building it, and then resold the units to new buyers.
I decided to be anonymous because I'm scared to happen something with me or my business, or you don't know what can happen in Mexico. The name of the project when we find this was Laguna Azul, because in the center of the project have a big Laguna Azul. That means a big blue pool. The name of the company, it was Oigra Tulum. The owner of the project was Amir. We started looking at problems in 2017, in the area because we have a contract and the contract is ending and the project is not finished. I traveled to see the apartments and the project, if it was continued or not. And that moment, the project it was empty, no construction workers. And in that moment, I say, okay, we have a problem. This new developer make a deal with Amir in the shadows of the legal process. Start to sell the apartments in the end of the 2022, and the last travel I do in May 2024, I saw new people living in my apartment. Now I have 7 years in the legal process, and I feel exhausted because every time I receive a document for the court is not good information, but in the end I think I need to continue.
A lot of people who bought apartments in Tulum back in the pandemic did get their apartments delivered. And at first it was a solid investment and they were able to rent it out for practically all year long. But then as supply started growing and also digital nomads stopped going to Tulum, started heading back to their homes, demand plummeted. And so an apartment that used to be rented out at like maybe $300 a night can now go for as low as $50 a night. So people who were expecting to pay their mortgages out of those rents cannot do it anymore.
I've made peace with, I've lost some money, I'm not getting it back. I still want to move to Mexico one day. I'm just going to buy something that's already built, but it's going to take a long time. I mean, that was my life savings. I don't have, $100,000 just sitting around.
We don't know if it was always meant to be a scam or if they just ran out of money or if they were in over their heads.
One lawyer we spoke with said that she is now seeing clients on a weekly basis. So I think we will probably learn more as time goes on. But as of right now, it's difficult to say exactly how widespread this is.
Nos encantaría poder buscar los medios para construir y hacer algún desarrollo ahí, pero honestamente nos da mucho miedo construir algo ahí con la incertidumbre de que en cualquier momento otra vez llegue alguien y nos vuelvan a robar de la misma manera.
Remember, before dialing, listen for dial tone.
It's not like he was proposing to bring back the rotary phone. But when John Stankey became AT&T's chief executive officer in 2020, he sensed the company had strayed a little too far from its roots.
There clearly was a need based on kind of where the investor base was and where performance was to take a step back and say it was time to maybe simplify the business and get it more focused.
America's oldest telecom had grown into a sprawling media and communications giant with the heaviest debt load of any non-financial company in the world. To turn around, it had to slim down.
And when the decision was made that we needed to focus, we started to ask ourselves, well, how do we compete? What are the things we need to do?
What he concluded very quickly is, if we want to be the very best connectivity company, we can't half-step it. We have to lean in. We have to invest a lot more.
Connectivity may not be as sexy as Hollywood, but it's been AT&T's core business since the days of Ma Bell. Stanky needed a partner to help rebuild that legacy on a foundation of new technology. He asked Pascal Desroches to be his CFO.
I said yes right away, but I recognized the enormity of the challenge ahead of us.
When you got here and you looked under the hood, were you surprised by the enormity of it? Were you sort of overwhelmed, or did you feel like, all right, I got this right away?
I did not think I had this all the way. You know, you come in, you have a sense for what the issues are, but until you're actually in the seat and really learning firsthand the depth of the problem and the complexity of the problems, it's hard to fully appreciate.
He dug into them piece by piece and day by day.
One of the things that I think I do very well, I'm pretty good at not making problems bigger than they are. I'm a believer you try to make progress on big problems every day, and ultimately you'll look back and say, hey, you've come a long way.
AT&T has come a long way since Stanky and Desroches teamed up. It's gone from a lumbering, over-leveraged company to a darling of the AI revolution.
That first 18 months was trying to right-size the balance sheet and also making sure we were, at the same time, investing significantly in the businesses to get growth going again. A lot more of my time now is spent on working hand in hand with the operators and making sure I'm giving them resources that they need to execute on the strategic priorities.
Everything in our business is a team sport. It's an operating business. And I saw in Pascal somebody who'd be a really collaborative CFO, somebody who's going to work well with the team and make everybody kind of elevate.
Pascal Desroches brings much more than a head for numbers to the CFO role.
By always looking externally, it allows you to make sure that we are at our very best.
Call it a flair for connectivity.
I've been really blessed. I have such a great team.
He is incredibly patient and has a gift to be able to repeat and tell people things multiple times so that they can build their understanding.
We have honest discussions about what's going well, what's not going well, and we're really transparent about what we're trying to do. Early on, there were skeptics, but over time we were consistent in communicating, this is our North Star, this is what we're trying to do, this is why we think we are on the right track. Over time, we've built an enormous amount of trust, and right now we're seeing a lot of the benefits of it.
Over the last 5 years, AT&T has grown leaner by design, selling Warner Media and DirecTV, and using the proceeds to strengthen its 5G wireless and fiber broadband capacity. No company has invested more capital into U.S. connectivity infrastructure in this decade. Now it's poised to satisfy soaring demand for higher bandwidth and faster speeds.
We have our broadband or fiber product. We have our fixed wireless product, which is basically internet using our wireless network. And then you have your traditional wireless.
Why fiber?
It has the fastest speed. It has the lowest cost to maintain relative to your traditional copper, which is what we're upgrading.
Beauty of fiber, it's symmetrical. It sends the same amount of data up as it sends down. And so it was betting on that kind of capable infrastructure was going to be necessary for the AI economy.
I think fiber future-proofs your network. It took about 20 years for the United States to see about half of its households built out with fiber. We're going to see that 50% go to 80% in about 5 years. We don't see any other technology that will set your network up better for long-term bandwidth consumption.
Fiber provides the lowest unit economic cost, and 5G provides the lowest economic cost for wireless. We are the only company that has scaled networks in both fiber and wireless. We think this is going to be a natural cost advantage, allowing us to drive not only the best economics for ourselves, but also drive the best value for consumers.
AT&T has a decisive edge in fiber subscribers over competitors Verizon and T-Mobile. It trails its rivals in wireless subscribers.
Right now with fiber, AT&T is the clear leader. When it comes to wireless, AT&T is not number one. Does that matter?
Well, look, I don't like being number 3 in anything. So let's start with that. I look at share service revenue, and we've been making really good progress the last few years under John's leadership in growing our share service revenue.
What we're geared toward is to get the highest share of wallet in the industry. And maybe some of it comes from fixed and maybe some of it from wireless. And we may not be the number 1 handset purveyor or the number 1 broadband purveyor. But the question is our total spend in the industry at the highest level? And that's really the strategy we're pursuing right now.
The bet on fiber is expected to pay off in double-digit growth on the consumer side. At the same time, Desroches is working to take AT&T's legacy copper network offline and get its cost off the books.
Right now, we are running both a copper network and a fiber network. Our copper is declining, but there is a certain element of fixed costs associated with it, about $6 billion of total expenses. That will, over time, decline to zero. But it's going to take some time. Our goal is by the end of the decade, by the end of 2029, to be out of the copper business.
Copper is sort of an interesting substance because it's also a commodity. Are you selling it? Are you going into the commodity trade?
Believe it or not, we are decommissioning parts of our network, our copper network, we are selling it, and it's been, with the prices today, it's pretty attractive. We have a lot of copper still in the ground, and at these prices, we will make a return on those.
Every little bit helps for a CFO who plans to spend about $22 billion in CapEx in each of the next 3 years. While some companies pump the brakes on investment in an uncertain economy, that's not really an option for AT&T.
Let me break down our CapEx into the buckets that we spend. A big part of it is to expand our reach of fiber. You cannot wait until there is certainty to build that. These have long lead times that require you to have conviction about where demand is going. Another bucket is, as more people are on our network, we also have to add more coverage and capacity. It's almost like a variable expense. Third, we are modernizing our wireless network right now. Through the investments we're making, we are driving down our unit costs over time and providing more capacity to serve the demand that we think is coming.
Do you have less confidence in that 3-year plan now than when you first came out with it, given that some people are having trouble deciding how things are going to look in the next 3 days?
No, I really don't. I look at the nature of our business. It doesn't matter the economic cycle. It is a critical goods or service, and we have every confidence demand for it will remain. Will it be harder in a more challenged economic environment if that ends up being the case? Of course, but remember, we are investing at record levels. Slight moderations of that would allow us to deliver a lot more incremental cash to the bottom line. So I have every confidence we're going to be able to deliver our guidance.
That guidance includes returning $40 billion to shareholders through dividends and buybacks.
The last several years, we've invested significantly and haven't raised a dividend, so we thought an important next step was to deliver even more value through a stock buyback.
Why is now the time to do buybacks?
I think our stock is so incredibly attractively priced, and so by buying back more, we're giving more value to those who remain, and we are confident in our ability to continue to increase the price of our stock.
AT&T has the cash to reward shareholders, largely thanks to Desroches' management of its balance sheet. The company has steadily pared down its debt. Now it can focus on investing for growth and even lever back up for M&A.
Is the threshold higher to buy something that looks attractive? At this point, given that financing costs are so much higher, should you tap the debt markets again?
Financing costs are higher than they were the last 5 years, but I've been around business long enough to know that financing costs can be a lot higher than this. I'll give you an example. At the end of March, we went out to the market, issued 10-year notes. The effective cost of that was about 5.2% pre-tax. For a business our size and scale, when you add the tax benefits, it's still a very low cost of capital.
As the competition for connectivity intensifies, so has the appetite for deals among the industry's major players.
There are 3 national wireless carriers in the U.S., and that's really been created through consolidation. That's taken place over many years. As a wireless company, by definition, you compete in the whole country. In the fiber business, it's a regional, semi-national business. And so the more you can scale up your fiber business, the better you can compete with fixed wireless, obviously the incumbents in cable. And so that's been, I think, the motivating factor around a lot of this M&A activity.
In May 2025, AT&T joined the fray when it agreed to buy Lumen Technologies' consumer fiber business.
We're picking up about 4.5 million active homes that have been passed and connected in a footprint that can probably grow to close to 10 million homes that are attractive to invest in. We'll go from 50 million U.S. households passed with fiber by 2030 to 60 million U.S. households passed with fiber by 2030, and probably tops out around 70 million after 2030.
Pascal Desroches says that when future opportunities arise, he'll be ready and able to pursue them.
Some of those opportunities may be invest more in our business because we know that we're very familiar with the returns, but it's really having that flexibility that's so critically important because now we can take advantage of opportunities without having to worry about our balance sheet.
Coming up, Pascal Desroches takes me to the room where connectivity happens.
Think about it as the brains of the network.
A visit to the central office next. This is Bloomberg. AT&T CFO Pascal Desroches doesn't shy away from a challenge. He's been meeting them all his life, starting as a young child when his family emigrated to the U.S. from Haiti.
I remember going to school and not knowing the language and having to work really hard to get the language and the lessons, and seeing my parents work really hard. Honestly, it drives me to this day, their sacrifices that they made to position us to come to this country.
Desroches started his career in accounting, rising to partner at KPMG. He also spent 2 years in government as a professional accounting fellow at the SEC. Shifting to the corporate world, he spent 15 years in finance roles at Time Warner, before landing his first CFO position at Turner Broadcasting. After a stint as CFO of Warner Media Group, he moved into his current job at AT&T.
I want to be as knowledgeable as possible. I'm constantly pushing myself to be uncomfortable.
What would you say you've taken from each of the experiences, from government, from accounting, from big corporations?
What you learn is this: it's always hard when you start. You've got to be patient with yourself. You learn resilience. If you go through a lot of different environments, a lot of different challenges, you build resilience. And that is probably the one thing I will say that has really helped me in my latest assignment is the resilience that I've built up over the years. Yeah.
His resilience and zest for learning makes Pascal Desroches the ideal CFO for AT&T as it plots its future around 5G wireless and fiber. It's hard to understand the scale of this journey until you see it up close and in person at one of the connectivity hubs known as central offices.
Traffic is aggregated from the different neighborhoods and then onto what we call our core. Think about it as the brains of the network. It gives routing instructions in terms of where the traffic needs to go to based upon the command from your phone, your tablet, your computer.
We're talking next to another room that looks sort of like this, but a little dated, with all the copper infrastructure in it. That's all getting phased out, isn't it?
It is getting phased out, but there's still, I'd say, about 5% of our customers are still on copper-wired phones. Think landlines, think legacy DSL, and there are all sorts of regulatory requirements that limit our ability to get out of that technology quickly. So we're required to serve both the historical legacy copper technology as well as the fiber technology.
So when this ends up getting phased out, you have a lot of space left. What are you planning to do with it?
Once we decommission copper, what will happen is we're going to have excess space that we're going to probably be able to monetize and sell. We recently did a transaction where we sold 75 wire centers, and we kept access to our infrastructure, but there was still a lot of space in the building as well as adjacent land that we were able to sell at a really attractive price because we had scaled down our investment in copper.
Fiber doesn't just take up less space, it increases efficiency at every level.
For each one of these fiber cables, they snake back to a neighborhood. Each strand of fiber has several customers on it. It has a lot more capacity. Fiber consumes 70% less energy than copper. Similarly, the maintenance profile of fiber is so much better. We spend 35% less on maintaining fiber. So it's a win-win. It's a better product and less maintenance, less energy draw.
Right now, there are more than 4,500 central offices across the U.S. AT&T intends to cut that number down by the end of the decade, but the ones that remain will still play a critical role in the business.
It's really important that you have points of aggregation to ensure that you are touching as many endpoints across the country as possible. So yes, it's expensive to have them, but they also give you enormous reach across the country.
Coming up, how tariffs could hit the telecom sector. It's just one more thing Pascal Desroches is keeping his eye on.
Anything that can impact the consumer's ability to afford services, you always pay attention to.
This is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Have you ever thought about, or would you make a movie for a streaming service? Would you make a Netflix movie?
Man, that's a great question.
I mean, I'm waiting for one where I ask and you go, that was a shitty question.
Yeah. I mean, you good at your job, bro. Like, this is actually the first time anybody's ever asked me that. I'm not here to say what I would and wouldn't do in the future, but the theatrical experience is one that means a great deal to me. It means a great deal to us. Mm-hmm. I feel a certain responsibility. Like if Fruitville had happened a calendar year later, it probably would have come out on streaming. I've been fortunate enough that everything that I've written and directed has been a theatrical release. So I feel a duty to try to protect that. But that's where I'm at today.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute aerospace news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Guy Johnson at the Dubai Air Show, and this is Bloomberg.
AT&T began this decade as a hybrid telecommunications and media company, saddled with debt and spinning its wheels. Since then, it's reduced its leverage and tightened its focus, concentrating its efforts on fiber and 5G wireless connectivity. But recently, tariff threats from the Trump administration have raised the specter of higher prices for mobile devices, which could create headwinds for service providers.
The telecom industry is less exposed to a lot of these tariff-related concerns and uncertainties that we see in other parts of the broader economy and certainly the public equity markets. Of course, no one's immune.
Anything that can impact the consumer's ability to afford services, you always pay attention to. As you know, the devices, we are a reseller of the devices. We provide a certain measure of subsidy, recognizing that that subsidy will attract consumers to our business. We don't expect that we're going to pick up an additional subsidy because there's a tariff on the phones.
We have been in a very record low handset upgrade environment in this country for a long time. People are keeping their phones 4 or 5 years now. What we worry about on the macro side is really the health of the consumer. This industry, broadly speaking, has about 500 million customer connections. I don't know if there's an industry that touches consumers with more scale than the U.S. telecom industry. So to the extent we see the U.S. consumer come under pressure, that's something we worry about, frankly, more than tariffs.
AT&T's leaders recognize there will be no room for complacency in the competition for customers.
I'm not satisfied as to where our company is down in markets that are a bit more price sensitive. We've had a long legacy of being a high quality provider, that we invest in our business for reliability. But if we really want to achieve our goal of being the share leader for spend, we are going to have to be more effective in price sensitive segments. They often say disruption comes from the bottom. So if you're not doing really well in some of those segments that are more price sensitive, more value oriented, you open yourself up for disruption at the top, and I don't want to be one of those companies where that happens.
Given how critical our service is, there's a certain threshold of reliability and quality that you need to have in order to really be in this business. We expect over the next 5 years for demand for connectivity to grow 80%. Because we are investing in the very best technologies, we can meet that demand with our existing infrastructure and be in a position to provide the very best value. So I think both are important. You need both a high quality network and the ability to drive a good value proposition for the consumer.
Pascal Desroches brings confidence grounded in deep experience to his job as AT&T's CFO. At a moment when the economy is full of noise, he's locked in on the signal. I asked him what he sees when he looks ahead.
What's the opportunity for AT&T in the next decade that most excites you?
Every technology innovation will be reliant upon great connectivity. And AT&T, our goal would be to be the very best connectivity company, and I think we're well on our way.
What's the challenge for AT&T in the next decade that keeps you up at night?
I think more and more we're going to have to be able to differentiate our products and services from that of our major peers. I think we have great products and services, so do they. I think we need to make step function changes to really help distance ourselves from the pack, because we've been investing to make sure we are better positioned than anyone to do that. Whether it is personalization, whether it is trying to make sure that your connectivity is secure, whether it is to make sure that we are giving you the ability to have parental monitoring, all things that I think we are capable of, that we think it's just going to be time, and I'm really excited about it.
What's the skill set or area of knowledge that you would advise every aspiring CFO to develop?
Psychology. I say that half tongue in cheek. I think when you are a key member in allocating resources to the organization, you have to have a measure of emotional intelligence that I don't think is often talked about. The ability to be empathetic, to listen, to understand where someone's coming from. It's so incredibly important to build the trust that people will come to you with problems, that you know about problems early, and you can help them solve them.
Complete this sentence.
Okay.
Don't worry. Complete this sentence. The hardest part of being a CFO is?
Managing the unexpected.
That's good. A friend calls you up and says, I've got great news. I just got promoted to CFO. After you say congratulations, what's the first piece of advice that you would give that person?
make sure you have a good team underneath you. You are only as good as your team, so make sure you have the right level of skill sets and the people who are going to embrace the culture you're trying to build as well.
I'm Lisa Abramowitz. This is Bloomberg.
Here is understanding. These digital assets have the ability to change the payment landscape of the world, and we need to be ready. We, the regulators, the world needs to be ready for a new wave of technology.
Stablecoins are almost entirely used in the mechanisms of trading cryptocurrencies. What we saw is the opportunity for digital assets broadly, stablecoins in particular, to be used as a medium of exchange outside of the crypto world, what is today the fiat currency world. At some point, I think these digital asset wallets will be big enough and people will be comfortable enough using them. I think we'll have a flip from conventional payment mechanisms into stablecoin-based mechanisms.
Does that mean banks such as yourselves issuing stablecoin?
We could. We are issuing Hong Kong dollar stablecoins today. We're in a sandbox for tokenized bank deposits in Hong Kong. We're effectively issuing tokens related to trade finance in Singapore. So it's all on the table, but we're always going to tie it back to what our clients want and need, because if we don't get that one right, the rest doesn't matter.
The market capitalization of both type of instruments, crypto and digital assets, are both very low. Stablecoins today have $20 billion of flows a day. It's less than 1% of the flows of the payment system in the world. But because they have the ability to be very helpful in use cases, particularly in retail to begin with, but then potentially on the wholesale side, I think we will see a lot more of them.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency. Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities. It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Watch Horizon's Middle East and Africa every trading day at midnight Eastern Time. Only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Burden in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency. Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Chris Cox says playing Dungeons & Dragons taught him a lot about being a CEO.
Being a dungeon master is basically being a collaborative storyteller.
Building worlds as part of a team informed his views on building a company.
I think, being a CEO is equal parts head as well as heart. And when you understand game design, you understand systems that underlie how people behave. And then the heart part of it is, how do you tell a good story? How do you get people believing in the mission?
Soon after Cox became CEO of Hasbro, the company that now owns Dungeons & Dragons, he needed to hire a CFO. He decided that person should play not one, but two critical leadership roles. Were you looking for a joint CFO, COO? Was that already the position?
Yeah, that was ideal.
Cox picked Gina Getter to be his teammate in Hasbro's C-suite. She says heading up operations and finance puts her ahead of the game.
I did tell Kristen, I'm like, when we do these traveling ones, we should figure out who else to go on stage besides just me and Chris and Holly.
I don't see it as two separate roles. Every single decision, every single action that you're taking links back into the financial statements. We are really only working on the things that matter and ultimately lead us to delivering our financial commitments.
Everybody I've talked to about you says you're an operator expert. Is that your role here?
I am not an accountant. I love accountants. I hire fantastic accountants, but I'm a finance person. I gravitated to more of the roles where you're embedded in the business, and it's where I find myself at Hasbro.
You get to the execution phase, and that's really where I think she shines. As both the CFO and the COO, she's really the quarterback on the field, and I'm more the coach on the sidelines.
Cox and Getter have taken on a serious challenge, leading the 100-year-old company into its future. They'll meet it with hard work and partnership.
We've got businesses that are very much in transformation mode, and we have brands and businesses that are very much in turnaround mode. We haven't been doing well and need to find a new path forward. I get energy there.
Gina's like the closest partner I have at the company. She's the architect of our transformation and our turnaround.
When Gina Getter joined Hasbro, the company was hardly at the top of its game. Coming out of the pandemic, consumer products revenue was falling fast, driven by declining toy sales. The stock price was